By the same token, we're all mates that have crossed paths over many years, and it's good to rekindle friendships.
I'm down in Ruapuna driving the Peanut Slab for Sturge. I mean, there's some great cars here, great people actually, and awesome track to be at, you know, a lot of time spent down here in my younger years, and yeah, just having a blast, having a ball. It's been 10 years, had to apply for a new licence actually, new club membership, a lot of new things, you know, new helmet even, you know. So yeah, a fair bit of change, but gee, it comes back pretty quick, it's a lot of fun.
Well, it's the Dick Johnson Sierra that I raced in 1991, so a long time ago. And it's owned by a guy called Lance Copeland from Copeland Bakeries, and he's a lovely bloke, and he invited me over here to give it a run. So I've never been to Ruapuna before, I've never been to Christchurch before, and we're delighted to be here. It's fantastic. Everybody's so friendly. Your motor racing scene is really, really good. You should be very proud of it. I don't think I've ever been on a more wiggly track than Ruapuna. I mean, it's very challenging. It's technical. I'll put it this way, I haven't peaked yet, I don't think. I'm not sure I will, but I haven't yet. They've got a lot of turbo lag, and when they come on song very hard. It's like getting kicked up the backside by a camel. So yeah, it requires a style that I didn't think I'd have to use again.
This weekend, driving the beautiful Nissan Primera Super Tourer from 1996. This car raced in the Spanish Championship. Good friend Peter Sturgeon owns the car, and I'm lucky enough to hold the keys for this weekend. This car is very similar to the car that I raced in Australia in 1997 in the Australian Super Touring Car Championship. Funnily enough, even after years and years of not driving them, when you get back in, there's something way back in the back of the brain that almost goes to autopilot again, so it's good fun.
Good morning and welcome to SKOPE 2023. We're here for a beautiful day of racing. I'm standing down here with Rob Cope-Williams, one of the local commentators. So tell me, Rob, you've been here all weekend. What's been some of the exciting things you've seen so far?
How long have you got? I mean, it's absolutely astounding watching the Formula 5000s. And if you watch them very carefully, because of the heat of the track was starting to break up, and watching those guys change their cornering and change their lines, because, I mean, you've got those huge big tyres at the back, and the horsepower is unbelievable. That was one. About 30 odd historic touring cars, all going with huge histories in Europe and in Australia, just being exposed to that, Adam, being able to see them. And then you look at even VCC, bless their hearts, cars that are going back to the 1950s, and they're still driving them like they were being driven when they were first built. So, you know, and then the saloon cars. I mean, there's just so many different classes of saloon cars, and we're just privileged. We're absolutely privileged. I think we get SKOPE fever about the beginning of January, and I think that's the highlight is SKOPE. I think that's all you've got to say.
Well, I mean, cars are just lining up to go out for race 1, which is scheduled for 9 a.m, so that's not too far away. Big news for the track itself, isn't there? You might see a logo up there somewhere on the live stream. Tell us about what's the naming rights sponsor now.
It's absolutely great news for me. Euromark is a company that sells top-line cars, absolutely top-line. They now own the naming rights, so it's Euromark Motorsport Park. And why I think it's so fabulous is because Ruapuna, to call it the basic name, is top-class racing, and it is revered by so many other different tracks, and people love coming here. People who have been here for years are smug, but those who have just arrived go, oh wow, I love this circuit, why haven't I been here before? So having a real classy naming rights with a classy sort of meeting like SKOPE seems to fit exceedingly well, Adam.
And we can't we have to mention SKOPE itself, because this is 33 years of concurrent racing at this meeting. It's the longest one in New Zealand, isn't it?
Well, to me, it's the Goodwood of the New Zealand. And 33, you started off with a group of guys who were into car racing. They called themselves the BP Alpha, then became PDL, and then they were sold off. And the Stewart family just said, we're not going to let it go, we've got to keep it going. So it's now 33 years, as you say, but it's SKOPE. And people probably don't know they're into refrigeration. And I mean, that's his work, but look, they're
one of our right.
That is absolutely huge. 19 yesterday, plus a couple of qualifying. Mate, it's mind-blowing. It really is.
And how many cars?
But
Lies over the day, isn't it?
but the neat thing is that they're all, there's an and your shoulders drop because you know that it's a lovely atmosphere, it's a friendly atmosphere. The driver once today, one, and that on, and it's going.
All right, well, we'll go out on track shortly. These guys look like they're about to go out. Behind us, giving us a wave. So, okay, we'll cut out to the commentators and you'll head upstairs for the first one.
And talk a bit of rubbish with the other boys. We've got Nathan up there, we've got Josh, and of course Lindsay Kerr, who's been doing this for more years than he can remember. So, yeah, we'll keep everybody informed.
I heard you called him the encyclopedia.
Yeah, I did indeed. Lindsay Kerr, the encyclopedia of motorsport.
All right, we better move.
Welcome all to day 2 of our annual SKOPE Classic here at Euromark Motorsport Park. Nathan, good morning.
Good morning, Lindsay.
Morning, Josh, and good morning, Rob Cope-Williams, who've been down the pits doing a bit of streaming work. So here we go with our first race of the day for the Ron Rutherford Saloons, which would be categorised as probably the... I don't like to use the word slow, do we?
No,
but in the scheme of things, they're not the quickest.
Well,
they're not the slowest.
They work together.
Yeah, they do.
They're all
they harmonise
speed.
together.
Yep.
So Ron Rutherford, the name for this category, been for a long time. Ron Rutherford was a very long and outstanding member of the club, who Canterbury Car Club, who raced here with specials, particularly a 260M. He's also the Ford in the Woodford Glen, as in the Speedway name. So that was his legacy to motorsport in Canterbury. All right, well, race 1 for the said Ron Rutherford Saloons. And, yeah, field pretty mixed up with many good little cars, a lot of BMWs, as there is in a lot of the fields, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. BMW is certainly a classic for motor racing. Of course, the different iterations of the BMW. You've got the 635, the E30s, the E46s, 325i's. I mean, there's endless BMWs and different models that we've seen racing across the years.
Now, also, we've got a couple of minis in this race. Now, it was great to see minis out. For some reason, minis have been almost a forgotten beast in motor racing in New Zealand now. Apart from, I guess, the Mini 7s who are making something of a comeback here in the South Island, the minis in open competition are not around anymore because there's no class for them, I must say. And it's a bit disappointing, and I hear a few comments from time to time that, there should be a class for the really for the small cars, but hopefully the word might get through. There's also Lee Crew's Fiat Bambina out there, which is nothing like a
well for a starters,
looks like it.
For a starters, it's got a Yamaha R1000
it is
engine in there.
Yeah, and it's chain driven, and poor Lee's had a few issues with the engines because the gearbox, the gear shifts are reversed.
Yeah. It plays with your mind, doesn't it?
So he's had a few selection problems over the years, but however, it's a fun car. It's a tribute car, and something that arrived on his doorstep after a discussion at a bar in Kaikoura with a beach hop.
How you can make certain decisions at certain times.
Oh, yes, yes. Well, I think we had one of those similar ones in our household last night too, involving minis.
We've got Peter Stewart, one of the Stewart family in the 190E Mercedes-Benz. Of course, the Stewart family very involved with SKOPE.
Steve Howell on pole with his E3, E30, Ian Jones, car 721 in a similar example. Then we have car 117 Craig Marston in another E30. Then Mark Denton, car 181 and a 32i. So there's
there you go. There's four BMWs on the front already.
On the front, we are one missing. Looks like, oh no, here comes Stephen Howell now.
And what a beautiful livery on that car. Absolute. The Mobile 05 Peter Brock tribute livery.
Now, one of the features already is that we have, normally we lose a few on day one. I have to say our casualty rate from yesterday I don't think is that bad, which is great.
See Tim McCulloch there in the Ford Anglia just pulling up into his grid box alongside the Toyota Starlet of Scotty Lee. The last of the cars just making their way up.
This race over 6 laps here at the park, which is 3.3 kilometres.
So we should just be about to start to see our lights 30-second board from the start. Oh, here we go. Red lights on. They're away.
A bit of creeping there, I felt, perhaps.
Sandra Eden in the E36, she got an absolute fantastic start as they make their way down to turn 1 and 2, down to Abbott Insurance.
I see our Fiat started at the back, so I know he's a bit nervous about his starts.
Everybody survived through the first couple of corners. Oh, we're looking to go 2 or 3 wide down there into the Euromark hairpin. I think that's Jared Owens in the Nissan Sentra GT Cup car. Just battling away there with Gerald Hargraves in the 325i.
And Lee Crew's made good progress in the Fiat as he sneaks up on the outside of a couple of minis there. Meanwhile, out in front it is Stephen Howell.
Looking a bit further back, Peter Stewart having a good little tussle round the outside as they come in through to the Southern Salvage S's. Got Thomas Collins and the little orange replica PDL Mini.
Yeah, that goes back to the origins of PDL racing in the late 60s. It was the Minis that actually started them off before the first Mustang was built. So this is a replica of them, and it's driven by, as you said, Nathan Thomas Collins, who's a
Look at this down the front straight. Hamish Robson 3 wide there with Lee Crew and the little Fiat. Thomas Collins as well. We've got one off into the gravel trap down there at turn 2.
Like a Datsun 1200, doesn't it? Car 52.
Car 62, that one
Car
is.
62.
Graham Menzies in the Datsun B 10R.
Sorry, not today.
So the field just coming on through. We may have to get a safety car out for this one. Menzies not moved yet, and it looks like we are potentially going to see a safety car. We are indeed. The Alfa Romeo Tonale safety car comes out onto the track while our team will go and recover the stricken Graham Menzies Datsun.
Yeah, we do have the safety car now. Describe what it is, Nathan.
So it's an Alfa Romeo. It's courtesy of our wonderful sponsors Euromark, and they call it the Tonale. It's my best Italian.
We were guessing all day yesterday as to what it was, and I think that grille was almost a giveaway, isn't it?
Yeah.
We're looking at it now.
Yeah. So Steve Howell, he will be picked up by the safety car down into turn 1. So we'll slow them down. We've got 4 laps to go, so hopefully we can get that car out of the gravel trap down there at turn 2, and we'll be able to resume our Ron Rutherford saloons. Lindsay, the one thing I love about Scope is the atmosphere and the amount of people out over the weekend. I mean, we had a fantastic crowd here yesterday.
Yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? There's a huge attraction with these older cars. Yeah, we have the entry, which we haven't alluded to, is around 250, which is heading right up there as one of the biggest Scope Classics we have had. So having 250 cars in the pits takes a fair bit of organisation too, I might add. Hasn't the park dried out within the last couple of days with the heat?
Oh, has it? I mean, we were looking at early 30s,
yes.
Early to mid 30s over the last couple of days here, both for qualifying on Friday and our first race day yesterday. There was plenty of shade finding going on. Bit nicer to start the morning. Nice and overcast.
Yeah, today should be a good day with a top temperature still around 28, 29, but that cloud base will certainly help folks out there.
Great to see a couple of Porsches out in this field. We've got Rong Long out there in car number 30 and the Porsche 993.
He's a regular competitor here at this event and a lot of other ones too that we have here in the normal course of the season. Talked about Mark Denton before, car 181 in one of the E30s. Mark, again, is a regular competitor here at most meetings, actually. Every time we have the Rennsport cars for the German cars, the E30 section of that, Mark is always there, and he comes out for SKOPE.
Looks like we've lost Ian Jones. He's just coming to pulled out to the back of the pit complex, so unfortunately there are problems potentially for Ian Jones. He was sitting in second spot. So it looks like we've got Graham Menzies out of the gravel trap, so should be looking here for a restart next lap. So the Alfa Romeo Tonale leading this field around. So it's Steve Howell from Craig Marston, Mark Denton, Scotty Lee, Tim McCulloch, Sandra Eden, who we touched on at the start, having a great little start there. She was about mid-pack and already found her way up inside the top 6. Now, a car we haven't seen too much of, well, I certainly haven't seen this car out too much, is Jared Owen's Nissan Sentra GT Cup car, Lindsay.
No. Not sure what the story is there. He
usually find him behind the wheel of a GT3 car.
Yeah, he was in 7th spot there.
He's still in there. He's just got Gerald Hargraves behind him.
Here we go, as our victim has been released from the sand pit.
So lights are out on the safety car. So we are going to get a restart here with 2 to go. So waiting for the green lights. Still waiting. And we're green. We're away. Trying to fan out. Nearly 3 wide. Here comes Sandra Eden. She's going to grab 2 spots.
Our Suzuki has got problems. Maybe a chain is chain is broken or something.
The Bambina
yeah.
strikes again.
Valentino Rossi strikes again. Stephen Howell, quite a clear gap now to the other BMWs to go around the Euromark hairpin.
Great little wee scrap for second and third between Marston and Denton. Sandra Eden, hasn't she had a lovely, just incredible race so far?
Oh, she has. She was 11th quickest in qualifying, so she's doing a good job out there. She now sits in 5th place.
Got a sea of BMWs mixed in amongst Jared Owen's Sentra GT Cup car. The Ford Anglia.
Last lap brought out.
Here comes the Simon Taylor in the Austin Cooper S down the front straight. Lining up a pass on Steve Prentice in the M-Tech E30. So a great little wee battle pack. Gordon Legg leading that little wee group. Marvin Turden in the Austin Clubman GT. Simon Taylor in the Mini Cooper S. Oh, the Sentra's got problems out of Euro mark.
Jared Owens, you're just talking about him.
Yeah.
You're talking too much.
Yeah, he's coming to a stop by the looks of it on... He's away now, so a slight problem there. Maybe just a reset required, but Steve Howell coming down into the sweeper.
Yeah, pretty convincing. Pretty convincing for Steve Howell this time out.
Grabs his third win of the weekend in the Ron Rutherford Saloons. Craig Marston home in second ahead of Mark Denton. A good little wee scrap. Sandra Eden will grab fourth. Scotty Lee from Gerald Hargraves. Tim McCulloch. Ashlyn White home in eighth.
The lineup of cars here at the moment. Can I come and see you? Because I think you're sitting there very quietly. How quick are these things when you're out there?
I've come out of Formula Junior, so they had a lot of revs. These rev to 7.
Yeah.
And you don't feel you're doing it, but your lap times are much quicker.
What about these youngsters? I mean, you've got youngsters out there that haven't hit 21 yet.
No, they're unbelievably quick. They just have an innate difference when they're of that age. Yeah.
Are these things polite to drive, or are they a handful?
No, they're polite to drive. I've only recently got this car, but it's reasonably easy to drive. It's just getting that last bit that's hard, but as all race cars are.
What's the history of this one?
It's an Irish car, Crosley, and it went to America for a long time, and then it was bought here in the early 2000s.
You're not going to have a crack at Formula 5000s and keep climbing up the ladder?
Yeah, I have driven a McLaren M10B, and that's very different to this.
And there, I've just gone and put that wrong for you. Who else should we go? Should we just go over here and see Mandy? We've just come over to say g'day, really, because we want to know how you're feeling at this moment. It's pretty hot.
I'm feeling warm, but not as warm as yesterday, so that's all good.
Now, we'll just be talking about these cars, and do you find it easy to drive, or are they a bit twitchy?
No, it's quite good. Yeah, quite grippy. Yeah.
History of this one?
It was imported out of Japan about 20 years ago.
So it's learnt in Japan?
That's right, yeah.
Oh, that's good luck out there.
There's a couple of top 5 finishes, which I think he almost surprised himself, actually.
Yeah, he did. So it looks like Ian Clements in the Reynard Formula 2000 is going to start from pole position.
We've got Matt Hamilton up there. We have Grant Clearwater.
The beautiful Brabham.
Isn't that beautiful? The BT16 Brabham. Comes with a lot of history, that car. Grant's come a long way from Kerry up there in the far north, and he avoided all the storms and the terrible weather from that northern part of the country, and it's great to see that car here, which is an original car, what makes it very, very special. We'll talk about that car history later on in the day. Then we have Matt Hamilton in the car. That's a very well used car, isn't it? It was Andy McElroy's car when he won the national championship in the late 80s. But Matt Hamilton's done very well in the South Island Formula Ford competitions. Shall I say Formula 1600, but the rest of the country know them as Formula Fords.
I think a little bit of a mix-up here on the grid.
Oh yeah, and here comes Keith's good mate, Peter Grant, car number 9, the 1979 Eldon.
So here we go. Pat Hoare, Formula Libre, first race of the day.
Good start from Peter Grant and car number 9, and from Matt Hamilton from the second row.
So it's Brabham who leads us. In the hands of Grant Clearwater.
I have to say I have an extremely soft spot for those cars, Nathan. Those cars from that era there. That Brabham there was actually raced by David Oxton in 1968-69 season. Our national Formula Championship was the forerunner to the Formula Fords. And whilst Formula Fords have been absolutely wonderful and have survived, I for one do miss cars like these Brabhams and the big numbers. Beautiful cars, the cigar-shaped cars. There's also the Lotuses that were involved in that era as well.
So Hamilton sitting in that second position in the ex-McElrea Formula Ford. The Van Diemen RF88. In fact, I say that he's managed to get around.
He has. Yeah, he's got around
Clearwater. But Clearwater, look at the power down the front.
The speed of that car.
That's got some power at the top end.
Ian Clements still in the hunt there. He crept up the inside there. In fact, as Clements now taken over second spot.
Yeah, Hamilton back to third.
And Matt relegated to third, yeah.
Peter Grant in the Eldon sitting in fourth after that lightning start. Keith Cowan in that beautiful Johnston Formula Ford. One just coming out of pit lane exit there. Noel Woodford in car 188, the Dulon Formula Ford.
Another one of our North Island visitors. Yeah, I was a bit concerned with all those storms up north, that how many of the North Islanders, or the guys from the top of the country, would actually get down, but I don't think anyone has missed out. So it's great to see you all here, and I hope things are okay at home. Because things are certainly pretty good here down in Christchurch.
Look at this battle for the lead here. Clements has now got in front of the Brabham, but Tom Clearwater still fighting up the inside as they head into turn one. Clements has to sweep around the outside. A stream of Formula Fords coming through. Stephen Heffernan in his Johnston Formula Ford. Just in front of him is Ron Wilkin in the Eldon PHR 10. Hayden Cox in his Eldon Mark 8. Phil Folkes in his Trident.
Yes, a lot of these cars are regular visitors here to Ruapuna with the South Island, the historic section of the South Island Formula 1600 section.
I see we've just lost Robert Toshak in the Formula Subaru.
Yeah, it's an interesting car, isn't it?
It almost reminds me of a Japanese series where they've just put a Subaru motor into the back of a Formula, much like you do with the Formula Ford.
We were talking about the Formula Fords and with the TRS cars, the Tatus car shells, and
just putting a power plant.
Renaults and Toyotas, and yeah. like we have 2 Renaults in the Formula Open category coming up. Amongst all the Japanese stuff, there's two Renaults.
So we've just got 3 laps to go here for our Pat Hoare Formula Libre race.
Pat Hoare being the local resident here who won the New Zealand Gold Star Championship back in '62, and it was the last of the front engine cars. He drove a Ferrari, had an association with Enzo Ferrari, a wartime association, and which allowed him access to privately owned Ferraris. It's something that's sort of, I think, has been disputed of recent times. I know Alan Dick has taken it to task. Alan Dick, well-known motorsport correspondent, he's not sure about that association, but all the stuff we read certainly indicates that Pat Hoare was an associate of Enzo Ferrari.
So Clements has opened up just on 2.5 second gap now.
Yeah, he surely has now.
Clearwater looking to pass the back marker there of Noel Woodford, who took a tour through pit lane in the earlier stages. Duncan Wright and Clark Fountain having a nice little wee scrap there as they head down into Abbott Insurance. And Brian Dixon in there as well in the RF84 Van Diemen.
Just remind you all out there that the park is now known as Euromark Motorsport Park. We've had a change of naming rights sponsor, so we welcome Euromark on board.
Number 3 just going past us here, Barry Wise in the Argo AF2000. So last lap board out now for Ian Clements in the Reynard. Isn't it great, Lindsay, to see so many Johnston Formula Fords out?
Well, it is. I mean, there was 9 of them built. And there's still a lot of them still running, which is wonderful.
For example, the Duncan Wright Johnston Formula Ford, owned, of course, from 74 to 78 and driven by Bob Johnston.
Yeah, Bob Johnston won the South Island Championship. It was unofficial in those days because the association wasn't formed until around 1980, but Bob did win the unofficial championship in those earlier years.
One just coming in here to pit lane, Chris Atkinson in the Crosley. Checkered flag at the ready here.
Oh, look at this! We have an incident. We have an incident.
Oh, we've got a red flag.
We have a red flag. It is at the hairpin. Someone is over.
Just trying to.
All going so orderly, then all of a sudden things can happen right before your eyes, can't they?
I think that's Robin Longdon in the Lola, who's pulled up alongside the overturned car.
Is it Ron Wilkin? No, I'm not saying anything until you actually see it.
So the rescue crew's all heading over there to go and assist.
It's what roll cages and hoops are for, I'm pleased to say.
Looks like the driver's out of the car.
Yeah, it does.
So great to see.
It would have been a scary moment, that's for sure.
Absolutely. So it looks like they've declared this one, Lindsay. Checker flag has come out for this. So maybe, Lindsay, while we've got a moment here, maybe we could see if Rob Cope-Williams has anybody down.
Interesting that when we did our intro, Adam and I were chatting about the fact that we only had one red flag yesterday. We've had 2 races, 2 red flags. He did say, though, that today's another day. We're about to see the Harold Heasley cars. Now, these are the less horsepower cars, are the smaller cars that we're going to have at Scope. But believe me, they have to get anything out of them, you've got to drive them even harder than the big ones. Less horsepower, harder the work. Now let's have a wee chat here to Murray Russell. Mate, you're down from the North Island. Is this your first Scope?
My first Scope, yeah. The car's done several Scopes. I bought it here a couple of years ago, so it was my ambition to get down here for my first Scope. Yeah, it's very exciting.
Tell me about the car, because it's in some very distinctive colours.
Yeah, it was built in '95. Unfortunately, in 2010, after Scope, the car was stolen and it was totally stripped and rebuilt again by the previous owner, Alan Angus. Yeah, so it's got a lot of history, this car. Yeah.
I saw you with a wee fan just before we came to say hello. How's the heat?
Oh, the heat is unbelievable. Today is quite cool, but just that little fan helps quite a bit, just to keep your face cool, yeah.
Have a good afternoon out there, buddy.
I will, thanks very much.
Cheers. Let's go now and find Gary Cliff. Now, Gary Cliff is pretty well known for a lot of reasons, and he's got this 2-litre 160J. Gary Cliff, tell us a wee bit about the car.
Yeah, g'day Rob, how are you today?
Good, thank you.
So what would you like to know about my car?
Yeah, because it looks as though it's in rally trim.
Yeah, it is in rally trim. It's just dropped down a bit on the and some slightly heavier springs in the rear, and that's about all I've done with it. Taking out all the underguarding off it, and yeah, she's pretty well a rally car.
The bonnet was up a few minutes ago, and you're sitting on the dummy grid. Everything okay?
Yeah, just had the alternator plug come out, so I just put that back in and we'll be fine.
I'll just be talking about the heat with one of your co-competitors. You okay in here?
Yeah, I'm fine. It's nice and comfortable with these old Autosport seats.
And isn't it? It's the 160J. Is that the one that was really rallied to within an inch of its lives?
Yeah, this is in the colours of replica colours of George Fury's car from 1980 when the 160Js won the International Rally. So this car originally was built by Reg Cook for Inky Tulloch, and then from there went to Ross Bailey from Springston, and then it was quietly hit into a bridge in Palmerston North and scrapped. All the parts put into a Datsun Sunny, and I bought the Sunny, took all the parts out and rebuilt it into this 160J, which I bought in from Japan in 1989.
That's one hell of a history, mate.
Yeah, lots of history. So I've had it since 1989. It's done Targas, it's done Silver Ferns, it's done rallies, races. It's a really good little car.
Is it easy to drive, even though you're on tarmac and you can't go too sideways?
It's 73, nothing's easy to drive, Rob.
Anyway, you have a jolly good couple of races. I said in my intro that it's very hard to drive some of these lower powered cars. You do have to work on them.
Yeah, it's quite hard to get a good lap time off it. Like, it's totally different. You know, I've driven all sorts of stuff here, like supercars and Formula Holdens and all sorts of stuff, and I just enjoy driving whatever I'm driving against, whatever I have to drive against. It doesn't really matter about the speed as long as you've got someone to race against.
Gary Cliff, he's definitely one of Christchurch's and perhaps even New Zealand's heroes. Just having a look, if you just scan over there, buddy, at the sorts of cars. Have you got time to come for a walk? Years and years and years ago, we had a class called Ford Escort 1600, and they reckon that they were the most expensive cars that you could ever get for stock car racing. And sitting in here is a Milligan, a Grant Milligan. Buddy, this is a family car that's been around for a long time.
Definitely a family heirloom, Rob.
Tell me about the 1600s, because it was a class that lasted for a wee while, but they were very, very close racing.
Yeah, Dad won the championship in 1979, 1980 in this exact car, so it was quite a successful championship that Ford Motor Company ran in the day.
You yourself, I mean, there's not much that you haven't driven, really.
He's over there. The driver's over there of the day. I'm just the apprentice.
He's sitting there going, ha, 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 it's him being interviewed, not me.
Yeah. And I'm the one that's doing all the overheating, right?
Exactly. Your own career, though, I mean, you've done a lot of racing in open cars and closed cars.
Yeah, we've had some fun, some championships in Pre-65, Formula Fords, RX-7s, endurance racing, so had a lot of fun over the time.
So once again, the name Milligan is actually one that is very, very well known, and the old boy over here, we've got to come and say g'day, because that isn't... What's it like having the kid in the car?
Kid, yeah, he's always the kid. It's good to see him go. Yeah, I enjoy it. I've come down from Nelson, flew down last night just to watch him go for the day. Yeah, so.
It's your car and he's driving it.
No, I've given it to him. He owns it now.
That's a very nice thing for a father to do, I reckon. Listen, what about your own career? I mean, how many scopes have you been to and driven in?
Oh, several, that's for sure. Yeah.
Why is it so special? I mean, just the name Scope. Everybody is very, very proud to get the little badge with the scope and the year on it.
I think everybody's very proud of their cars. There's a lot of history here, and it's just nice to see them out. It's just, people like to bring them out.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it's not only just some cars, but also I want to come in here and have a wee chat, because this is an interesting car because it's not really a saloon. You're in amongst the saloons in an MGB.
Yeah, it's a bit of a different wee car, but it's sort of a bit of a hard one to put in the field, but no, it's a good wee field.
Is it fairly basic?
It's had a reasonable amount of work done to it. It's quite big. It's 1950cc now, so it goes very well. It's not actually my car. It's actually Alan Dippy, so I'm very privileged to drive it. So no, it's good. It's awesome fun.
I would have thought from my experiences with MGBs is that it'd be a fairly heavy, cumbersome old thing.
It's actually not too bad. It's got alloy panels and stuff on it now, so...
Well, you go out and enjoy yourself.
All right, on to our Harold Heasley Saloons, as Rob Cope-Williams was just down there talking to some of the drivers. And joining me for his first race of the morning, welcome Josh.
Good morning, Nathan. Great bunch of cars we've actually got here this morning. We had a great bunch of cars yesterday. I don't think we actually lost too many yesterday, so we've got pretty much the full field of 25 cars. Looks like we've got a bit of a problem with old Murray Bone, unfortunately, in that Anglia. Very familiar name to Christchurch and let alone New Zealand motorsport.
Yeah, Murray no stranger, of course, to running in Anglia. We usually find him in the pre-65 class, and Murray, unfortunately, for his first race yesterday, had to start from pit lane, and he drove through. Looks like they're having some problems starting that car, so it'd be a real shame for Murray there, but...
Yeah, we'll hope he can get that started and get underway soon. But, yeah, I mean, at this point it's looking likely to be another pit lane start if they do get that going, Nathan. So we'll see likely another charge through the field from Murray Bone. He was great at that yesterday when he started from the pit lane.
Yes, he was. He certainly... age is no barrier for Murray Bone, as many of those who know Murray know he will just go and go and go. Much like... almost got the Kenny Smith-esque to Murray Bone.
So the field's starting to come through now. We're going to have a standing start, I think, scratch start. So they'll get lined up on the grid. So they're currently lining up behind the pace car. So, as you mentioned, that beautiful new Alfa Romeo Tonale.
Just for $69,999, you can walk away with it from Euromark.
That sounds like you. Feel free to go and get yourself one. Doing a good job at being a safety car. I'm sure they'll be even better at being a road car, to be honest, Nathan.
So the field lining up, Bob Denson
on pole.
On pole, and the Ron Rutherford replica Ford Anglia, and David Hudson and the Datsun 1200 Triple S will be starting from the second row.
Doesn't look like Murray Bone's going to be starting it. I don't see him in the pit lane anymore, so unless he comes out a lap down or so, it doesn't look like he'll be starting from second, let alone the pit lane.
Kerry Smallridge coming through. He should be starting in position number 4. We see Gary Cliff, of course, in the Datsun 160J.
Rob Cope-Williams was just talking to him about that car. Great car he's got there, does Gary Cliff. You see the 44 there of Bob Denson pulling through.
Tony Pearson in the Ford Escort, RP2000.
Just got a few people still pulling in, Nathan. Right, so unfortunately we have lost Murray Bone, but we do have the rest of the field still lined up. It doesn't look like we might be missing one of them in the second row as well. Third, which is...
Oh, our Datsun 1200 Triple S.
It's a shame.
David Hudson. So Kerry Smallridge, the last car to pull up into the grid. Green flag waved at the back. 6 laps for our Harold Heasley Saloons. And lights are out.
Pretty poor start for the 15 of Kerry Smallridge, though. He's lost quite a few places.
Look at Gary Cliff in the Datsun.
Great
He's gone
confidence.
straight up the middle. And he will lead the field down through the first turn, down towards Abbott Insurance turn number 2. And the body roll on the Datsun.
Oh, he's got a very good gap over Bob Denson. You can see Denson just getting through on, I think that would be Tony Pearson. As it looks like we might have someone coming out of pit lane, possibly Murray Bone, making his return to the race, so to speak. But it's Gary Cliff and that Datsun 160J out front through Euromark now. As you mentioned, that body roll, very, very intense, leaning through Euromark, relying on that right-hand side as there's a little bit of battling going on between, looks like one of the MG BGTs actually. Back in the middle of the field there, Nathan.
Yeah, battling with Ray Hurst in the fastback Ford Anglia, the bread van, the junkyard dog as it's commonly known. Now right there with the Vauxhall Viva of Wayne Perkins, Stephen Hurst, and another of the Ford Anglias. So the field coming through Southern Salvage S's, Peter Bromley in the bright green BMW 2002. He sits there in that 5th position, and he's got...
oh, there someone's going off and someone's around. Oh, they've saved it. Beautiful save. That literally was almost going to go around there. You would have seen that on your screens there if you're watching at home, and if you didn't catch it, it would have been through just the fast sweeping corners of the 44 of Gary Cliff. Sorry, the 44 of Bob Denton is getting through on Gary Cliff. So he's made that pass down the main straight. Nice work there from Denson.
Yeah, Pearson now in the escort, trying to have a little battle there as we see Craig Pigeon.
Great to see Craig Pigeon back out of here. We're back out here again, Nathan. That Hellman Avenger, great looking car.
He's having a good little wee battle with Luke Richardson, of course, the MG.
Well, he was the one that went
BGT.
off, Nathan. So props to Luke Richardson for not spinning that beautiful MG there.
And Merv Hoare just in front of them in the purple escort. Mark 1 as they make their way down through to Euromark. The leader's already through Filton Hogan.
There's a group of 4 back there with the MG BGT. You mentioned of Luke Richardson, Craig Pigeon. There's actually 5 now. One of the, looks like the Ford Escort of Murray Russell catching to the back of those guys. So more of a group there, and then that front, I guess from 2nd through to the 3rd, you've got more of a group battling there as well. And not to mention that lovely Alfa Romeo Giulietta by Paul Perryman just going through Euromark now.
Yeah, Paul's just get out there, having a nice Sunday drive. He doesn't mind where he...
Have some fun.
He's just out there having a ball. So, Stephen Hurst in the Ford Anglia, just tucking into the back of
Here
Wayne
we go
Perkins.
again. 44 of Bob Denson. He's going to go try the outside on Gary Cliff.
It's a great scrap here at the front of the field. Tony Pearson right there as well. A little wee train of 5 cars battling here at the front.
I mean, you just see that gap that Bob Denson ends up getting through that first kind of sector, I guess, of the track, and then through the tight corners through Euromark and Fulton Hogan, you don't necessarily have that. You generally get that gap anymore, and Gary Cliff ends up getting back through. So it's a monster scrap, but they're making it great entertainment for us.
Yeah, they are. Just in behind that front 5 there, you've got Ian Stevens in the beautifully presented Ford Escort Mark III, and Mark IIIs are a rarity to see out on track, and let alone even out in the public roads. So for Ian Stevens to have that Mark III out there battling away, just in a little gap by himself.
Wheel to
Here's
wheel.
Pearson and Gary Cliff.
Now this could be an interesting battle with Pearson and Denson. So Pearson in that Escort RP2000, if he manages to catch up to Bob Denson, then we could have a pretty interesting scrap between those two there. So it looks like so from first down to, I think it's about what, 10th, you've got about 2 cars battling per position. So a lot of action going on in the Harold Heasley saloons. 4 laps to go, now coming to 3.
Here comes Steve Pauling in the Escort. He's got his sights set on Gary Cliff. He's already worked his way past Kerry Smallridge. They come down the front straight. Pauling moves ahead of Gary Cliff.
Bob Denson still up front. Pretty good lead now over Tony Pearson. So I think he'll hopefully just try and stretch that gap a little bit more. But for our entertainment, we hope Tony Pearson can get a little bit more, well, I guess speed on that Ford Escort RP2000. But it doesn't really matter because we've got that great battle between, you mentioned Steve Pauling, Kerry Smallwood, and Ian Stevens. Oh, something went off. That was Gary Cliff. Ian Stevens has actually got the fastest lap of this race so far in that Escort Mark III. Very rare car, as you mentioned. It's great to see it in the field.
So the little train of cars heading through. Peter Bromley in the bright green BMW, the 2002. Got a couple of those in the field this weekend. One of our Triumphs a little bit further back. David Wood just coming into the Euromark hairpin. Great to see the Mark II Triumph out there. So
Wayne Perkins in that Vauxhall Viva GT as well, not to mention in the top 10. Doing a good job in that. As they come across the line to make it 2 to go. So that 127 of Steve Pauling gets more on his own now, so he's dropped Gary Cliff, and he's not really within range of the battle between Denson and Pearson. It's just really interesting how Denson gets that corner exit through turn 1 and 2. You just see him get that little bit of an edge through there over Tony Pearson. Pearson ends up getting the gap closed on the straights, so it looks like Pearson's got better speed.
a little bit of difference in horsepower between those two, and Bob's done, I'd hate to think, close to 1 million laps around here in that car. So
bit of a battle going on between the 333 of David Berry and the 16 of Grant Milligan. Milligan gets that spot. But yeah, you mentioned
well, Berry's just got back past him actually.
Oh gosh.
So
still going.
Great little wee scrap.
Through Euromark, we'll see how they go. Hopefully
Milligan looking at the inside of the hairpin. A little Sport S1600, not quite got the torque out of the corner there.
It's always that outside line that reigns very, very much supreme here through Euromark. If you want to overtake, you have a very good opportunity to go to the inside, but the outside gets that better run, so you just need to put that power down, I guess, through that inside line.
Richardson also going past Milligan there in the MGBT.
Through the straightaway now. 44 of Bob Denson and Tony Pearson. Still 1-2 at the moment, making it, well, they've got the checkered flag out on the board, but it's still 1 to go. So we've still got 1 lap to go, and you can see Tony Pearson going around the outside, and Bob Denson, he gets the position. Maybe Bob thought it was the checkered, because they did have it on the board, and they've just taken it off now. So I don't know if Bob thought that was the checkered flag or not.
Well, we're still going out there.
You mentioned that 105 of Ray Hurst and that Ford Anglia fastback. Great car that is. Very prominent back in the day. The checkered flag is now out, so I'm not too sure how that's working.
Well, they've declared the race. So Bob Dempson in the Ron Rutherford replica will take the victory here for our Harold Heasley Saloons. Tony Pearson ahead of Steve Pauling, Gary Cliff in the Datsun coming home fourth. Kerry Smallridge, Ian Stevens in the Mark III Escort ahead of Peter Bromley, Wayne Perkins, Stephen Hurst and Sean Turner in the MGB, rounding out our top 10.
Next up, we got the Archibald Historic Touring Cars. We've got some famous names in there as well, like the Stephen Richards, John Bower, will all be there racing. So we'll head down to Rob Coate Williams in the pits again, but we'll be back for the Historic Touring Cars.
I can assure you that the stuff, the sun protection is on the face, because I tell you what, here at the Euromark Motorsport Park it's getting very, very hot. I'm going to go and introduce you to one of the drivers. He's pretty well known. In fact, he's exceedingly well known, and he's exceedingly well known in Christchurch. He's, in fact, the mayor of Christchurch. I'm just going to come in here, if I may.
G'day, Rob, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. Good. Hey, listen, it's really, really great that we've got all these people coming into your town, isn't it?
Fantastic. And last night was Speedway, tonight Speedway. This is what this day used to be like. Wigram used to be hot, Scope used to be hot, and we're back to normal. Christchurch is on fire.
Yeah. And I guess the fact that you're the mayor, I mean, that doesn't matter. I mean, David Longy used to race bloody lasers and things, so if it's good enough for a Prime Minister, good enough for you.
Absolutely, I'm just following his lead, yeah.
Tell me a wee bit about the car.
This is a 1998 Nissan Primera from the British Touring Car Series, and when Paul Radisich was world champion, that era.
We have got in this historic touring cars that people would normally only see photos of.
That's what New Zealand's good at this. We were the same with Formula 5000s. We're not scared to use them, and we all play try and all play the game and not run into each other. He said before he went out.
Adam and I were talking before, and I said only one safety car yesterday. We've had a raft of them this day. So you just take care out there.
You put the kiss of death on it. No, we'll be good. It's not as hot today, so hopefully our tyres won't go off, and I'm looking forward to it.
And so where are we going to see number 77 out there? In midfield, or are we going to be trying to get those bloody Aussies?
No, just midfield. To bring it in, park it up, and have it be later on the day is what it's all about. No, there's no prize money, there's no competition points. We're all here for fun.
And it's just a day off for the mayor?
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that's absolutely fabulous that we've got a mayor who's quite happy to, in fact, very, very happy to drop the chains for some racing overalls. Of course, the people who have been pretty hard to beat, one of them is a guy called John Bauer. And John Bauer is an absolute legend, not only in his own mind, but he's an absolute legend with everybody else. I've got to say Sir John, because I feel as though I'm in motor racing royalty.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, mate, but it's terrific to be here. It's my first visit to Ruapuna, and it's awesome.
It's getting you a bit noisy, I better let you go.
New helmet even, So, yeah, a fair bit of change, but gee, it comes back pretty quick. It's a lot of fun.
Well, it's the Dick Johnson Sierra that I raced in 1991, so a long time ago. And it's owned by a guy called Lance Copeland from Copeland Bakeries, and he's a lovely bloke. And he invited me over here to give it a run. So I've never been to Ruapuna before. I've never been to Christchurch before. And we're delighted to be here. It's fantastic. Everybody's so friendly. Your motor racing scene is really, really good. You should be very proud of it. I don't think I've ever been on a more wiggly track than Ruapuna. I mean, it's very challenging. It's technical. I'll put it this way, I haven't peaked yet, I don't think. I'm not sure I will, but I haven't yet. They've got a lot of turbo lag, and when they come on song very hard. It's like getting kicked up the backside by a camel. So, yeah, it requires a style that I didn't think I'd have to use again.
This weekend, driving the beautiful Nissan Primera Super Tourer from 1996. This car raced in the Spanish Championship. Good friend Peter Sturgeon owns the car, and I'm lucky enough to hold the keys for this weekend. This car is very similar to the car that I raced in Australia in 1997 in the Australian Super Touring Car Championship. Funnily enough, even after years and years of not driving them, when you get back in, there's something way back in the back of your brain that almost goes to autopilot again, so it's good fun.
With Murray Bone, the age is not a problem for Kane Scott.
He didn't do much Super 2 really.
Yeah, I think it was what, one full season.
Yeah, sort of. I don't think the aim. I don't know. I'll have to talk to him about his aim, but I don't think it was to get much further.
No.
Never mind, Josh, you've done your homework, so I've done more races than I thought. Okay, yesterday was a scrap between Kane Scott, John Bauer, Steve Richards. There was Nigel Arkell there. Stu Rogers was there in the magnificent replica Nissan GTR. That replica is the closest you're going to get to any replica. It's so good that when Stu built it, he went across to Melbourne a couple of times to see Fred Gibson, who had built Godzilla, and when it was finished, the suspension towers on that car have been autographed by both him and Jim Richards. So that was the stamp of authority to say, hey, it's been well done. Yesterday, Stu broke a gear lever and dashed back to Amberley to find another part, so that was sorted out. So he was amongst it. Phil Major in the British Touring Cars Primera, he was in the loop as well. But you go back through that field and there's just it's an assortment of touring cars, pedigree touring cars from over the years, particularly the BMWs, as we have mentioned already in the other classes. There's BMWs everywhere, all different classes, all different categories.
Quite a few of them in here as well, though, Lindsay.
Oh, I'm saying that's right. There's so many of them.
Yeah.
And then there's I spot there Alan Dippy's Rover Vitesse. Magnificent history of that from the British Touring Car Championship in the Group A days of the middle 80s.
Well, we've got a rolling start, so the field is forming up behind the safety car. So we'll get them through the track, and then through the final couple of corners they'll form up and go on this main straight.
I have to mention car 39 out there, Austin McKinley's Holden Commodore.
Beautiful car.
Car 39. Yeah, Austin is that's a Larry Perkins built car, and Kevin Waldock, the chap from Brisbane, ran that car. And talking about Austin, he's a great supporter of Canterbury Car Club and does all the work around here, so he's right in the middle of that pack, so I wish him well too.
So looks like it's going to be Steve Richards and Kane Scott on the front row. Then it's going to be Stu Rogers and John Bauer in that second row. We've got that beautiful Dick Johnson Racing Ford Sierra from John Bauer. This is the same car he originally raced back a while ago when he was doing Australian touring cars. As they form up through the final corner, we'll get going here in a second. Lights are on.
This race over 6 laps.
Here we go. Good start from Kane Scott. John Bauer already to the lead immediately. Great start from John Bauer. Steve Richards has lost 3 places already on that start. So it's John Bauer from Kane Scott. And then we'll see who can emerge into third. It looks like it's going to be that 4 of Stu Rogers and that Skyline GTR in third at the moment. But John Bauer to the lead already. Had a few problems yesterday, didn't have the pace that he wanted. I spoke to him about that yesterday, and he was a bit disappointed with the first race.
Yes, it was clearly off the pace a little bit of Kane Scott, because when Kane Scott really put his foot down, he ran away from that field.
But now, I mean, I think he's a little bit more happy this time around with that DJR Cosworth, Sierra. and it's well, it's got him into the lead already.
Aaron Black in the car number 15, the M3, the E30 M3 there in the top group there. Aaron had a good result yesterday. That car's a beautiful car. It's got Roberto Ravalia on the side, and those of you who remember the days of the Wellington Street Race will clearly recall Emmanuel Pero and Roberto Ravalia won the race in the M3.
You see 11 of Stuart Black going down the inside of Nigel Arkell. Stuart in that Toyota Camry touring car there. Great car that is. I think it's the only Toyota Camry we've got in the field this weekend, unfortunately. Oh dear, we got someone spun around at the back. It looks like it's one of the BMWs. See if we can find out who that is in a minute. Peter Lord, I think that is. As we see down the main straight, there's a little bit of action. Kane Scott looked to the outside of John Bauer, and he's trying the inside line for the lead now. And Bauer gets that better run off the corner, so Bauer stays ahead. You've got a wheel-to-wheel battle there between Nigel Arkell and Aaron Black again, so Arkell gets back through on Black.
Looking down through the field, look at car 27, the Capri of Gary Wilkinson, another local man, and he's taking that car to Spa this year.
Aaron Black just gets back past on... sorry, Stuart Black gets back past... Sorry, no, Aaron Black gets back past... No, both Blacks are confusing me now. But yeah, very, very good battling between those three. So the 11, the 62, and I think Stuart Black is in that battle as well. So Aaron Black looks like he's dropped a little bit off the front guys, but still, as you were on that top three, you can see that the beautiful four of Stu Rogers. You mentioned that Skyline.
Yeah, beautiful car. I just love how Stu's done, and the sad thing now is that I understand that replicas are no longer permitted in the historic touring car class in New Zealand. And at the moment, I can kind of understand that because there's enough genuine cars around, but the day will come when there won't be. But that car of Stu's is an exception, the way it's been crafted. So I'm pleased he is there.
So he, speaking of which, he does set the fastest lap of the race that time round. So putting in a good effort, Stu Rogers. So that top three is more skipping away, and then Steve Richards has completely skipped away from the 11 of Stuart Black.
I tell you, who's carving his way through the field is Brett Stevens and the other Ford Sierra Cosworth. Brett Stevens all the way from Nelson area. That car's an ex-Kevin Waldock Group A car. I don't think he was here yesterday. I don't recall seeing that car yesterday.
Oh.
So he'd been starting from the back.
Someone made a little bit of a mistake there. That could have been him. Yeah, I think that was Brett Stevens actually. Made a little mistake.
He's actually slowing.
Oh no. Commentators curse.
Commentators curse Black Jelly Bean trophy that we used to have around. Here we go.
Right on.
That top four is tightening up.
It is. Stephen Richards is joining that pack. That four of Stu Richards. Oof. A lot of dicing going on here. This class has been great over these past couple of days, Lindsay. I mean,
yeah, it surely has, Josh. We're really thrilled to have such a quality field. This would be the best one that we have had in the years of Scope.
Stu Rogers looking to the inside on Kane Scott. And still wheel to wheel. And Stu Rogers gets that place, so he'll be looking to try and get John Bauer now and close that gap out front. Still a lot of dicing in that midfield as well, Lindsay, between that Valvoline livery car there. I mean, what a great car that is. It's an old Volvo of Lindsay O'Donnell, this S40 Super Tourer. Great car that is. Oh, here we go, wheel to wheel, Rogers and Bauer. Rogers gets that place over Bauer.
Oh, he's grabbed the lead.
He has. Storming charge.
And Kane Scott's dropped back to 4th place.
Oh, no. A lot of dicing in this top 4. I mean, fantastic drivers in these top 4, fantastic cars, and you love to see it, Lindsay. I mean, as you mentioned,
I'm trying to find Phil Major on that list.
He is 10th.
He's
77, behind Aaron Black, I think.
So Stu Rogers opens quite a wee gap.
Kane Scott gets back past Steve Richards. So it looks like that Nissan of Steve Richards just lacks a little bit of top speed, and Kane's able to get back past.
So we've got 4 laps in the book, and the quickest time is, in fact, by Stu Rogers. And I'll just wait for that screen to roll back on us so we can tell you it's a 1:32.1, which is an excellent time.
Over a tenth of a second, sorry, over a second faster than John Bauer. So
yeah.
He's really got that hammer down in that beautiful Nissan Skyline GTR. That green, well, I guess orange and blue car there, Lindsay, dicing with Stuart Black, that's Graham Cameron, and that BMW DTM M3. I mean, it's a very interesting design that they've got on that car, and I mean, it's been really, really good through that midfield all day.
Yeah, Graham Cameron is. I believe it's the same Graham Cameron. He was a well-known competitor back in the era too. That car's a BMW M3. I'm not sure of its pedigree. Something we can check out at some stage. So last lap ball will come out for Stu Rogers. He's night and day. He's gone to the lead on this one.
I'm sure John Bell will be still happy with the pace of his
yeah,
Sierra,
he's sort of outfoxed Kane Scott a bit this time. But hey, as we said yesterday, they're not running for. They don't use the word sheep stations anymore because the big dosh is as dairy farms now, isn't it? Chocolate. Yes, they're running for chocolate fish, as Nathan correctly points out, and a bit of bragging rights, I guess, because whilst the intentions of going into a race are really we're going to have fun once you get there and the helmet's on, yeah, the mist does come down a bit. It's called human nature.
So there was a bit of action through Euromark actually, where there was a lapped car of the 45 of Peter Lord was being passed by the leaders, and it looks like John Bauer got held up quite a bit, and it's pulled up Richards and Kane Scott. Richards going to try to the inside on Scott, and he just backs out of that one. Scott covers it off. Oh, Richards going to try down the inside. Oh, he's really, really trying, Steve Richards now. See if what he can do through the Euromark sleeper. As they come through the final corner, Stu Rogers, very, very good day for him so far already, and he's going to take the checkered flag and win the first historic touring cars race of the day. John Bauer in second, Kane Scott third, Steve Richards in fourth. The usual suspects in the top 4. Stuart Black in fifth. Good racing there, Lindsay. I mean,
yeah, superb racing.
We've got a feature race with these guys, double the laps that we've just had. So I think we're very lucky to have more racing with these guys. It's going to be very exciting. So do stay tuned for that one later on this afternoon.
Yeah, it's a race over 10 laps this afternoon. It's titled the Sir Robertson Stewart Grand Prix. So that's that. I have a housekeeping matter here, and for those of you out in television land, please note that we are talking to the crowd out here as well. That there's a 1998 VW Polo EDD 604. You're blocking race cars in the pits. Now, please, a 1998 VW Polo EDD 604. Can you please remove it? For goodness sake, start thinking about what's going on out here. All right, Josh, next up is the Ron Silvester Saloons, and I'll be with you shortly.
It's called SKOPE because SKOPE are the sponsors, and Guy Stewart, you're a very major part of this meeting, and you're out there competing and doing the thing.
the Canterbury Car Club does all the hard work. I do the easy bit, but they put on an extraordinary event, as evidenced by all the amazing cars here, and there's some very, very good drivers here. So it's great fun to be part of it, and for me it's, as long as the people watching are having a great time, then we're succeeding.
Tell me about the car.
My car, it's a replica of a 1974 911 IROC. It's based on a 1973 911S, Porsche 911S. It's probably the oldest Porsche here, and the bit that I love is that I compete against a lot faster cars. My brother is in there somewhere with 964s, and they are 3.8 litres, I'm 3.4 litres, and I get to play with them. So I don't know how this old car does that.
And Guy, you yourself, I mean, you've done several Nürburgring 24-hour races, so how's the standard here compared to over there?
I've done 6 24 hours at the Nürburgring. It's different. So they have a race the day before the 24-hour at the Nürburgring, which is a 3-hour classic race, which is very like that, and it's got stunning old cars like that. So that's a world event, and I think this is becoming a world event.
Well, you have a great time, and thank you so much indeed.
Okay, the Ron Silvester saloons. We're getting a bit quicker now, and the Ron Silvester, of course, well known here in the early days of the Canterbury Car Club with his Chev coupe, and probably well known for he rolled the car here one day, and because he had a jandal get stuck under a pedal. Rob Cope Williams, hello.
Hello. I can add to that story.
What are you coming up to see us? It's very nice of you to come up and see us.
Yeah. You're my mates, for goodness sake.
Oh, right.
Add to that story about Rondo. When he went into hospital for a checkup, they found that he was deaf in his right ear. And the reason I understand was that his helmet had moved off because they weren't great on helmets in those days. And his right ear filled up with dirt as he hit the ground, and they took the dirt out and he got his hearing back. So yeah, they were real heroes in those days.
Can you imagine though driving with jandals?
No, yeah, you can. And probably a short sleeve shirt and shorts.
Yeah.
That little car sitting on second row, he got the Black Jellybean Award last night, Lindsay, because...
Oh, did you award it?
Yeah, I did.
Well done.
Every time we gave him a mention, he left the track. And he also got the Black Jellybean Award for being a naughty boy and trying to get three abreast.
Well, I'm pleased that was awarded, Rob, because it's something that the late Dave Cook introduced. A lot of you out there will remember Dave Cook, who was a commentator here at Ruapuna for many, many, many years. And
tell you what, and now
sadly we lost Dave
now he's gone
10 years or so ago.
Grid.
And he introduced the Black Jelly Bean. Did I say Belly Jean?
So yeah, Graham Baker should be in position number 1, and Mike Small should be in number 2, and he's gone and he's going to be an organiser's nightmare.
So
anyway, he has turned up from America to race, so therefore he probably doesn't know the New Zealand rules.
Well,
but in the meantime,
Graham's done that much racing here. I'm sure he does. So we've got Mike Small in no man's land.
Yeah, we have really, and he's not.
Put him on pole.
Trying to get him to go across it.
Yes.
At the car number 90, Martin Dipples going, for God's sake, go over there. Go over there.
Yeah.
Takes a wee while when you're from Timaru.
I'm pleased it was you who said that.
Did I say that out loud?
Yes, you did.
Oops. Anyway,
I think you did.
It'll be interesting to see how these guys do, because you got the good guys at the front again, as opposed to yesterday's last race when they were reverse grid, and the Ron Silvester 38 nearly got there, but the Carter's got him, which we thought was quite rude.
Graham. Oh, bad luck.
No,
I hate those. I hate those, Rob.
Graham Baker nearly stalls it. He must have been in third. In fact, he could have even been in neutral because he wasn't sure what to do. There's the little GT40, the yellow one. I was going to have a chat to him this morning, mate, but the cabin is so small. He couldn't. It's unbelievable.
No,
he was way down in the wee seat.
Excuse me. The truth is that you couldn't been down that far.
Well, that's true too.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So look,
be honest about it.
Yeah. People call it clipping your toenails. I call it yoga. And down to Euromark hairpin for the first time, and it's definitely Mike Small. He can't believe that he ended up on pole when he shouldn't have been. Then
well, he's doing a good job of it, though, isn't he?
Yeah, he's going to have a great run. Graham Baker in the GT40, he's not that old. I mean, he's about our age.
Yeah, that's right. I just got told that before. How old are you, Lindsay? Oh, is that all? So I felt quite good about that. But when I look at Josh up here,
you don't look in the mirror.
When I look at Josh and I look at Josh and think, yeah, well, we've got to put it in perspective properly now.
Yeah.
Because Josh would be the youngest commentator who's ever been up here.
I reckon.
And I'll introduce Josh to you all really now.
We
need Josh as our new commentator.
That's Guy Stewart, who's just come off lacking a little bit of concentration. So he did a bit of agricultural work. And he should be doing okay. He should be at the office today with being a hot day, and he's selling refrigeration gear.
Very true. Now, looking back through the field, we had a great yarn about the historic touring cars, obviously.
Yeah.
And a wonderful field. But I looked through this field, Rob, and there's history all through this field with so many of these cars. Well, we talked about the Chev of Ron Silvester. I mean, Grant's done a great job getting that car to where it is again now. It's a bit different to what it was, but hey, it's still the Ron Silvester Chev.
Just looking at car number 16, Bruce Henderson and the RX3.
Yeah.
That's probably done 100,000 Ks.
Well, Bruce has pedalled it for almost as long as I can remember.
Out of the 100,000 Ks, there would have been 4 Ks that weren't on the track.
Yeah, you're right. You remember the old South Island Production Car Championship?
Yeah,
I'm certain Bruce won that a couple of times. I could be wrong.
In that car.
In that car, of course.
Yeah. Look at the difference in profile. If you look at towards Euromark hairpin and the big 38 Chev and the GT40 replica. I mean, seriously?
Yeah, seriously.
GT40, which is everybody knows is 40 inches tall or high.
Of course, the GT40, very famous in 1967 for winning Le Mans.
Kiwis.
Yep.
Kiwis. And all because Enzo Ferrari wouldn't sell to Henry Ford. He said, right, I'll fix you, I'll get you, I'll beat you.
I'll beat you, and he did not, of course. It was won by our own
Chris
Amon and Bruce McLaren. And Denny Holm was in second place. Was he not?
Chris Amon was in amongst it.
No, Amon was in the. Amon was the winner was Amon, and wasn't Amon Struth? We should know that.
I do, but my memory's going. Lovely shot of them coming down past us at the moment, and that little Tuscan, the only one without a roof. My gosh, that was a beautiful car. Keep an eye on that when it comes back on the screen. Here's our leader. He's gone for the doctor.
That car of Phil McNabb, car 101, the Zack Speed Mark II Escort. That's for sale, folks. Have a good look at it. It's Zack Speed being a race prep company in Germany.
That's Mark Scott that you would have seen in the TV homes.
And that car of McNabb is on the market for 75 grand. That's all you can drive away in it, can't you?
You can, with a trailer.
With a trailer. Yeah.
And the Fordina is also for sale. It's in the pits if you want to have something a little bit different as well. The Fordina.
Yeah. Which is the chopped down A40 that Jim Mullins.
With a funny nose on it. It's got a bigger nose than you, buddy.
Well, that's saying something, isn't it?
We actually do get on all right.
Did.
Did.
Times change. All right.
What have we got left? We've got another 4 laps
to go. 4 laps to go. Not that we're wishing
that Mustang is
not
very,
that,
very
not
nice.
that we are wishing the race away.
Mustang, then the Tungsten, the TVRs, and that doesn't. Well, you know me in open cars, Lindsay.
Well, Mike Small certainly making the most of his opportunity, isn't he?
He's been. Well, the Small's been around involved with.
Oh, a long time. Yeah, long time. Jeff Judd over the back there in the little Chevette.
They're all done in works colours. Guys, I might go down and cooled off, thank you. I might just slip back down and have a chat to some of these open dudes.
Oh, that was Rob. He's had enough of us, so he's gone for the day. Bye, Rob. Josh, you can come back, Josh. It's all's forgiven.
Yeah, well, don't know if I can do as good as Rob.
You can insult me and do all that and just go away into the distance. Bye.
Now, you mentioned Mike Small, then I mean, what an absolute great Mustang that is. I mean,
beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. There's so many great cars like Mustang that were produced by in cooperation with Ford, namely the Shelby GT350 that we've got in there, driven by Philip Hoffman. Great cars they were, and I mean, you can just see how much pace and speed they have still today. So Mike Small making it 2 to go. This is a mainly Ford field, I've just noticed.
Yeah, you're right, it is. Although in saying that, we do have a couple of BMWs, of course. I think most of our fields have got BMWs in there.
Apart from the open wheelers, I think every
class Ford's in there. Yeah, you're right.
They should have brought some Formula BMW.
There's a Mercedes in there.
Wish someone brought a Formula BMW over. That would have been great assets. That would have BMWs and everything. But nonetheless, you can see. What a beautiful car that Chevrolet Coupe driven by Grant Silvester is. It's just been absolutely swamped by 3 cars at once on the main straight just beforehand, unfortunately. That GT40 of I'm trying to figure out where he's gone. There he is, Graham Baker.
Quickest lap is from Ian Williamson.
That Ford Mustang boss.
The Mustang, yeah.
Wow.
Sitting in 3rd place there, 1:34.5.
So that's 14 faster than Mike Small.
That's pretty decent, yeah.
It's a good lap. not to mention Paul Carter's Mitsubishi Starion. It's one of probably the most unique cars you'll see in the garages and the pits.
Car 52, the twin cam escort of Grant Sprague and the Mount Cook livery. Those of you who were around in those era of the late 60s, 70s, the twin cam escorts with Paul Fahey and Crosby and Gary Sprague, they certainly got amongst the big boys and performed miracles. They're wonderful cars.
We've got a car stopped by the Jenny Holm grandstand. I'm trying to figure out who that is. It's one of the blue Mustangs, it looks to me. Ian Williamson. Ah, that's a shame. That Ford Mustang boss is stopped over by the Jenny Holm grandstand, just to the left, to the right of it. That's unfortunate. Last lap boards are out though. We do have the leader of Mike Small still doing a good job out front. Looks like Graham Baker might have had a little bit of a moment coming through Link, because he has dropped a place down to...
Oh, he's had a few moments in this race, hasn't he?
Well, a few moments this weekend, actually. I mean, that Ford GT40 is one of the most iconic cars you'll see.
Well, it is. It's a replica, of course, but
it doesn't take away
again,
the iconic.
Well, I was talking that before about Stu Rogers in the Nissan GTR. It's beautifully built. It doesn't take away what its meaning and what it's all about. It's the same with that GT40 out there. We're talking about, you know, Le Mans 24 hours and the New Zealand connection in there, and I think it's very important to, you know, look at that car and think that, hey, its originals were, it's a long time ago.
We've lost Grant Silvester as he just comes into pit road now, but it's Mike Small who wins that first race of the Ron Silvester Saloons today. The 100 car of TVR of Mike Scott, the TVR Tuscan Challenge. Martin Dippy in the Porsche 911. Philip Hoffman, the GT350. Paul Carter in the Starion. And, it's a drag race on the line, but Michael Eden gets ahead of Graham Baker. Baker in that GT40, obviously. But, yeah, I really hope all is okay with that Chevrolet Coupe, Lindsay.
Indeed. Well, that's another good race in the books, and we come on to the Formula Open class soon, and we'll introduce our guest commentator from that, John Tomlin, all the way from the far north, and he'll lead us through the Formula Open category.
We'll come back to Rob Cook-Williams.
Beautiful track, beautiful day, it's absolutely stunning. It's given the cars some grief. They're boiling tyres, boiling oil, boiling all sorts of things, but unfortunately we're down a few cars at the moment because of the Inter-Islander ferry breaking down. We've had 3 cars turn around and go home. And of course we've also got 3 drivers out at the moment. They're doing the New Zealand Grand Prix. We're down about 8 cars, which is a real shame, but we've got 10 good cars here, good quality. South Islanders have joined us. We've got young Harry McDonald, who's going to be doing the rest of the rounds with us, and Steve Edwards, he's joined us in a Renault.
I think it's very definitely that gap between it's not a classic or historic, but equally it's not current. I think what we've got is a fantastic class here for young folk coming through the ranks to get wings and slicks experience and pretty serious race cars, quite sophisticated, certainly enough to do a lot of learning in before they go on to perhaps aspire into whatever racing careers they've got. Equally, people like me, it's an opportunity to pick up a car and to enjoy that level of racing where you know, it's just, as you say, a fun thing to come out and do. And in my case, the race result, being a local and not really part of the championship, doesn't matter so much.
We've got Ben Stiles from England who's joined us in a Renault as well. So we're looking for some good racing this weekend.
Big step up for you.
Yeah, no, certainly. It's yeah, quite a cool car, and it's definitely a big step from what...
Good man. I'll talk to you later.
Formula Open New Zealand Championship race here at Euromark Motorsport Park. Great to see these machines in action. We've got bringing to action John Tomlin. Welcome, John. It's great to have you here.
Thanks, Josh. It's a pleasure to actually be here at Mike Perry Motorsport Park in what is today a nicer, cooler Christchurch day.
Yes.
The last couple of days it's been playing havoc with our cars. James Watson came in the other day and said his tyres were at 105 degrees and they were on the point of blistering. You could just about see it, say, pulled off the track. We're still down one car, unfortunately, we're down two cars actually. Unfortunately, young Ethan Sillay yesterday, although he set the, on Friday afternoon, he set the pole position for the first race yesterday, and he overcooked it, and unfortunately they were pulling steel bits up through the, on a end of a magnet this morning, so they've decided they won't be racing, obviously, and so his award for next week is he gets a rev counter as the dummy award. So. And the other one, of course, is Gary Rush, who blew a computer or an ignition pack in the car. He's been having trouble with it for a long time. So yesterday he got in the car, drove all the way out to Kaiapoi, and I can't remember the gentleman's name or the name of the business because he didn't tell me, but this man drove from his home to open the business to sell Gary a computer. They're frantically still wiring to get in. He may get out for a couple of laps in this race just to bed it in, but apart from that, so go through the grid. We've got on pole Harry McDonald, in the FT40, and alongside Harry we have got James Watson in the Swift DB4, and behind James in third position you've got Caden Probst in a TRS FT50. So we've got three types of car in the front three positions, which is extraordinary because they all do perform differently. And of course the young fella you know quite well, Josh, is Zach Christensen. He's out there leading, he's currently leading the Jim Palmer Cup.
That's right. He was also pretty good here in Formula Ford when they were here in Wigan Revival in October. So I think he won actually one of the races and was consistently fighting for the podium.
Well, that's
so
Zach there going down into turn one now.
Very, very good at this track. So he's got a very good opportunity at not only winning this one, but the next race you've got, which is a feature race, I think, John.
12 laps at the end of the day. Unfortunately, I don't think I'm going to be here for that because I'm supposed to be on an aeroplane at about 6 o'clock, so I've got to check in at the airport. So the race starts at 4:20. So unless we can speed everything up and move a couple of races forward, I won't be here for that, unfortunately. But I hope you guys enjoy it. It's a 12-lap feature. As I said to people, there'll be people here today that weren't here yesterday or Friday. Our class normally has between 15 and 20 cars. Unfortunately, this weekend we have been robbed of 3 of them by the cancellation of the ferry because of the breaking down Kaitaki during the middle of the week. And I've got 3 drivers doing the New Zealand Grand Prix. We've got Caleb Natoa, who won yesterday afternoon, and we're all backing him for a big win today to win the GP. We've also got Liam Skeets up there and young Bree Morris. So it's thinned our field out quite considerably. And then, of course, as I say, we've got 2 cars out today due to mechanicals. So, but I can promise you, this race is going to be a thriller because these 3 at the front yesterday were knocking 7 bells out of each other. So
yeah, the 2 races, was it 1 or 2 races we had yesterday? I think it was 2, but yeah, they both were absolutely brilliant racing, and I'm sure we'll enjoy the feature race. John, these guys are absolutely brilliant drivers. The cars are fantastic. You've got different types of cars. You've got old TRS cars and you've got Formula Atlantics.
And you got a couple of Formula Renaults
That's
in there
right,
as well.
yeah.
In fact, I see Steve Edwards didn't get out, so unfortunately he's down as well, which is a bit of a shame. So we're now down to, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, we're down to 7. So you might have 3 cars by the end of the day, the way we're going. So
rolling start.
Yeah, rolling start. And it's in the hands of Harry now. Now Harry was really aggressive with James yesterday, so watch for return serve today. And onto the front straight they come. It's in Harry's hands. Now the FT40 is faster in a straight line than the Atlantics or the FT50. So, oh yeah, here comes Steve Edwards out of pit lane now. So James Watson grabs the lead, and who's that? Is that
Christensen.
Was that Zach?
Yeah.
It was Zach rounding out. So good on young Zach. So he's come from 5th up into 2nd. And he's vying for 1st place. So I think I might have given him a rack up last night because he won 2 medals from at Taupo. But that's great going from young Zach. So, but now all of a sudden you watch the Formula Atlantic now will just edge away at this part of the circuit. And it's really twisty stuff.
Nah, Steve Edwards not having it. Looks like. Oh no, he's got going again. Looks like he was going to go straight on, but he might just be taking it quite carefully out there just to make sure everything's all right there,
yeah,
Sean. But yeah, James Watson out front, great to get away from him. He's done a really good job in that Formula Atlantic.
Well, the temperatures today are, I think, about 3 or 4 degrees lower than what they are yesterday, so you'll see the lap times tumble as well. They'll come down by about 2 or 3 seconds today. And I'll tell you what, young Caden Probst and Harry McDonald are at it, and having and Ferg Crabb right in there as well, so good scrap there for 3rd, 4th and 5th. And Zach is doing, this is the best performance I've seen out of Zach all year. He's doing, he's a quick car, but he's not really, shouldn't be that far upfield with Formula FT50.
Nonetheless though, James Watson's got a very good gap. It's about 2 seconds over Zach Christensen.
Caden Prost having a look here at Harry McDonald and to so this is where the FT50, oh look at that big dive from Caden, big, that was brave Caden, good pass young man, but Harry's not going to give that up without a fight. Now we're in a bit of straight line, oh no, Caden's
James went off.
Oh yeah, he just touched the outside. James is, hello, Steve Edwards has broken down out in the middle of the track there, so that's a great shame. So that could, hopefully that won't bring out a safety car.
Looks like they've got the Wasteco Utes coming over to rescue that stricken Formula Renault, but we've still got great racing going on nonetheless. John, you've got, that group of 4 is more, I guess, the group to focus on, because James Watson, fantastic start. He's gone.
Look, that car, before anybody, I know people think, it must be super hot and all the rest of it. It's not. I can tell you now. Oh, yeah, just.
He's really pushing it.
I tell you now, he's going for the class lap record, which is currently held by Brendan Leach in an FT50. And James is today, that's his goal is to set the new class lap record for Formula Open New Zealand.
Do you know what that time is?
I think it's a 1:19.8 or something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head. So
keep an eye on James's lap times then.
Across the line comes...
Christensen's going to come under pressure from Probst.
He is, so young Kate is really... Harry's gone off the boil. I don't know what's happened to Harry. In fact, Harry's now come under a lot of pressure from... the actual lap time for an FT50 is Lando Norris at a 1:17.062, but the Formula Open, I don't think you've actually got a Formula Open time. Kenny Smith's got the lap record for a Formula Atlantic on a 1:21.43. So what's James doing there, Joss?
He's done a 1:22.4, so I'm assuming he'll do a faster lap this time because we've only gone 2 laps.
He'll be well off it. It'll be this afternoon if it's look at Caden here. Caden and Zach are just having a go at each other. Brilliant racing from these 2 young men. Look at this. And now look at Ferg climbing all over the back of Harry as well. Those guys are having a ding-dong battle. They're thoroughly enjoying themselves out there. And so James Watson's car is look at this, Harry and Ferg side by side. Ferg's getting braver and braver. It's only his 2nd season ever in a single-seater. He comes from an off-road racing and drifting background.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he's big in drifting.
He's doing a very good job, though.
Yeah. So his father, Richard, is...
1:21.4, sorry, for James Watson.
Okay, he's coming down. So Caden now up in the 2nd position. And Harry and Ferg still at it. Now look at young Zach trying to make a dive down the inside of Caden. That's not the part of the track he's going to get that done with. But look at Ferg and Harry, Josh.
They're very, very close. I mean, I don't know. You mentioned what happened to Harry. I'm not sure. He's just not on the pace as we would have expected.
No.
Oh, Fergus just later on the brakes through your mark. The general line you want to go through there is around the outside. Oh, he got loose.
So but see, he's quite happy to do that because he's drifting skills.
That's true.
We all know it's not the fastest way around the corner, but if he does get out of shape, he's the one guy you're going to count on is going to be able to claw it back in. These guys are having a hell of a battle. We might only have 7 cars out there, but I tell you what, the racing's absolutely intense from second back to.
Let's try on the inside.
Yeah, Ferg down the inside.
No. I mean, he's got.
Tell you what, he is not backing out of it, and I think Harry tried to give him a bit of a serve there, and he returned it on him. So down. Good position there for Ferg. Well done. So Watson across the line. One more.
He's done a 1:21.43. So I'm not sure what the lap record for the Atlantic is.
He's not going to get near Kenny's lap record. No. He's certainly not going to get near a FT50 lap record today. And I really must admit, I do not know what the Formula Open. I should do, being a series coordinator, but I don't, because it's in my folder back in the office, and I'm an old bloke. I can't remember things like that. So
guarantee though, if you give them the right conditions and everything goes right, I mean, there's no.
Oh yeah, look at this, Harry up the inside of Ferg again. Ferg late on the brakes. Harry completely sideways.
Both of them were.
That's good close racing from the boys. Note that they didn't touch. Well, I don't think they touched. So I'll be interested to hear the comments from those two when they get back in afterwards. I went down yesterday after that big finish that we had between Harry, James and Caden, and I was expecting to be harsh words said, but I got down there and James and Harry were giggling their heads off like a couple of schoolboys. They were enjoying their racing so much. So great racing there. James all out by himself at the moment. Caden now obviously broken away from the group. Once you get away from these guys and you've got a group fighting behind you, it's almost impossible to get back onto the group in front.
Yeah, I mean, Caden props is all his own now.
Well, when you consider this guy had never even sat in a race car until 10 weeks ago, that's a pretty impressive performance.
Yeah.
And he is, that's the ex-Billy Fraser car, ex-Bailey Cruz, both of whom are now racing in the United States. So this is what we're trying to do with this class, is to give youngsters the opportunity coming out of Formula Ford and other smaller classes like Formula First and karts. Give them a pathway in wings and slicks racing through to TRS or Formula Ford or Formula Ford 2000 in America. And we've already got 3 guys there that have come through this class. So
good, you're doing a good job at that already, John. So I'm pretty amazed by the racing you guys have been able to produce these past couple of days. I wasn't expecting it to be, my expectations were
Ferg
good.
Down the inside has a look, but no, doesn't. Harry sees it coming. So, I tell you, the guy that's going to be smiling the biggest out there, Ferg. The guy that's going to be smiling the most out there is young Zach Christensen, because Harry's had the best of him all weekend, and at the moment he leads him, but. How many laps
they're all close together.
How many laps we got left to go?
3
laps. Okay, and Harry's now climbing back onto the back of Zach. Now Ferg's got to get back to them. And Zach just must remember to eyes forward. Don't start looking in your mirrors. Watson across the line. Caden. What's Caden's best time, Josh?
1:21.5.
So he's how far off of James? He's
1/10 exactly.
Okay, so there's not a lot of difference between the two of them. So you see what happens when one of them gets away and the rest of them are fighting?
It provides good entertainment, sorry.
Actually, I'll tell you who I haven't seen out there either, and that's, here he comes now, Ben Stiles, our English visitor, who apparently comes out and races down here quite a bit in the English winter months. Comes down here and he's telling me this morning that he's coming back next year with an FT50 or a Formula Atlantic. So that will be good. That will be good. So look at this over at the hairpin here, Harry and Ferg side by side again. I tell you what, Ferg has taken he's really swallowed some brave pills overnight, and racing is just intense between these 3. So coming down to that infield, what do you call this corner down the bottom here, Josh?
This will be going through now. Well, I'm pretty sure it's. Might have to get the map out here. Hold on. That so Southern Salvage is through here as we go now.
Okay, so still now those 2 cars you see, the 2 red and white ones, they were team cars 2 years ago.
were.
Josh Donahue won the championship in the car that's leading that group.
Last
Harry McDonald won the series. The car that Harry McDonald's driving won the series. And Josh Donahue, Sam McNeil drove the other car. So that is just an absolutely brilliant scrap. I'll tell you what, Ferg will be absolutely fizzing when he gets out of that car. This is what he's been trying to get up to all the time. So we go back to our lead car. And Caden's closing, well, I can tell you now what James is doing. He's just cruising around now because he's a thinking driver. He doesn't want to wear the car out. And they're very expensive pieces of kit, those things. So the engine in the back of that thing's worth about $45,000. So for a four-cylinder Toyota Corolla engine, it's pretty expensive.
This battle's still going on. You can just see, oh my goodness. Fergus is just, he's so much later on the brakes. He's just trying his hardest to get around Harry McDonald there.
Yeah, well, Harry's. I mean,
look at this.
When you consider Harry is a works driver for Toyota Gazoo, he races a GT4 car in Sweden for Toyota. Ferg locks the brake there.
James Watson, though, fantastic effort. And
look how close Caden is at the back here.
So James Watson takes a checkered flag and win the first Formula Open race of the day. Caden Props in second, very close behind, 3/10 of a second.
And here we go. Yeah. There you go. Take him across the line.
All right, we've got Zach Christensen in third, Harry McDonald fourth, Fergus Crabb in fifth. We should have Ben Stiles come home in sixth, Gregory Scott in seventh, and unfortunately we did lose Steve Edwards in that tattered Formula Renault. But John, thank you very much for being up here.
Hey, my pleasure. It's great being up here, and we hope that the Darts race this afternoon turns on as much excitement for you.
That's right. We'll get down back to Rob Cope-Williams in the pit lane.
Thanks, Josh.
Trevor Crow, another Crow special. Tell us about this one.
Yeah, it's been built for hill climbs, really. Old fellas like me shouldn't be doing too much racing. But it's a Subaru-based car. It's a little Subaru Justy with a Subaru engine. It's got a reasonable amount of horsepower and it's pretty light.
Small car, big motor, lots of power. Tricky to drive?
Yeah, I mean, it's familiar for me, of course, because all my cars are like that. Yeah, it's a wee bit short, so it does, when the tail gets out, you've got to be on top of it. But it's built for Chingle as well, so I think it'll be good for that. I'm just sitting here thinking, for 50 years I've been sitting on these grids, getting nervous. The minute you get on the track, it's all cool.
I'm only making you more nervous, TC, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, thanks, mate. Right, see you later.
Yeah, the man who's making a hell of a lot of noise over here, Chris Fleury. You've been making a fair bit of noise. How you doing under there?
Good, thanks, Rob. It's a bit cooler today than it was yesterday, though. It's nice.
You're having a loving affair with Porsches. What's the history of this one?
It started off as a road car. It's 1992, 3.6. We've souped it up to a 3.8 and got a few other mod cons going under there for Pit 5.
Just a couple of spots of rain, buddy. What are you thinking about that?
Not the rain. I don't have wet tyres with me today.
That's a bit tricky, I reckon. So TC's still sitting there getting quietly nervous. Let's come up and have a wee chat to... How are you doing in here?
I'm doing fine, but I'm just watching these little spots of rain.
Yeah, well, I just mentioned to Chris Fleury about it. He hasn't got any wet, so you know, yeah, this is cooling down. But tell us about the car.
The car's great. It's lovely. I mean, there's four of us, all the same cars, all within, I think, 0.3 of a second. So it's good racing, actually.
Can I say, without putting a curse on you, that it's very close, but it's very safe racing?
I hope so. We're all, I think, mature enough drivers to know how to keep out of each other's way.
And with all due respect, your moustache is a wee bit grey, so you've got a bit of experience behind you.
Yeah, so a fair bit. So yeah, I wouldn't even want to declare my age.
Will you declare how long you've been driving?
Sorry?
Would you declare how long you've been driving?
Yeah, I've been driving or racing.
Racing would be good.
Okay, racing for 40 years.
40 years of racing. Sort of tells you a thing or two, doesn't it? There's so many amazing cars here. Alfa Romeo is a name which is very, very well known, including in
Formula One now, of course. And so Alfa Romeo's had a pretty good sort of a history in New Zealand racing. So let's come and say hello. Can I just come in here just for a sec? I know you're doing a strategic planning. Why Alfa Romeo?
Oh, why not? I don't know. You need to go through the pain to own one, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, it's your grid number 28. Are you happy with the car?
Oh, this first meeting in it, mate. So it's just a sorting meeting for me. So, car's pretty new to the country, I think. So.
And new to you?
Yeah. So it's a lot of fun. It's good.
What do you have to do when you get a brand new car to actually get to know it and it get to know you?
Oh, just a few laps, I think, mate. So, yeah. So I'm lacking a few of those at the moment, but we're getting a few under the belt now.
Of course, you're into Formula One now as a mark. So, you know, you've got a hell of a reputation to try to keep up.
Don't put any pressure on me, mate. Come on.
A couple of spots of rain on your windscreen. I don't think it's going to come to anything. You're still pretty happy?
Yeah, why not? Yeah, it's pretty hot out there, isn't it? A bit of rain would be quite nice for people, wouldn't it?
And how do you adapt to the left-hand drive?
Yeah, well, that's new to me, mate. So, yeah, the right-hand gear stick, it's interesting, yeah. Takes a wee bit, but you just get used to it pretty quick.
I think subconsciously when you need to react quickly, the brain will just cut in anyway.
Pretty much, mate.
Good on you, buddy. You have a wonderful time out there. There's a wee car over here, which I just want to go and have a wee look at, if we can, Adam, because it's Scaife and Richards on the window. And that's a hell of a lot of history for a little car. You didn't know we were going to come and say hello, but we are. Interesting history in the car with Scaife and Richards on the window.
Yes, Angus Fogg, chassis number 001 build. It's done a New Zealand touring car session, campaigned by Porter, and I've bought it and sort of semi-restored it and wrapped it up in the Scaife Richards memorial colour. It's not quite period keeping, but it's a VX colours on a VZ car, but it's the memorial for Stephen Richards, who died. And yeah, it's a lot of fun. It's a good, strong, honest car, and I have a lot of fun out here at Scope. And this is what it's about.
I think you better go by the sound of all that noise. But have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much. Yep.
John Osborne Saloons heading out for their first race of today.
We're getting quicker now again.
Yeah, we are.
There we are. A lot of Porsches in this race. A lot of Porsches who do a fair bit of work down the South Island, I've noticed, with the various Porsche and GT competitions or champs that have been around. And other regulars out there. I see Marcus Stewart back out there again. It's his meeting, he can enter what he likes, I guess. Whatever class he wants to.
Yeah.
Canterbury Car Club president out there, Lewis Lowe. Danson Scarab.
Trevor Crowe out there in the Savara Justy.
Yeah, Trevor Crowe. Must give Trevor a bit of a plug here. His book, for those of you who don't know, the book As the Crow Flies, a biography on Trevor's adventurous life he's had with the highs and the lows. If you want to get a copy of the book and autograph, go to Trevor's pit with the class, which is on the Haskets Road side of the pit. You'll find Trevor in there and be pleased to sign the book for you. Talking about numbers yesterday, Nathan worked me about, I think, the difference between the last few years and this year with the fields is the bigger numbers. I know in total we were over 250, but I guess it's only about 20 odd up on normal, but it's quite prominent, isn't it? When you
it is.
Plus there's a new class with the sports sedans.
We've got the historic sports sedans, which are coming up a little bit later on, and some of those may have been in the, say for instance, the John Osborne saloons, and now they've been moved into their own class. Along with that, we've got the Shell Sport cars in that class as well, with the historic sports sedans.
We've delayed start here. I'm not sure what it is. I see the fair bit
we've got a
fair bit of
down at Abbott Insurance, turn number 2. There's a car still sitting in the gravel trap.
Okay, that's a good reason.
Or just off to the side of the gravel trap. A different range of cars, not just the Porsches, but Reese Gould and the XD Perkins.
Oh, I'm pleased to see that.
Falcon.
Pleased to see that car out again. That car I gave the award to as the most beautiful sounding car of them all. After seeing it on Friday and hearing it on Friday.
Absolutely deserves to be.
We do have it laced out. The tow truck's going out.
The Hilton Haulage crane truck. Shout out to Hilton Haulage.
We were talking of turn 1, turn 2, the Abbott Insurance. I'd like to acknowledge their sponsorship and say hi to my former colleagues who I know there in the hospitality unit down there. So hope you're having a good day.
We've got car number 5, the Mark Winterbottom liveried Ford Performance Racing V8 supercar, Ford Falcon, in the hands of Hayden Knighton. And I believe, was it last year we had four
supercars.
Yeah, 4 supercars.
Yeah.
Shame that we haven't got all of them here. I know Chris Hyde had the ex-Sprint gas Commodore. So
he entered.
He's done an engine.
Oh, has he?
Yeah. He did an engine. Must have been Friday. He did an engine because we didn't see that car at all yesterday, which is a real shame. We've got car 18, Hamish Frew, sitting there on grid position number 6. And a Chevrolet Camaro, formerly owned by Kane Lawson. And then Kane Lawson actually in behind in position number 8 in the ex-Brendan Mason Camaro in the green and white colours, and Paul Kelly in the Pontiac Firebird. Now, Paul hasn't had that car out. That car has not seen a track until this weekend for 7 years.
Amazing, isn't it?
And it's in beautiful, pristine condition.
Hey, that car of Hayden Knighton there, the Falcon, it's quite a while ago, Falcons now, isn't it?
2007, 2008.
No, I'm talking about Falcons as in the Aussie supercars.
Oh, yeah. Well, now they've got the Mustang.
The Mustangs have been here for a while now.
Yeah. Plenty of Porsches, as you say. Jeff Lusky alongside Robert Dong, and great to see the likes of Robert Dong, Daniel Angus, 44 of Tony Patmore. They were all here with the Pirelli Porsche series.
Marco Schultz, a regular here for a lot of classes at Ruapuna. He races Oscar, he does endurance racing, you name it, and Marco Schultz is a regular competitor here. He's on the front row.
So we're missing Kevin Jones and
Yeah.
Craig Boot.
We're missing Craig Boot.
Yeah, he had the big lose down the front straight and ended up parked down at the drag pit yesterday afternoon. So a bit of a shame.
They're still recovering that car down at turn 2. I'm surprised they haven't turned the engines off. And
Miles Cockram down there with the door open. Car number 52, the Datsun 260Z. Robert McCullum in car 101, Ford Sierra RS Cosworth, replica.
just with a moment, just to remind folks, or inform you that in case you didn't know, the park now is, well, sorry, not the park, the track is now known as the EM Euromark Motorsport Park, as opposed to Mike Pero, who we thank for his support over the years, so it's now EM Euromark. And with that, the hairpin remains the same, and also we have the sweeper is also will be known as the Euromark sweeper.
So it's getting that 944 Porsche loaded up onto crane truck.
A better temperature out there today, Nathan, than it was yesterday and Friday, isn't it?
Oh yes, it's that cloud has certainly helped keep the temperature down.
It's still warm out there, but it's much better for drivers, cars, and of course you spectators. It's all right for us up here in our, well, it's semi-air conditioned box, isn't it?
Semi-air conditioned. I mean, there's a lot of electronic equipment not far away from us, which is kept cool by air conditioning unit, and we do get a little bit of a breeze, but certainly still very warm. So we've got a big crowd in for this one. Great to see so many people.
Wonderful crowd. I hope people are taking advantage of the straight, the main straight, the far end of it going into turn 1 and 2, which the access is not the easiest these days, but you can walk through the pits and walk down there. Only problem now is there's no car access because of tenancies, but hey, it's wonderful down there. So if you're frustrated as to where you are, by all means, go through the pits and walk down there.
And that's, of course, the Bruce McLaren grandstand down there.
Yeah, that's right, the Bruce McLaren grandstand.
So
okay,
we've got another formation lap coming up.
Reese Gold will lead them away. Marco Schelp, Paul Kelly.
So the Alfa Romeo Tonali going to lead the field round to do another warm-up lap.
You like saying that, don't you?
Just about forgot what it was then for a second. It's been a minute since I've had to talk about it, but big thanks to Euromark for providing our safety car for us this weekend. And we are set for another barnstormer of a battle here. Reese Gould and that beautiful XD Falcon, of course, campaigned by Dean Perkins up in the Central Muscle Car Series. Not bad for an old taxi. That car used to be, I've heard the story, Dean mentioned that that car used to be a taxi, dropping people around town.
Like he ran in our V8.
The New Zealand touring car.
Yeah. He very well, Dean Perkins. He was right up there.
Look at it.
But it wasn't that car, was it? Dean Perkins wasn't that car.
No. He built this one up.
But it was a Falcon that he ran, wasn't it? Though
he used to have the GT radials.
That's right, GT radials. Yeah.
On that car for Dean. Great to see Randall Diggs out there in that former Porter NZ-V8 touring car. So So no shortage of grunt out there. A few V8s under the hood. Plenty of box to power.
Yeah, we talked about the V8s yesterday, didn't we? About how V8s seem to hold the attraction in motor racing still. The sound of V8s and the various specs. Yeah, we all like the sound of the thoroughbred European cars. They sound really good. About the V8s, isn't it?
Just the way it.
Here's me going on about that car of Reese Gold. Sound of it. Beautiful.
So the field coming back up to line up for their standing start. This one to go over 6 laps. It's a very long time to wait when you get to the front of the grid and the rest of the field is still coming around. But German engineering versus Aussie muscle on the front row, isn't it?
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
American muscle a little bit further back.
Yeah.
And no shortage of European.
And Kiwi ingenuity, looking at
Trevor's Justy. Yep.
And the Justy. I think Trevor's forgotten how many race cars he's built up over his over his years.
I'm glad someone hasn't, because they wrote a book about it, funny enough.
Yeah, I was just talking about it a few minutes ago about Trevor's book. It's available in the pit, Trevor's pit.
Here we go. Revs are rising. John Osborne Saloons racing.
Finally away. Oh, Dean Perkins gets
plenty of
Reese Gold gets bogged down a bit there.
Marco Schelp going to get swamped by the supercar. And Kane Lawson as well. He got a really good start.
Yes, he got a wonderful start, didn't he?
So they all make their way through Link down to the Euromark hairpin. Look at Knighton. He's all over the back of Reese Gould already.
Well, look at Paul Kelly. That car's going extremely well too as he weaves his way through the infield. Bit tight for the big car, but I'm sure as he gets in a position down the back straight, down the main straight to the back straight, then the main straight, he could improve by a couple of slots. He's having a look at Trevor Crow on the inside here as he goes into the S's.
Here comes, Schelp got bogged by Knighton. Oh, Knighton's got
what a shame. Oh dear.
So Knighton's race done. I was just about to say, Schelp looked like he was going to get a lot better run there. Can't beat that sound down the front straight, Lindsay, can you?
No, you can't, can you? No, I'm sorry to purists and that, but it really does sounds wonderful.
So Knighton into pit lane. He's managed to keep that car moving. Real shame. Someone's running a little wide. further back. I think it was Tony Johnston in the Commodore. Lawson's managed to get ahead of Shelp.
See it again. Actually, Reescold's not getting away to a great extent on Kane Lawson, is he?
No, Marco Shelp is certainly moving though. He's just done the fastest lap of the race.
Robert Dong, who's a great competitor in the National Porsche Series, he's holding his head up here as well. Spot.
He's leading a train of Porsches with a Camaro.
Sorry, Robert Dog with the 996 GT3, the older ones. Good job there.
There's a good little wee train there. You've got Jeff Lusky. And then in behind Lusky, you've got Chris Giles. And then Hamish Frew in the Camaro, just for something a little different in that group. And Daniel Angus rounding out the Porsche fleet in that little battle pack. It amazes me just the engineering that's gone into those Porsches over the years.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they had a sole purpose, Lindsay, of building these up for one make racing, and you know, a little bit later on now we see them in the Endurance Championships.
Such a variety of them too, isn't there? All built for different purposes. Unlike the BMWs, who were essentially built to cruise the autobahns of Europe, weren't they? Really? Where you're not restricted to 70k or 80k's an hour.
Just coming down the front straight, that's the Toyota Supra. Martin Perry.
He's been campaigning that for a while.
Yeah, they're a bit of an odd shape for a Supra, aren't they? They're the earlier model shape.
It's like to mention car 190 down the rear there, David Stone in the Group N type Ford Sierra Cosworth. David all the way from Picton. Used to be an accountant at Greta Valley in his working life, but now retired to Picton and happily playing around with things like Sierras. So welcome, David. It's good to see you here.
Another one of the Group N cars out there, Steve Galbraith in the Alfa Romeo 156.
Oh, there's a real challenging on here for the lead. Lawson looks out the outside of Reese Gould as they go into turns 1 and 2.
Marco Shelp's just hanging back. Yeah, he's just waiting.
He's just waiting. But this is all on this, and I wouldn't be surprised by the braking.
Look at the slide from Gould as he come out of length.
Look at the braking going into the hairpin.
Well,
nothing much, but it does allow Marco Shelp to get on the back of Lawson.
Well, Lawson's only just driven that car for the first time this weekend. He only got behind the wheel. He actually only arrived at the circuit yesterday 40 minutes before the first race, and that was the first time.
He come to terms with it. Look at this. He's all over. He looked up the inside there as they go through the carousel.
And look at this, Marco Shelp now. Yeah. What's a piece of it?
What you see, that BMW it's made for going through these corners.
Yeah. Definitely better handling than these two.
Oh, look at this. It's a place you don't pass. Well,
come on, Marco.
I shouldn't say that. Here we go. Kane Lawson.
This is an absolute.
They go into the sweeper for the last time. It'll be a drag race to the end now.
Our last lap board, Lindsay, coming out, so we've still got one to go.
I'm getting too excited.
All is forgiven, my friend.
Here we go.
Gould going to move it right across.
Just move across.
Yeah. Yeah. Now he can't move across the other way though. He's got to be careful now.
Got to be very careful. He's quite right.
Can only move once down the straight.
He did a half move, I thought.
They've just got the power down the straight, don't they?
Yeah,
on that BMW, they've got
yeah,
they've got the big V8 straight line speed. So down to Euromark. Lawson looking. He had to look to the outside then. Good running a very defensive line. And why wouldn't you? The big green and white monster breathing down your neck.
Yeah, Mirror's absolutely full of it.
Can't miss it, that's for sure.
Couldn't miss it.
And look at that, shelled through the infield
Look at the three of them, how tight they are going through the carousel.
Lawson doesn't want to move out to let Shelp through. So down.
Gold has to be careful as well. Hold that line, be careful with your line.
Here comes Shelp. He's
Look at Shelp again, he loves that. He loves that second S, doesn't he?
He does. See, and that's just opened the door for Gould.
Yeah.
Through to the Euromark sweeper for the final time. John Osborne Saloons.
Nope, it's going to be Reece Gould. Great race though, excellent race with Kane Lawson, Marco Shelp, a well-deserved third spot, and I think our friend John Olcott would have been pretty pleased with that race.
Absolutely, he would. Great effort there, Paul Kelly home.
Look at this Porsche race coming up.
Robert Dong, he's going to hold off them. Isn't that fantastic? 4 Porsches all round, all the same model,
Brilliant.
all having a great little scrap.
Brilliant scrap. Trevor Crowe all by himself as he comes through. And what's the 8th and 9th spot? All right, well that was a pretty good turnout there and a good race, so we'll move on shortly to the much anticipated SAS Auto Parts MSC Formula 5000s, which will be over 8 laps.
So I'm driving in the Formula 5000 class. I'll be driving in the Graham McRae GM004. So it was raced back in the 60s to mid 70s. Very special car built by a Kiwi. My brother will be racing alongside me. Probably in front of me, but hopefully behind me. And my dad's here working on the cars, and also my poppy will be out here working as a mechanic as well. So it'll be a good family weekend out. We certainly are pretty lucky to be driving these cars. We had a background in go-kart racing and then Formula Ford racing, and then Michael got the opportunity to have a go on one of the 5000s. So they're owned by Alistair and Vicky Hay, and we have the opportunity to drive them, which is a real privilege. It was definitely a bit of a shock, to be honest. The first few laps I thought, how did I ever drive this thing? It naturally comes back to you. You just have to slowly wind into it, drive within your limits, and really drive these cars with a lot of respect. It's about getting these cars out on the track, putting on a good show for the crowd, and to be honest, once you jump in one of these things, there's no going back really. It's pretty addictive, the horsepower that you feel out there.
So the SAS MSC Formula 5000s are up for their second race of the weekend. Set to go over 8 laps. It's, of course, round number 3 of the season's events. A fantastic race yesterday, won by Michael Collins. So the car's just out there doing their warm-ups. And I welcome back alongside me, Rob Cope Williams. Welcome back, Rob.
I'd say g'day and see what's happening.
You've got away. You've got away from in front of the camera.
Yeah, well, they didn't need me for that. Said it was a bit too noisy at the front. So I'm allowed to come up and have a wee chat with my mates. Did you say that Tim Rush is off at scratch, and then 3 there's Anna Collins, Chalmers and Russ Greer off at 20 seconds and 24 seconds. Bit of a challenge for Michael Collins to go 69 seconds later, isn't it?
Wow, yeah. It's going to be hard to work out the gap with a rolling start.
Steve Ross is 59 seconds off, so he's got a 10-second advantage, which would probably be about what Michael Collins led in that last race.
And then we've got Glenn Richards, Brett Willis, Grant Marston and Kevin Ingram. They're all about 49 seconds, so there's a big group of them just coming through the carousel.
It's quite interesting if you go back to when these cars were the championship for the Tasman Series, and they also were very, very big in the States, huge in the States, in fact, and in Europe, and people like Howard and Ganley, who was driving them in Europe.
So we've started already by the looks of things.
Of course, it's a rolling start for them, isn't it?
So Tim Rush is gone, and he's already down to the Euromark hairpin for the first of 8 laps.
Yeah, so basically they had to sort of set their own
spaces,
yeah, which is pretty interesting, isn't it?
Try and keep the gap. So Anna Collins is already up 16 seconds, so she's managed to get a nice wee gap there. So yeah, they've gaps are a little bit smaller than they had predicted, but that's all right.
Oh, look, we got 8 laps for them to sort themselves out, and for Michael Collins to catch up and do his number. But the fields that the world had when these things were thundering around, absolutely amazing. And the other thing was that the rollers had a terrible reputation for crashes.
And was that just because of the
parts? Because
of
the driving, but
right.
But it was the make of them, and there's a thing called the Lola Limp. And Kevin Bartlett had it, Graham Lawrence has had it, and I think there was, at one stage in the Tasman Series there was about 4 or 5 drivers all had what they called the Lola Limp, because you would break your left leg.
Wow!
Because you go in and bang, and
yeah.
They had a footrest, and that was doing a lot of damage. And so after they learned eventually to take that out. Yeah, I remember Kevin Bartlett saying to somebody, take the bloody footrest out, as he was being carried away on a stretcher. So
right. So looking there at Tim Rush just coming through Fulton Hogan, of course, the M22 McLaren, built in 1972, chassis 22372, obviously the day and month and year of manufacture.
Yeah, that would be a pretty good estimate. 660
kgs with the driver on board without any fuel. So they're very light cars, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, and huge amounts of power. And I was talking to Adam, some of the footage that he's got from slow-mos of these cars this weekend, and the contortion of their tyres, the back tyre. Hello, 14's pushing him a wee bit. That's Russell Greer having a wee
we've got
moment.
Someone just cutting through the chicane. Is that the? Is that Chalmers in the B32 potentially? Just going very, very slow. Russell Greer just going past. No, it's not. Sorry. There's Alistair going through.
You're not allowed to take shortcuts like that.
It might be Glenn Martin in the Talon. You just have to see the rest of the field coming through.
But just look at the cars. For those of you at home who are watching and those that are here and hearing them as well as watching them, huge big scoops just forcing air in through those carburetors. It must be like having a rocket strapped to behind your shoulders. It really must. Michael Collins is the fastest with a 1:19, and that is Grant Martin, who's come into the pits.
What a shame the Talon MRIA.
I think that's the ex-Chris Amon, and we've got another one parked up over there just coming into the carousel. So it's
a race of attrition so far.
Sadly, it is appearing to be. Yeah.
So just parked on the outside of the entrance to the carousel. Pick up the number for you when the field comes by. Potentially maybe Anna Collins in the McRae GM1.
Car number 20 on your screen at the moment. It's Tim Rush.
Yeah, just talking about Tim's McLaren before.
I'm very grateful to see that the safety car is not out, because that always kills a handicap race, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. So Russell Greer sitting in second in the Lola T332.
So he'll be looking for a red flag. In fact, no, let him get past Tim Rush and then he'll be looking for a red flag.
Of course, this is the ex-Graham Lawrence car that he competed in the Tasman Series in 1974.
Yep.
Live in through 75 and 76, and of course he won the Gold Star in 1974 and second in the Tasman Championship in 75.
You were right. I think it is Anna Collins who's parked over there. She's dropped right the way down, but it says white, but I suppose it could be white from this angle. All you can see is wheels and tyres.
Yeah. So Tim Rush coming back onto the front straight. The gap closing. Last time it was 8.9 seconds. Kevin Ingram coming through in third place. Of course, Ingram, another of the Lola T332s.
Yeah, I remember the old days of global sport, and the big catchphrase was "come and feel the noise," and that's exactly what you do when you're on the bank here at the Euromark Motorsport Park. You feel that noise. Good little dicing as they're going through the Euromark here, but speaking of Euromark.
Steve Ross there, just making his way past Alistair Chalmers. Of course, Ross in the McRae GM1.
14 and Russell and Kelvin Ingram having a good old battle too. Just you can see them on the screen now in the red and white cars. And so keep an eye on them as well.
They're closing in now on Tim Rush. It's only about 4 or 5 car lengths between them. Michael Collins.
Michael Collins. Yeah, I mean, it's a case of who's going to come second and third when he's out there in one of those.
Of course, Collins in the leader, LT27.
There you go. Here they are, 1, 2. So you go from a very proud first to third in a matter of about 700 metres, well, not 700, 200 metres. Russell Greer, as I said, and then Kevin Ingram. Just keeping an eye out for Michael Connors, who's in about 5th spot at the moment, I think, by calculations.
Yeah, and Steve Ross there all over the back of Tim Rush.
Yeah.
Ross hoping to make quick work of this. Dives up the inside into Fulton Hogan.
Yeah, it gets a bit confusing in through there actually, for when it comes to passing. Look at the air scoop on that thing. Absolutely, they're frightening. I don't know how these people drive them. They must be absolutely frightening. A bit like those speedway cars over there last night. What a weekend of motorsport, isn't it?
It is. We're very spoilt here in Christchurch for motorsport this weekend. The thunderous 5000s on track. Look at this.
So Russell
battle
Greer
for the race
a fair
lead.
bit of an old push along from Kevin Ingram. Down the front straight, side by side. It's a case of the drag. Russell Greer taking it down into the corner. Is it going to be who's the bravest of them all? that's really the big question.
What has happened to Michael Collins? Oh, he's coming to pit lane.
Michael Collins.
Michael Collins, the leader.
So that's both Collinses out.
Oh, that's such a shame.
Not if you have to be Russell Greer or Kevin Ingram. It's not.
Wow, look at the battle at the front here, and Steve Ross.
That to me is yeah, that's Formula 5000 racing, guys. I'd hope the director hangs in there with them, because that's three very, very close cars, and they are three very experienced drivers, and they are three drivers who will be absolutely determined. Russell Greer from Ingram, from Steve Ross, all three of them are chargers.
Of course.
I'm glad you're staying with us, guys, because that's where the battle really is. And with Michael Collins sitting in the pit lane there, not at all happy about things, obviously. I'm looking to say, I think he looks as though he's got out of the car. Steve Ross is up into second spot. It's going to be a battle. What have we got left? We've got
last lap board coming out this time.
Last lap board is coming out now as they're coming down the straight. Steve Ross got the bit between the teeth. Stick with them. Stick with them. Down they go towards Abbott Insurance, and he
Ross
sneaks up into the front. I wonder if he's been told that Michael Collins is in the pits. He probably doesn't realise, so he'll be looking for that bright orange, day-glow orange car to be looming in his mirrors. Down they go through Icon. Thank you for sticking with us on the screens, guys, because this is really where the battle is. Down into the hairpin. Very, very tight. It'll be about a first gear coming out, and you just about get a broken neck as you accelerate in one of these things. They're getting into the complicated area. Still Steve Ross from Russell Greer, from Kevin Ingram.
Brett Willis and Glenn Richards having a nice little wee battle there. The Lola 332 in the hands of Brett Willis, and Glenn Richards in the Lola T400.
But in the meantime, buddy, we've got Steve Ross, who has opened up quite a big lead on the other two.
He certainly has. These two still fighting it out.
Yeah, so they're second and third, and that's a very, very even battle. Nicely placed on the inside. Greer been done many laps of this place, A, in these 5000s, but B also in the Stanton Corvette. The battle goes to Steve Ross. Russell Greer will be next, and then a very good drive from Kevin Ingram. I think the drive of the day, Lindsay Kerr, who's going to be coming on next, was those first, second and third in this race. We'll be looking forward to hearing your opinion on that, our encyclopedia.
Here comes the Alastair Chalmers. He'll come through home in fourth in the Chevron B32. Brett Willis ahead of Glenn Richards and Tim Rush round out the field.
Sadly, we've got three who didn't make it. But I tell you what, they will be back, and there's a very big race and a very important race later today.
So next up we'll have our historic sports saloons before we get into the last of our races before lunchtime and the Murray Maxwell Vintage Car Club. So historic sports sedans, we'll be back shortly with them.
Just down here with Roger Williams, who's about to go out in a beautiful looking car. Tell us about what you're driving today.
It's a 1976 Chevy Monza IMSA car, raced in the IMSA series up there in the early days with different drivers. Was Sleep Cheap was the main founder of the car. It was built by Bobsy Race Cars. It's a one of a kind. He only built one car, and it's been driven by Bobby Rahal. Don Yenko drove it, a few other people, but it raced successfully right through till '84 when they put a Corvette body on it, and then they, at the end of the racing life in the IMSA series of this car, they rebodied it back to the original Monza configuration and raced historics, which is where it is now.
So you came all the way down, you're at the historic GP only 2 weeks ago. That's a bit of dedication.
It's the Historic Sports Sedans made a commitment to come to this meeting. We weren't quite sure how it was all going to pan out, but we have had our own race, which is always appreciated. But yes, it's just part of the program, and we like to get the guys from the South Island out to race with us if they can, so it's always very enjoyable.
And a beautiful looking grid. I mean, it's a very full grid as well. The weekend's gone, oh, it looks like you're about to go out, so I'll leave you to it. Thanks, Roger.
So great to have our new class joining us this year for SKOPE in the historic sports sedans, and some great racing. A lot of thunderous V8s out here in this class.
Yeah, Nathan. Well, it's a brilliant series. We had a great time yesterday watching these guys, and Ryan Jarmy, the man who won the last race from yesterday, is going to be starting on the pole. But not to mention his, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, there's a little bit of an incident with Mr. Jarmy himself, and we did have a small problem with his engine, which ended up having him go onto the grass, and there was a bit of a police chase-esque happening through the grass here yesterday, but he's back on track, and he did win. He came back from that incident and won the last race. Great car that is, the Chevrolet Monte Carlo SS.
Yeah, we've got hopefully Leroy Stevenson back out there. In fact, I see him out there in the Toyota Starlet in the CRC colours.
There's quite a few Toyota Starlets out here this weekend, actually, in different classes, which is good to see. Doing a rolling start this time. So you've got Ryan Jarmy and John Telford should be on the front row in that RX-8. As they're all a little bit mixed up from their grid order, but they'll all line up correctly under the safety car, as per usual. So we've got a wide range of sedans and great looking cars here this weekend. Nathan, you know, do you have any personal favourites from this class?
Mate, there's that many awesome cars. You cannot pick a favourite. It's impossible. Honestly, it is. It really is. I mean, you look at you know, you've got the Holden Tirana of Colin Campbell, Roger Williams in the Chevy Monza. You got Robert Jack in the Ford Escort. You know, when would you have ever thought you'd see a Ford Escort with a V8 and big wide bodywork on it? John Telford in the RX-8. John Telford in the RX-8. This is the Kiwi built. This is the Kiwi V8 class of home built cars to go fast.
The youngest car in the field is actually the one that's probably the quickest around here. Ryan Jarmy's Chevrolet Monte Carlo SS. Still quite old. It's a 1999 car, but it's you've got cars from the 70s, the 80s, you know, 60s. I think one of them, yeah, 69. Adrian Dobbs, Vauxhall Viva. So you've got a wide range of year groups in here, Nathan. I mean, it's great to have so many old cars like this and so many relatively new cars, I guess, in the case of the 80s and 90s in this event. I mean, just seeing there's such great works of art.
Yeah, I mean, you've only got to look at Mike Bander's little starlet starting a little further back, of course. It was raced in the Shell Sport Championship by Warren Burt, and it ran in the Nissan Mobile 500 as well, and it's built to Group A rules. So you know, great to see that little car out there. Just a piece of New Zealand history in Shell Sport racing that we've seen. So we're getting set here for a start for our historic sports sedans.
And we go. Good start from Ryan Jarmy, but 69 of John Telford already gets that better line on the outside. He's already got past. Looks like I think it was the 05 of Roger Williams is already looking to get past him as well. So not a great start from Ryan Jarmy, but he's got a lot of opportunity to get back through on John Telford, Nathan.
Yeah, he does. Everybody coming on through turn 1 and 2, all getting through there cleanly. Leroy Stevenson having to do a bit of work from the back of the pack after not finishing yesterday afternoon's race. And he's already working his way up through Link there, just coming past Frank Ryan in the Chev Camaro. As the field makes your way down through Euromark for the first of 6 laps for our historic sports sedans.
I just wanted to touch quickly, Nathan. We mentioned the amount of cars that we've got here, right? We've got 250 cars, but I mean, look at the amount of fans we've got here as well. It's great to see so many people enjoying this event, and especially back at home, we've got quite a few viewers on the live stream. So everyone here, it's great to see everyone here, and obviously, hopefully, everyone at home is enjoying what we're seeing here as well.
Yeah, Chris Hatton in the Chev Camaro. Of course, we've seen Chris racing in the Oscar classes in that car over the years, over the last 10-15 years, and also running in the Trans Am series. So Chris doing a great job in that 4th place in the black and gold number 15.
Jarmy, you saw on that straight, just tried to get through on the inside of Telford, but Telford's just got that better straight line speed, I think, over Jarmy this time around. It looks like Jarmy can go a little bit later on the brakes than Telford and gets that better run. There's a time penalty going for the car number 20. Oh, it might just be a black flag, sorry. Black and white flag, a warning for car 20, which is Frank Ryan in the Chevrolet Camaro. We'll find out what that is for. I assume just a warning because there's no penalty text on it. So something to do with possibly track limits, I don't know. Toyota Starlet there of Leroy Stevenson going a little bit wide through Link. Ryan Jarmy on the inside of John Telford. He gets the move done. Nice work by Ryan Jarmy. You can see now Roger Williams on the back of him, of John Telford now, Nathan.
Yeah, they're fighting furiously through here. There's a great little battle pack of 3 fighting it out.
Jarmy's absolutely gone. He's just absolutely headed out of this pack, and yeah, I'm not sure what's happened to Telford. He had really good pace. Oh, I think he might have a problem. He's really slow now.
Just having a look at this battle pack further back between the 93 of Paul Andrews.
How good is that?
And the 44 of Shane Barnes in the Ford Capri.
That Escort is an absolutely phenomenal car.
Got Adrian Dobie in the Vauxhall Viva HB. Brent Finlay and the Datsun 1200 Coupe, a very famous car. The Datsun 1200 Coupe.
You mentioned it in the John Osborne Saloons class there, Nathan. We've got a great range of American V8, Australian V8, a whole bunch of assortment here. It looks like we've got someone off, which is going to be the, I believe that's the 348. No, I'm just trying to work out who that is. Bruce Goodwin, sorry, and that Ford Mark III Zephyr is off, unfortunately. So we don't have a safety car or anything at the moment. That's still possible. But yeah, we've lost our Ford Mark III Zephyr. Down the inside goes Paul Andrews on Shane Barnes. Nice move from that Ford Escort Mark I.
Yeah, it's been a great little battle pack there. Frank Ryan just a little bit further back. We're starting to get into some of the Group A cars. Mike Bamber there in the little Starlet. We go back to Peter Bloomfield in the RX-7. Of course, it was a barn find in America, out in the desert, over 20 years ago.
Ryan Jarmy, another fastest lap, 130.2, which is about 4 seconds faster. Now Roger Williams has set a good lap. It's about 2.5 seconds or so faster than second and third. So that Monte Carlo's got some great pace, Nathan.
Does another car out there, 34. Oh, I've just put the mockers on him. He spun out coming out of the Southern Salvage S's. And that is, of course, Lynn Hatton in the Marina Coupe, built by Graham Park back in the 1980s in the sports sedans. Rear engine mounted in that car.
That could be a safety car because we've got 2 cars off track now. Keep an eye on it. But yeah, 34 and the 302 are both sitting on the track. There we go. Good. Hatton gets going. We've got, oh no, Nathan, we've lost Leroy Stevenson. He's coming to the pits.
Right.
It's unfortunate.
Adam Collins out there and car 199 in the Ford Cortina.
How good is it to see a Ford Cortina out here? I mean, those are great cars back in the day. And I remember, well, I wasn't around, but I know Mum definitely had the Ford Cortina. So.
Yeah.
No, not a V8, Lindsay, no.
Yeah, definitely the cars to have back in the 80s and 70s.
Rod Grimwood went onto the grass through Link. Everything's all good there now.
So last lap board out now for the race leader.
We've got a little bit of a battle going on between the 69 of John Telford and Chris Hatton. Chris Hatton and Roger Williams, I think. They're both having an intense battle through there.
So problems for the Adrian Dobie by the looks of it in the Viva. He's going very slow down towards the sweeper.
That's a shame.
Lynn Hatton just crawling around in the Marina in the coupe there. So our leader just coming through the carousel as Frank Ryan comes past the Datsun and Starlet, who are having a good little battle.
Through the Southern Salvage S's goes Ryan Jarmy. Has a little bit of a moment there actually, but stays on the track. He's got a very, very big gap back to Roger Williams behind, who's in a battle with Chris Hatton. But Ryan Jarmy through the final corner. Very, very good drive today. And he's going to come through and take the checkered flag to win the first race of the Historic Sports Sedans today. Nice work by Ryan Jarmy. We'll see when...
good little scrap here for the minor money.
Here we go. Roger Williams is going to just hold on.
Yeah, he's Oh, so it's last lap, sorry.
Oh, sorry, last lap.
No, we got excited and called that one a little early.
Yeah, no.
So they've still got one to go. So the battle is not done between Roger Williams.
And Chris Hatton's actually got past him now. They do put the last lap board out a little bit early, so it does trip us a little bit. You are right, Lynn Hatton is trailing at the back of the field in that marina, so I'm not sure what's going on there. Hopefully nothing too big. Ryan Jarmy lapping the 64 of Rod Grimwood.
It's a good little scrap going on between the Tirana and the Cortina. And Robert Jack and the Ford Escort just hanging on to this little battle pack as they go through Euro mark. Ryan Jarmy's got daylight between himself and Chris Hatton.
Daylight. Probably I'd go as far as and say twilight. Through the final corner now. This time he'll actually get it done. It is the final lap. The checkered flags are out. Ryan Jarmy will take the checkered flag actually and win the first historic short sedans race of the weekend. They'll be back later on this afternoon. As you can see, Rod Grimmer will cross the line a lap down, and it's going to be Chris Hatton taking second. And we should see Roger Williams pop into the screen now as he does so.
Just cruising across the line. No need to push.
Yeah.
So, our historic sports sedans thundering across the line to
complete everything. I guess John Telford's finished fourth, so a good early run merits a fourth place for John Telford. Colin Campbell, Adam Collins, Robert Jack in seventh.
And Murray Brown just coming through the sweeper in the Z28 Camaro. Frank Ryan, and it's going to be a battle here going on for the bottom of the top 10. Frank Ryan's got Mike Bamber for company. The Capri of Shane Barnes here as well.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's the historic sports stands all done. We'll head back to Rob Cope Williams down in the pit lane, but next up it's going to be the Vintage Car Club, Murray Maxwell Vintage Car Club. So we'll be back then, down to Rob Cope Williams.
Frangipelli, can I have a wee chat to you, Russell Haynes, because you owned this car for a hell of a long time.
30 years this year since I bought it from Jeff Lean, who it was built in Wakawaiti just out of Dunedin.
So it's got a huge history.
Quite a long history. Jeff raced it for 10 years before I bought it from him, and he started building it 10 years prior to that. So we're up to close to 50 years from the initial idea of building it. So.
What's it like to drive? Because you've got all sorts of very susceptible looking things between your legs, if I can be so bold, in the form of a gearbox and differential.
It's pretty demanding, but it is, in the true sense of the word, an old vintage type racing car. So there's a hang of a lot going on, and I would compare it to flying a tiger moth. You've got to use the seat of your pants to make sure you get everything in the right place.
And look at those tyres. I mean, the tyres look very basic. There's no sort of grip by the look of them.
No, they're a modern compound and an old-looking racing tyre. We get these out of England, and it's a standard tyre set for most of our categories. So, believe it or not, the compounds are really adequate to keep us on the spot.
What are you going to do to keep those Lotuses under control?
Very difficult to do now, Rob. Since you were there, I haven't been able to even see the back end of one. So, I'm starting on grid 6, and I'll have to settle for about. If I can finish in the first 5 or 6, I'll be really happy.
Well, I reckon you've done that a hell of a lot. So, well, to have a wonderful weekend, buddy.
Thanks, Rob. Thank you.
Now, Brabham is another name which comes in very, very strongly in the history of motorsport, and there's a cutest little Formula Junior here. But you tell me about your Brabham.
Okay, so this is a 1962 BT2. In fact, it was the prototype for the BT6, so it's the last one made in 62. And on Boxing Day at Brands, Denny set fastest time in it. 1962.
Tell me, where do you find cars like this?
Not easily anymore. This one was found in the 80s.
And are they easy to drive? I mean, Jack Brabham had a certain style, and a lot of his drivers were amazing. Easy to drive or not?
Oh, at moderate speed, It's very, very easy and comfortable to drive. Like all of them, if you want to go fast, no, it's not easy.
And those little Lotuses up the front, can you reckon you can claw them back a bit?
Probably not, because they've got 1600 motors and they're running the Formula Ford style tyres, which is proper for them, but I'm still on these old cross plies.
Good idea. We'll have a wonderful day. And Jack will be very, very proud of you, I'm very, very sure. I want to come back here, as if I may, the Ace 3. What can you say about the Ace 3, Graham Hamilton?
Yeah, I'd love to talk to you, Rob, but I've got earplugs in and a helmet. I can't hear a word you're saying.
Well, I could say anything I like about you then without you having known. So I understand that your wife polishes it for you.
Yes, she does, yes.
How old is this dear old car?
Sorry, say again.
How old is it?
The car was built in 1957, so it's, yeah, fairly old.
I'm not going to ask you your age. Let's just come back to this amazing car because it's been giving the man a bit of a trouble. But it's, Bill, you're starting to get this car sorted, and it looks old, but it's not that old.
It's not that old. Lindsay Troon started to build it in the early 90s, based on an E.H. Holden. Yeah, the motor, gearbox, diff, there's a bit of Triumph Herald in the front suspension, and a lot of love in the rest of it.
You had a few troubles with the fuel earlier in the weekend. You got all that sorted?
It was a condenser, that's all it was. So we replaced it with a second-hand condenser off an old distributor, and we're going again, Rob.
And your lady wife is driving as well this weekend?
Yes, she's got an earlier model of the Shade Tree 2, so she's finding out, instead of telling me I'm going too slow, I can tell her where she might improve, but doesn't seem to listen.
I was going to say she's probably not in the same room when you tell her, Bill.
You're probably right, Rob.
Well, let's just come here, because car number 7, once again, has got an interesting sort of a history, really. Tell me about your car.
Well, it's not really very much of a history. It was a recreation, and it didn't happen until 2017 before it ran. So,
this is the first weekend for the car, isn't it?
No, it's been running since 2017.
Oh, okay.
It's just a recreation. It's given a category of being a 1960 vehicle, but created in 2017.
So what have you got lurking under that bonnet?
A 6-cylinder Vanguard motor, Vanguard 6, 2-litre motor.
You know, most people would have no idea what a Vanguard was, but you know, they were a great old saloon car, weren't they?
Yeah, they were. I think every New Zealand farmer had a Vanguard at one stage.
Yeah, I reckon you're probably right. It was very much the farmer's sort of vehicle. One of the guys who does the Mistral, and I think, just to be fair, he's been racing here since probably the beginning of Ruapuna, and he's this yellow car, but every time the front runners look in their rear mirror, all they can see is yellow. John, you've had this car for a while now, mate.
Yeah, I first bought it in 1980 as a total wreck, but I've been racing it for 23 years now, this year.
And the Mistral was based really on a sports car, sort of club day car, wasn't it? Weren't they produced in New Zealand?
Yes, they were made in Christchurch initially, and then later on in Dunedin by Emsley and Flockton. And basically you could buy the body and you could buy a purpose-built chassis, or a lot of cars, drivers made their own chassis. So that's the case of this car. A guy, Frank Pope, who worked for Amiri Motors at the time, the Triumph agents, he basically built it around Triumph and Vanguard parts. So it's got a Vanguard engine and Triumph TR head and that sort of thing.
Wasn't that a lovely era when people who wanted to build their own car built one and went out and raced it?
Oh, it was, and I've always been interested in sort of New Zealand specials, and we've got a field here that's sort of full of them, where people just basically decided to go racing and made their own thing. And that's why you see such a variety of cars in this class, because it's, you know, the individual sort of personality sort of drove the design and the styling of the car. And so, that's what really appeals to me about this type of racing.
Brilliant. Well, from a New Zealand special, let's come waddling back here if we may. And it's going to interrupt this conversation because lurking in here is one of the ladies who will be driving. Can I just be very rude and interrupt here for a moment? It's 1-1 between you and Mark Tracy.
Yeah, no pressure, no pressure. I'm a bit worried, I have to say.
Seriously, you used to be scared witless of your starts. You used to go off the back, and now you're beating him. Have you been doing some practicing out on the road?
I have been, yes. I get a bit of help from Chris Hyde. He's wonderful, and he's given me a few tips, and definitely, yeah, we've got a cul-de-sac kind of no-end road, so I've been doing a bit of practicing.
And of course, this car was built by Gary Wilkinson, as was Mark's. Very, very similar, but by the sound of it, you're going to get busy. Have a good one.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Murray Maxwell Vintage Car Club, and a great entry of the Vintage Car Club lads and lasses, as Rob has alluded to. And really, this is the backbone category of the whole meeting, really, because they are the oldest.
They are indeed.
And classic racing, you know, this is racing proper. Started in the days when these guys were the feature cars. A good number of these cars really have got pretty good histories out. A lot of the specials, probably less specials than there used to be. There used to be a real collection of New Zealand built specials that used to compete in this event, but we're just down to a couple now. But I guess the one that really sticks out is the Ace 3.
Graham Hamilton.
Hamilton, the Ace 3. He's had that for a few years, that car too, actually. Its era is around the early 1950s. It was a car built by Wally Darrell in Christchurch. Car 77, I guess, Peter Levisich, that's something worth noting on. That car's a 1949 model built by Neil Stewart. And Peter has run that car for as long as I can remember, basically.
I would say in the range of 20 to 30
years.
Yeah,
he's been at, I think he's been at every SKOPE meeting since 1991 when it's first started, and he was at the first meeting here at Ruapuna in 1963. Not in that car, but he was here then. The Lotus, there's that Lotus 20 out there. Is that out there, Roger
Green? He was having some troubles yesterday with that
1961.
car, wasn't he?
Yeah, that car's got real history, that car.
I don't see it out there.
I don't see it out there, no. Kevin Anderson's little Cooper. You know, that is a beautiful little car. That was a little car that Denny Holm brought to New Zealand. Well, it was a car that Denny Holm built up when he was working for Cooper when he first went over there. Cooper T52, and Kevin Anderson's had it for quite a long time.
What about Stephen Beattie in the LT16? That's a brand new car that's been built.
Car 36, the Brabham BT2 of John Rapley from Wellington.
Russ Haynes in the Holden Special.
Yeah,
Car
Russ
56.
has campaigned that for a very long time.
Oh,
well, there's going to be some trouble there with the front row creeping.
I think someone was moving before they were supposed to.
Yeah.
That might be Mark, might be in a little bit of trouble over that. But the two Lotuses lead us away. Oh, we've got one doing some grass trimming out there, just kicking up some dust.
As long as it's only grass trimming, we don't really mind, do we?
He's managed to rejoin though.
I think the penalty board's going to have a drive through for one of the Lotuses. Nope, there's nothing happening. I thought it was going to. Yeah, that little Brabham BT2, that car number 36.
36, John Rapley.
Yeah, 1962 Brabham. Yeah, John's owned it since the late 80s, and it was 1500. Now it's 1 litre, but it's been raced in the past by Graham McRae.
Oh, wow.
And Robbie Francovic.
Well, I mean, you can't get much better names than those two.
Yeah, the Dewey Brabham, the shape of the cigar, beautiful car. I love them.
Very small, very narrow, very nimble.
Doing a good job in second place is John.
Stephen Beattie there in third. And that in the BT LT16. He's about to get rounded up by Paul Coghill there in the Jaguar Special.
That's one he's built up himself, Paul Coghill. He was building it up for a friend, and the friend died, so Paul carried it on and racing it himself.
I should say actually he's having a battle there with Graham Hamilton in the Ace 3. And then you've got Neil Kay in the Malik Mark 4.
Quite a few Maliks around New Zealand now. Malik was built by Arthur Malik from England, and it was all to do with cheap racing, and the cars accordingly were not elaborate construction, and they were quick, depending on what you put under the bonnet, of course, but he wanted to be as quick as the Formula 3 cars.
Just in behind Neil Kay, you've got Bill Cowie in the Spangarelli.
Yeah, that's a
another
home
special
job of his,
yeah.
a special, his own special, and he's been, yeah, he had that out for a few years now.
So a great little range of cars. A couple of Mistrals out there. John McDonough.
Yeah, and Paul Taylor. The Mistrals were in fact built in Christchurch by Welltex Plastics.
Right.
Yeah, and
what have they got under the?
Well,
what have they got under the hood?
You could please yourself.
Right.
What you could fit under it.
No limitation.
No limitation, but they built the space frame body and threw a bit of plastic around it.
Called it a race car.
And you had a race car.
Yeah. Grant Kern and the MGTD out of that. The 1950. Little wee, it's not, what is it? Not quite a sports car, that MGTD.
No. Well, not sure what you classify it as actually.
Sort of fits in the category with the like a Model T or a Model A sort of shape. Obviously, it's a smaller car. A big roll hoop behind the head.
that car of Peter Levisage, he's had that on the speedway tracks too, hasn't he?
Yeah, still does. Still gets it out there. Yeah. It's done beach racing.
Yes, he's won New Zealand Championship in the days when they used to have beach racing at Tahuna and Nelson. And Peter won a couple of New Zealand Championships there with this car.
So, you know, when would you, talking about the beach racing, what would that be?
It was in the 60s it finished, late 60s I think it finished, yeah.
Well, it tells you how long he's had the Stuart Special for then, doesn't it? It's a shame we are missing a few specials, as you
yeah, we are now, aren't we? We used to have their own register, actually, of specials.
Got Brian Ashworth out there in the Daimler Dart. He's not too far behind the Spangarelli.
So it's still Mark Barrett who's got the lead in car number 12, and John Rapley in the little BT2 Brabham, who's posted the quickest lap time.
Well, look at him.
The field.
Over at the Euromark hairpin, he's right on the back.
Yeah, he is. Does a good job, doesn't he? Considering it's only a small engine in that way.
Tim Stace out there in the Austin Healy, the 3000 Mark 1.
Beautiful car. Don't see many Austin Healys around these days,
Just coming down the straight, having a good little battle here with the Vanguard 6 special of Don Amon.
Yes.
And the Vanguard 6, a well-known special. Oh, Peter Levisage, he's going onto the grass. He's had a big spin.
Oh dear,
down at Abbott Insurance, second turn.
So the last lap board is coming out now for Mark Barrett. John Rapley then quite a wee gap back to Tracy, and we have Stephen Beattie.
Yeah,
we do.
Stephen Beattie.
The Beattie LC 1600 car he's built himself.
Kevin Anderson in the Cooper T52. Another one of the Formula cars.
1960 that car dates from.
So here comes the Cooper T52. Again, just those era of single-seater Formula cars, very, very, very narrow. So just trying to work out, we've dropped Paul Coghill as well.
Yes.
He's falling down the timing boards. May have had a problem and pulled up somewhere along the circuit. So here comes Mark Barrett to take the checkered flag for the Murray Maxwell Vintage Car Club. John Rapley home in second. Tracy Barrett ahead of Stephen Beattie. Peter Levisage coming through a lap down. Russ Haynes ahead of Graham Hamilton, Neil Cade, Bill Cowie and Brian Ashworth with John McDonald will round out the 10.
So that'll bring us to the lunch break, and we will have demonstrations of, I think, of some description involving some of the older cars that are around and belong to the Vintage Car Club. They'll be on parade. And then we're back at 1:10 or around that time with the Ron Rutherford Saloons and our afternoon program.
Can I just come in here but very rudely, but I should be calling you Nuvolari or Richard Seaman or something.
This is what happens when you have more brains than or less brains than common sense. This is have a go at this. This was all built in Motorsport Solutions down there. It took about 3 or 4 years, and they've done a fantastic job. See, I've even got a little Mickey Mouse clock.
Got a Mickey Mouse bloody gauge in there. It's based on an auto union that was used for hill climbing, hence the dual wheels.
Yes, they used to race them before the war, and the ones with dual wheels on were for hill climbing. Yes.
And what would inspire you to turn a tank engine into a race car?
I managed to go over to the Festival of Speed with the Stanton Special that my dad had, and a guy said to me, "Oh, I've got an aeroplane engine in my shed," and I said, "Oh, I'll buy it." And of course, that was the start of the tour of madness, really. So, but it's good fun.
You used it, using it with the helmet on?
Sorry?
Are you going to race it, is what I'm asking?
Oh, no, I'm just doing a wee demo here because it'll get in today's weather, it'll get far too hot. So I'll just do a couple of laps and that'll do.
But I must confess, just looking down the line here, if we may be so bold, Adam, that there's a lot of wonderful cars that are going to be quietly patrolling around. If you have a look way down the back there's a couple of legends in the green Morgan. That's Leo Leonard and Barclay and Stu Barclay, who are quietly in that car. And this is the lunchtime special run for these special cars. And look at that. You've got the Austin Healey's, you've got the New Zealand specials. There's a I'm not quite sure how to describe what else is going to be coming down. So yeah, it's a very, very good row of cars. Buddy, you're coming down and have a chat.
Just coming out from behind the camera. So basically, if you're watching the live stream, we're going to cut the live stream for the morning session on Facebook. So you can flip over, and in the afternoon we'll be coming back on at 1 p.m. And then if you're on YouTube watching us, we'll just stay live all the time, and we'll put up a little shot of the pit so you can watch that. But racing starts again at 1:20, is that correct?
1:20, providing that everything sort of works out timing-wise, but about 1:20, yes.
So we'll give our cameraman a little bit of a break. I can hear them in my cans wanting a sandwich and a drink of water or something.
Probably more water than food, I would think, because let's talk about the weather. I mean, it was hugely hot yesterday, and today not quite so bad. Bit of cloud and just the odd droplet of rain, Adam. So if it does turn and we do get rain, it'll sort the wires out, won't it?
Oh, it's not going to rain. Scope doesn't rain. I know that the commentators cursed now.
Well, you got me this morning on the red flags because I said there was only one, and all of a sudden we had her after them. And I want to thank you guys because it's not easy. This doesn't happen by accident, all this coverage. And thank you for doing it because there's a hell of a lot of fans who can't be here, and so they're watching.
Well, I mean, thanks for getting us down here. It's an amazing event to come and cover, and I'm sure all the guys out on the cameras are enjoying seeing some really cool cars racing. And you know, we're using pretty good technology, so hopefully it all works. And you always have your fingers crossed. Just so you know, we had no internet with 5 minutes before we went live. So stuff like that just happens with live. It gives a bit of tension.
It's the old story of live television. Anything can happen, and it probably will.
Well, let's hope the afternoon rolls out as well as the morning. And so, yeah, we'll cut that stream now, and we'll be back after lunch.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. You go and cut us off.
SKOPE 2023. Weather's great and we've got a fantastic array of cars here. I think this is the most cars we've ever had at this meeting, and great people that own the cars here. Great fun to race with, great fun to have a beer with at the end of the day. And just everyone's enjoying it. Sure, the Kiwis like to beat the Aussies, but by the same token, we're all mates that have crossed paths over many years, and it's good to rekindle friendships.
I'm down in Ruapuna driving the Peanut Slab for Sturge. I mean, there's some great cars here, great people actually, and awesome track to be at. You know, a lot of time spent down here in my younger years, and yeah, just having a blast, having a ball. It's been 10 years, had to apply for a new licence actually, new club membership, a lot of new things, you know, new helmet even, you know. So yeah, a fair bit of change, but gee, it comes back pretty quick, it's a lot of fun.
Well, it's the Dick Johnson Sierra that I raced in 1991, so a long time ago. And it's owned by a guy called Lance Copeland from Copeland Bakeries, and he's a lovely bloke, and he invited me over here to give it a run. So I've never been to Ruapuna before, I've never been to Christchurch before, and we're delighted to be here. It's fantastic. Everybody's so friendly. Your motor racing scene is really, really good. You should be very proud of it. I don't think I've ever been on a more wiggly track than Ruapuna. I mean, it's very challenging. It's technical. I'll put it this way, I haven't peaked yet, I don't think. I'm not sure I will, but I haven't yet. They've got a lot of turbo lag, and when they come on song very hard. It's like getting kicked up the backside by a camel. So yeah, it requires a style that I didn't think I'd have to use again.
This weekend, driving the beautiful Nissan Primera Super Tourer from 1996. This car raced in the Spanish Championship. Good friend Peter Sturgeon owns the car, and I'm lucky enough to hold the keys for this weekend. This car is very similar to the car that I raced in Australia in 1997 in the Australian Super Touring Car Championship. Funnily enough, even after years and years of not driving them, when you get back in, there's something way back in the back of the brain that almost goes to autopilot again, so it's good fun.
Rejoin you and you rejoin us here at the Euromark Motorsport Park. Adam, it's been hot yesterday, temperate here this morning, and now the spots of rain. It's a day of two halves.
Well, I'm not going to say anything about the weather, because the commentators, whenever they say anything or anyone says anything on camera, the opposite happens. So I'm going to say it's going to rain.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We'll actually do that, because nobody likes to be out there in the wet, and the cars handle totally differently. But you must have been excited watching this morning and listening to all those people about what they were saying.
Well, it's an amazing group of cars. I mean, just right across the field, you've got so many different stories. Like when we're down doing one of the grids, I remember you saying, I wish I could interview everybody here because there's so many good stories. And you're right. I mean, it's just like from top to bottom of the field, there's a really interesting yarn to be had. And I think one of the other things we said, we could do an alternative stream where it's just interviews in the pit lane.
Yeah, that would be good. But while we've been talking, doing interviews, Nathan and Josh and Mr. Kerr, Lindsay Kerr, have been doing a wonderful job explaining some of the histories and features of the cars while they're on the track.
Oh yeah, and I think there's been some very good racing over the morning as well, hasn't there? I mean, I really enjoyed the 5000s having that different type of start where it was a rolling handicap. I think I've seen that once before. They confused the hell out of my camera guys.
Yeah, I bet it did.
Who's leading this, they were saying.
Well, the other thing was, when did it start?
Yeah, that I was standing on the start finish for the flag to get the checkered flag of the race, which I did get. So we got that. So I said to the guys in the truck, as long as you got the checkered flag, then
that's all fine. Leave all the comments and who's doing what to our announcers in there.
Exactly, and then we can pick it up from there. So, I mean, this afternoon we got the same cars coming out all over again, so we get to enjoy another session of it.
And of course, it's a great leveler if we do get just a little touch of slipperiness out there, because there's a fair bit of oil in the tarmac that's going to come to the surface. So, yeah, it sorts out the whys.
Well, I may have grown up in Christchurch, but I actually live in a place called Auckland.
Oh, and, really? You know all about rain, mate.
Yeah, yeah. And I said, I hope I don't bring that damn rain with me, but I haven't. I hope.
Of course, my first thought was you now live in Auckland as a volunteer service abroad.
Yeah, something like that. Well, I love coming back. I've been coming to this event since I think 1992 or 91. I was a little bit younger. You've been to every one, right? Have you?
I probably have, actually, because I've been around a hell of a long time. And when it was the BP Alpha, I mean, that was the start of it all. And over the 33 years, it's just grown and developed. And as I said at the beginning of the day, it's what they call scope fever. And by the time you get to the weekend, everybody's absolutely high on scope, you know.
Yeah. So they're just saying start up the engines. So I think that's our call to go out there. A little bit of sea water on my glasses.
Well, it's sort of all around us, so we'll see what it has. But anyway, you predicted lots of rain, and it always goes the other way.
Exactly. All right, we'll talk to you over the day.
Okay, Adam.
Thanks,
Cheers, buddy.
Ron Rutherford Saloons. Welcome back, everyone, after the lunch break. We are getting everyone lined up for a handicap race. 6 laps, Nathan. We've got Lee Crew on the pole position, just for that first group.
Well, we know Lee's had a few problems over the weekend. Of course, that rear-mounted Yamaha R1000 chain-driven backwards gear stick. It's definitely a challenge for Lee, and don't think he's yet to finish a race this weekend. So fingers crossed, he's got one more opportunity.
Well, so we've mentioned Lee Crew. We've got Soren Stewart alongside in that BMW E30 318i. Nice looking car, and you might have seen that flasher window wiper there from Soren Stewart. It is a little bit wet, Nathan, not quite rain, a wet race, but it's a little bit of drizzle out here in the track.
Yeah, just a little sprinkle. Nothing to be much to know about. So we've got a few off the first flag drop, the Mini there as well of Thomas Collins in the Austin Mini Cooper.
You can see them all separated, so there's a little bit of a gap between each group. So we'll get everyone going. You can see, Thomas Collins in that Austin Mini Cooper. Great to see a lot of minis in this field this weekend. Soren Stewart using that window wiper quite often, actually. It might be raining a little bit more than we think, but...
Well, Steve Howell is starting way back down the back of the field. Of course, he's won...
and the only one in his group as well, Nathan.
Well, he's starting on the last flag drop, or lights. So here we go, the first group about to get us underway.
Go.
The first group of 4.
Graham Menzies is getting a better start than most of the field. Lee Crew I think Lee Crew's more on the conservative mode at this stage, because it's that poor Fiat Bambino hasn't had a good time as the rest of the second group.
Away, led by the Mini of
Simon Taylor.
3
wide there for a second, and with 4, I think, going into turn 1.
With the next group of cars away.
That Porsche 944 and 993 in there as well. So it's 2 Porsches in one group. Looks like, David Allison might not be in that group. He hasn't started. Now there goes away. Steve Howell. So we're missing Ian Jones, David Allison and Art Marcus. So that's unfortunate. Ian Jones with that problem from earlier. Doesn't look like they were able to get it fixed in time, and that BMW E30 has gone back home.
So the leading group is Graham Menzies now in the Datsun B10.
Then Lee Crew. So he's managed to get past the Mini of Thomas Collins and Soren Stewart. So he dropped behind those guys actually at the start, and he's managed to get 2 places up. But he is being hounded by that Mini of Thomas Collins. A lot of battling going on in that third group of cars, led by one of the Porsches.
Yeah, that's a BMW trio.
62 of Graham Menzies went wide, and Lee Crew's going to take the opportunity to dive down the inside through the CMG sweeper. Wheel to wheel now. See, it's just what happens when one mistake just can cost you. Look at all this time that he's just lost. He's going to come under pressure from Thomas Collins now as well, Graham Menzies.
Well, I think Graham's got a bit more horsepower under the bonnet compared to the PDL Mini, of course. Started out the PDL race team. The Collins Mini.
You can see the 473 Gordon Legg in that BMW E30 wheel to wheel with one of the Minis. I think it's Simon Taylor. Jared Owens in that Nissan Sentra GT Cup has got that fastest lap at the moment, but then obviously as that faster group comes through, that fastest lap will alternate down to Craig Marston, and there it goes to Steve Howell. So 5 time penalty for Steve Howell. Oh no.
Yeah, he went on the wrong set of lights, I think.
Oh.
Potentially, it did say he was supposed to be on the 5th lights.
Yeah. We'll find out when it appears on our timing screens, but for now, that's going to really dent his charge through the field.
Oh, little BMW there going off-road. That's Craig Masterton in the thinner livery.
You can see Howell making that move on the inside of one of the other E30s. I think that could be, he's already got past Tim McCullough That's the 161 of Hamish Robertson that he just got through on, and now he's got through on 2 more cars as I say that. So Steve Howell's got that really, really good
Look at the little
speed.
mini of Collins go up the inside of the 62. Graham Menzies, so close there, the battle for second as they head down to the CMG sweeper. And look at that, Collins up the inside, the little mini.
Wow, great job by Thomas Collins. Now look who is out front. Nathan, Lee Crew, well, we hope he finishes this race. But, I mean, the handicap seemed to work out quite well for him, because last time we had a handicap, this was a similar situation. He led that, he put that Fiat Bambina out front and led for quite a while before, unfortunately, that gave up on him through the start straight. But hopefully, fingers crossed, he'll be able to keep going, and we'll have a little bit of a fight.
Well, Graham Menzies coming in second place. The BMWs are still fighting to get through the field here at the back end. So it's a false start for Steve Howell, a 15-second time penalty.
That's a big one. Generally, isn't it usually like 5 seconds?
Look at the front here at the hairpin, Euromark hairpin. Menzies has got by Lee Crew, so...
looks like we've got another penalty inbound, maybe? No. But
so
yeah, Menzies
to the front.
Through. Down the inside on one of the E30s. I'm just trying to work out who that is.
So Sandra Eden in the blue with the yellow stripe. She's in the...
just got past Steve Prentice in that BMW E30 M-Tech 2. Wow, so good race already. We've still got 4 laps to go. Lee Crew going off a little bit there in that Fiat Bambina. Hopefully that doesn't, lodge the chain out the way or anything. He has lost a bit of time, but we're just hoping that...
Here comes Jared Owens in the Nissan Sentra GT Cup.
Liam McMahon behind him.
Great to see another Nissan Sentra GT Cup car out on the out there. Of course, Murray Cleland has one of those in the historic touring cars. And Owens moves his way now up into second position.
Here comes Steve Howell. Just to clarify, Nathan, isn't it the usual penalty for a false start around 5 seconds, or is it 15 seconds? Because I feel like...
to be honest, I don't know. Oh, no, Graham Menzies.
Oh.
He's had a big lose there on the exit of turn number 2, Abbott's Insurance.
You can see it on your screen, him just getting out of that grass, running for a clear position to get out of that grass.
I think he's got bigger problems. He's pulled up against a tyre wall.
That's a real shame.
Now here comes Steve Howell. He's up into that 4th spot, pretty much make that 3rd as they come through the Euromark hairpin. Peter Stewart goes off at the Euromark hairpin, so track just getting a little bit greasier out there.
Yeah, that's right, Nathan, and that's just what a little sprinkle of rain can do. If you from here we can see the pit lane, and you've got quite a clear little bit of drizzle on the pit lane. But yeah, we'll see how this plays out for the rest of our classes today. But yeah, a little bit greasy.
Here come
3 wide. Oh, goodness.
Steve Howell. Is he going to get through the first of the Southern Salvagesses, Liam McMahon?
Oh dear.
He's going to try and go 3 wide. Oh, that's a brave move.
Fair play.
Liam McMahon, that's definitely not a place I would want to put my BMW.
Fair play to Steve Howell for keeping his foot in it. The rain is actually really coming down now. I can just see through the commentary box window just a little bit of a shower. Hopefully it shouldn't last too long. We don't want to have too much rain here.
Well, what do we got? So now Steve Howell's got to just drive away now. As long as he can clear out by 15 seconds, he will stay in that position. But just look, as they come down the straight, they will be braking really, really early into turn 1 and 2 down there at Abbott's.
So we do have that yellow through that first couple of corners because of Graham Menzies unfortunately being off. We've lost Simon Taylor in that Austin Mini Cooper S and Marvin Turton in that Austin Clubman GT. So
we've lost
two Austins,
two minis out of 3 that we have out there. Thomas Collins still badgering on. He's getting swarmed up now by the BMWs.
Now you can start to see the track is getting quite damp.
Here comes Peter Stewart past Soren Stewart there as they come down towards Fulton Hogan.
We'll have to see what gap Steve Howell's got to the rest of the field. He'll need a 15-second gap over Liam McMahon to be declared the winner. Otherwise, he'll drop down the field because of that penalty. Unless there is some dispute with race control, but highly unlikely with a false start.
Oh, we've had, was it Mark Denton? He's just rejoined. Must have had a wee moment down there at Fulton Hogan.
Damp track. More errors.
Oh, and we've got Peter Stewart around. And the Mini of Thomas Collins. Oh, careful, boys, as he come through here. The Mini trying to rejoin. Peter Stewart stranded on the...
Last lap board out for Steve Howell. Gap to, we'll find out. I don't think it's going to be enough for Steve Howell, but gap to Liam McMahon as he comes across the line now is 9.2, so he needs to gain another 5 seconds on Liam McMahon. It's possible. He could do it, but we've got to get rid of Peter Stewart's car on the side of the track first. There we go, he's got moving again.
Took an awfully long time.
It did. Glad to see him getting underway though.
So everybody just tiptoeing a little bit. Now you can start to see in the entrance, at the end of the front straight, spray starting to come up. So they come down the front straight. So weather conditions changing things up here at the SKOPE Classic. Craig Marston up the inside of Liam McMahon at Euromark hairpin.
So hopefully we don't have too much rain, Nathan. I don't think we want to have too many cars off or in a barrier or anything this afternoon, but we can't control the weather and we'll have to just play it by ear. You can see Lee Crew on the final lap of the race. He's in the top 10 at the moment. He's all on his own actually. So fingers crossed that Valentino Rossi tribute liveried Fiat Bambina can get across the line this time. It's been a long time coming for Lee. Great car that he's got there.
So Steve Howell coming into the CMG sweeper, and he will come on around, tiptoe through, and he will clean sweep the weekend here. He's picked up a race win. Provisionally, we've got to wait and see what the gap is across the line though.
I just want to tell you something. We've lost another Mini Cooper. Thomas Collins is in the pits.
Yeah, I'm not surprised after the spin on the previous lap. So here comes Craig Masterton. Is he going to spoil the gap? He is. So 13.9
Spray is now
seconds
really kicking up.
Is the gap. So Howell will drop down the leaderboard at the completion of this one, provisionally crossing the line in first, but carrying that 15-second time penalty as we see the big group coming through.
Lee Crew, yes. He's done it. Well done to Lee. Great to see that Fiat Bambina finally get that checkered flag.
Look at this,
needs.
down the front straight.
Wow.
Hamish Robinson and Tim McCullough, yeah, battling it out there. Robinson rounding out the top 10.
Well, Nathan, it's a very, very damp track now, let's say. We've got, what have we got next, Nath?
We've got Pat Hoare Formula League race, so that'll be interesting with the changing conditions out there. But a great race to finish out for the Ron Rutherford Saloons. A little bit of change there, making it for some excitement. So next up, as we say, will be the Pat Hoare Formula League. But if we can, we'll shoot down to Rob Coate-Williams, who's in the assembly area.
Well, I can tell you, folks, that what you can see out through your windows is dead right. It is probably the first rain we've had for about 17 months, I think, but it's definitely coming down. Everybody seems to be looking ready for it, but I am going to talk to Ian Clements because, buddy, you're on slicks. How bad is that going to be?
Oh, it just adds to the fun.
I mean, you're sitting there, you're looking on a pole, I think, aren't you? So, but it's just a case of just drive to the conditions.
Yeah, very much so. And at the end of the day, it's hopefully it's going to dry off a wee bit, but it's not helpful on slicks. You're the first to point that out in that sense, or not the first, I should say. But anyway, we'll see how it all pans out. It's going to be coming and going, and we'll just make the most of it as we can. So.
Well, I hope for your sake that a dry line does appear, because there's a lot of other cars around that'll help you. Over here is young Matt, and Matt Hamilton, you're just a bloody rocket in this thing.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, the car, it's an old girl, but it's it certainly goes really well still.
Let's just say that perhaps it could be your karting and just the many miles you've done, but you're embarrassing a lot of other cars out there.
Oh, I wouldn't say embarrassing, but it's it's nice to see it going well, and as they once did back in the day, and it's cool to be in the livery of Andy McElroy's championship-winning car, and yeah, it's cool.
It has actually got a pretty good history, hasn't it, with Andy and other drivers who've driven it?
Yeah, for sure, and it's great that Steve Foster, who owns the car, he owned it back when Andy ran it and won the championship. So it's a nice story, and it's a great car.
I'll just go and talk to him, actually, because what's it like to own a car and have all these young guns? Look, he's going all peculiar on me. What's it like having all these young guns?
It's great. Just really exciting. It's just such a great trip to go with. So, and Matt's just so professional.
Well, Matt is a professional, and I think that's absolutely brilliant. And thank you for that, because I know you certainly didn't want to talk to me. Let's just come over here, and well, he's just about asleep, I think, so we'll come around and have a wee chat. And I found an umbrella, Adam. G'day, buddy. How's it going in there?
Good. Yes, very good.
You happy with a bit of a shower?
We'll see how it goes. Never really done this in the week before, so this will be definitely an interesting experience.
Well, I think probably the only advice I could give you would be it will act and behave very differently to what's normal. So just do a few laps to see how it goes.
Completely agree with you. Yep, it'll be gas in a straight line, and we'll hang on for the rest.
Well, it's about to get noisy.
Well, from the basking glorious sunshine on Friday through yesterday in the searing hot heat to a overcast morning to some wet weather, Lindsay Kerr. We've had it all this weekend.
Yeah, but surprisingly it's still very warm out there. You know, traditionally around this part of the world, if it rains like this, it's getting fairly cool, but it's still mid-20s out there.
Yeah.
But our field is 16, you say. We had a field of 28 initially. Normally by now you start to lose a few, whether it be mechanical issues or had enough issues or
caught up in an incident.
Yeah, so
we've
there's
just
a couple
couple
diving in, I see.
Yeah.
Formula Libre. It's been a good weekend for these guys.
It has. There's been some really good dicing going on at the front of the field between our front row.
Grant Clearwater all the way from Kerry there in the beautiful Brabham BT16, and alongside him Ian Clements, local man, in the Reynard Formula Ford 2000. Next row we have Matt Hamilton in the Andy McElroy Championship Van Diemen Formula Ford. Alongside him we have a gap. Then back to our 1989 national champion Grant Campbell, and alongside him we have, looks like we've got
Brian Dixon.
Brian Dixon, who's had a good run this weekend. I think he looks to be sorted out reasonably well now. So,
well, we're getting set for a start. Final Formula Libre race, and Brian Dixon a bit slow to get away.
Look at Matt Hamilton. Good start, and Grant Clearwater too. Very good start. There was a few rooster tails out there now.
Yeah. I tell you what, someone who's a very brave man is Ian Clements in that Reynard Formula 2000, running out there on slicks. I heard Rob talking before.
He probably doesn't have anything else.
Wow, it's probably a bit late when you're sitting in the assembly grid, isn't it?
In the war effort? No,
yeah.
That's right.
It's Hamilton who leads us through Link, the former pothole corner, now with Link sponsorship.
And resealed completely through there at the cost of $65,000. Shouldn't have said that, but it's something like that, I think.
Oh, it's a significant piece of history of a track, isn't
my point is that it's not cheap to run a facility like this. That's my point.
Yeah. So everybody tiptoeing through the infield section, through Filton Hogan. Got a host of Johnston Formula Fords all battling it out. Grant Campbell out there in the Swift FB4.
Yeah, Grant, as I was saying before, he comes from Auckland, but he's spent many years coming down to compete in the South Island Series, which is great. We haven't seen him this season, but he's come back for the scope, and he'll probably go to Timaru next week for the Formula Libre races down there.
.188 Noel Woodford there in the Dulon Formula Ford, another manufacturer who competed in the Formula Ford series.
Yes, those earlier years there was many manufacturers, then it sort of thinned out a bit, and Van Diemen became the prominent partner, and since then it's, what is it now?
Mygale and Ray.
Yeah, and they're back in vogue, of course, the Rays, aren't they?
Yeah, they're all the rage these days. There are plenty of new 21 Rays in the Formula 1600 Championship.
Yeah, absolutely.
No doubt. Over time, they will, as they progress in age, they'll probably end up in the Formula Libre category. Eldon, another one of those manufacturers building cars for the Formula Ford Championship
So
as well.
Keith Cowan, I think, who's on screen for those of you at home. 31, that's the oldest car in the field. 1970 Johnston. Keith's had this car for a long time and goes exceptionally well in it.
And of course, Johnstons were built here in Christchurch.
They were, indeed.
What do you build about?
Nine, I
of
think
them?
it is, yeah, 9.
Yep. Of course, a couple of the other Johnstons out there, Clark Fountain and Duncan Wright. Clark Fountain with Johnston, the third Johnston built. Oh, we've got one of them spun around there. I think that is Clark Fountain, just on the exit of the first S through Southern Salvage. Looks like he's come to a halt. I must say, Ian Clements, considering he's on slick tyres, he's doing a great job to keep it on the road. So we see Grant Campbell up the inside of Noel Woodford at the Euromark hairpin. And they're actually closing in too on Ian Clements. We've got Lotus 7 replica out there in the hands of Trevor Farley, car number 28. Just coming up towards the Euromark hairpin. Ron Wilkin in the Eldon. So usually, Lindsay, we do see a few more sports cars in our Formula Libre fields.
Yeah, there were a few earlier on, and I'm surprised to see that they've disappeared more than a lot of those single-seaters, actually.
Look at Clements really struggling.
Yeah,
he's dropped in behind those two of Campbell and Woodford. Stephen Heffernan comes through. The Royale RP21 Formula Ford, Hamish Carpenter, right with Ron Wilkin in the Eldon. But look at the Brabham BT16.
Oh, I love it.
Grant Clearwater.
Oh, I think it's magnificent.
He's just having the time of his life.
Yeah.
No problems at all. They run a tyre, groove tyre, don't they? Those Brabhams.
He is running a groove tyre, I believe.
Yeah. Did they not come factory? Do they not have the tyres that have the
I can't answer. No, I can't answer that.
Matt Hamilton, though.
A lone race out there for Matt. Yeah, but a bit of confidence there, I think, for Matt. Having, you know, he's a seasoned operator. Really, there's not many weekends would go by without him doing some kind of motor racing, whether it be karts or Formula Ford.
Yeah.
Hello, we've got a drive-through penalty coming through for someone I see. It's a bit rough when it's raining.
Oh, Stephen
Heffernan in the Johnson.
What's he done wrong? I'm trying to figure out what he's done. What he's done to deserve that. Well, I'm sure we'll find out.
There he is, there going through now.
Maybe it's no, they're all running rain lights.
Oh, maybe. Did he have a rain light on?
Yeah, he had a rain light on. Yep. Just trying to work out. Seems a little bit bizarre.
It does, really.
It's a head scratcher from up here.
With 2 laps to go.
Trevor Farley just coming through again in the replica Lotus 7. Last lap coming up, Lindsay, for our leader, just coming around the CMG motorcycle sweeper.
Matt Hamilton, who won the TRS race in the Lady Wigram Trophy race here in 2006. Return to his roots of karting and doing a bit of Formula Ford as well.
Look at this.
He'll scrap for 2nd place.
Campbell all over the back of the Brabham.
Gee whiz, they're pretty brave, Grant Campbell.
Heffernan comes in. By the looks of it. Ian Clements just cruising around. Look at that. Keith Cowan, arm up on the side of the car. He's cruising down the front straight.
As he normally does. He's quite relaxed about his motor racing.
Yeah.
That Brian Dixon had a little whoopsie on the far side there.
Yeah.
As Heffernan does his drive through.
Passing under yellow flag, right? Just seen it in the up in the timing screen. So, yep. I mean, that's understandable. Shouldn't be passing under yellow.
I'm sure it didn't intend to do it either.
No. So look at this battle here. Campbell up the inside and he's got past.
He has got past.
Clearwater. Clearwater though, is he going to come back at him? Through the exit of the second Southern Salvage S. Matt Hamilton cruising to victory.
Very comfortable win for Matt.
And Grant Campbell, eh? He's going to snap away 2nd place.
Good drive from both of them though.
Noel Woodford be happy with another checkered flag, finishing in 5th and 4th place there. Clements, I tell you what, drive of the race. Ian Clements on the set of slick tyres. That's a brave move.
Well, that's it for the Formula Libre category for the weekend. And we'll see the Formula Ford guys in the near future, no doubt. And people like Grant Clearwater and the guys from the North Island, well, thanks for coming, as they say. So next on the program is the Harold Heasley Saloons, and we'll see how many survivors we have here, as the rain certainly hasn't got any heavier, has it? In fact, it's looking a bit brighter again.
We'll head on down to the pit area and catch up with Rob Cope-Williams.
Well, it's still raining down here, I can tell you folks, and it's just it's a bit terrifying for a whole lot of drivers, I'm very, very sure. Just as we go past and have a look at some of the guys we've already seen, Grant Milligan, good luck out there, buddy. I hope your forearms are good. I'm going to come around here because a man who's been involved with these helmet Avengers since I think they were first invented is Craig Pigeon. Craig, mate, how many years have you been driving these things? You were faithful to them as Prince Philip was to the Queen, I reckon.
Yeah, it started in '84, so this is my 39th year, so of running Avengers. So.
Why Avengers? I mean, you've never thought of anything else?
No, it's all I could afford at the time, and as I started to develop it, it got faster and faster, and where I spent my money is where I got the results, so I just kept going.
Of course, people forget that they do have a huge history, like sort of world rallying and all that sort of thing as well.
Well, they came out in the early 70s, and they had a 4-link rear end standard, so they could pretty much out-handle most things that they come up against. They may not have had the horsepower, but they definitely had the handling, and that's the thing that's probably kept them going for me, is the fact that you can tune them and you can get them handling it very, very well.
Do you do all the work on your own?
No, I don't. I used to, but I had a problem with an engine. I had an engine problem before I had to head overseas for a conference, and it was me that was doing the mechanicking that created it, and Auto Restorations unfortunately got the job within a week of hauling it down, fixing it and getting it back together for the next race meeting. So no, I now defer to the experts.
You get your hands on all sorts of stuff. I'm just thinking about, is it the C-type Jag that you guys have got?
Yeah, the C-type Jag was a project that Frank Renwick started, and unfortunately he died of motor neuron disease before he got it completed. But he was almost like an uncle to us because he was one of Dad's best mates, and my aunt was going to get caught with the car uncompleted and all that sort of thing. So I took over the project with the idea of selling it to fund something else. But I fell in love with the car, unfortunately, and so I still own it.
And there's a Bugatti in the family?
Yeah, there is. Dad's Bugatti's still in the family. I've sold my interest in that car to continue my racing and those sort of things, but my brothers still own that vehicle within the family.
What's this thing going to be handling like in the wet?
Well, it's got a locked diff, so it's going to be interesting. So, but you know, it'll throw me back to my rallying days, I think.
We shall watch with interest, I'm sure, and yes, all that rallying won't do him any harm at all. Little Datsuns, now these things are absolutely astounding. Can I just come in here just for a moment or two? Tell me a wee bit about the car, because it's been around for a wee while now.
Just a few years on the track. It did about 10 years worth of rallying before this.
So it's done a fair bit of work, but you brought it back to a very, very good standard.
Oh yes, thank you. Yeah, a lot of hours tidying it up again.
Now you're underpowered compared to some of them. The rain's a great equaliser.
It is indeed. Nothing wrong with a bit of moisture.
Some people love the moisture, other people don't. Mate, I'm just going to leave it there and let's go and have a look at these guys and what they can do. Weather job. How are you? I'm good, mate. I'm good. You're not driving this weekend? No. I haven't seen the car.
Harold Heasley Saloons. Wow, we've had the Formula Libre, and now we're on to the Harold Heasley Saloons. We've got a handicap start. We are missing a few, Lindsay Kerr. I've spotted about 17 cars, so we've lost.
Yeah, it's pretty good, really. As I say, the attrition, forget about the weather, even notwithstanding, you do obviously get an attrition rate as deep into day 2. Maybe the rain is 2 or 3 because of the rain, but
you did mention it's getting a lot brighter, and
it is. I think that's going to clear.
You can see the sun off to the east or so.
Forecast says it's going to supposed to clear anyway, so that's well and good.
Right, well, we've got the final few cars lining up at the back of the grid. We are missing Maury Bone and Bob Denton, notably. Bob Denton choosing not to continue, to race in this one. Doesn't want to damage that Ford Ron Rutherford replica. Great car that is, but Maury Bone obviously stalling earlier in the weekend. Well, last race that they had.
So David Wood in the Mark II
will be
Triumph. PI is on road. I was on 2 on
second,
and behind him is Lloyd Proctor.
Paul Perryman's actually at the back for some reason. He's meant to be.
I think he would choose to go off the
fair
back.
enough.
Lloyd Proctor got an open run. Lloyd Proctor, the former general manager here at the park, and then alongside Lloyd in row 2 is Mervyn Hoare, another regular here at the park, been coming a long time. Row 3 is vacant completely. Then we go to Craig Pigeon in the Avenger.
Here we go. 5 lights, and the first group is away.
First group away. Good start by Mervyn Hoare.
Very good start, actually.
Lloyd Proctor off the mark well. So the next group.
Here we go.
With
someone's out of position there in the middle.
Yeah, I can't quite see because of the television
539.
Oh, poor old Craig Pigeon. He got bogged down at the start.
Oh no. Yeah, Luke Richardson, I wouldn't be surprised to see a penalty coming that way. That's what happened with the GT40 earlier this weekend. So
Murray Russell and the ex-Alan Ingalls Mark 1 Broad Speed Escort.
Here we go, third group. And I think, the final group really, because we don't have Bob Denton to be in the final group. So no.
Yeah, I think Paul Perryman in the Alfa Romeo Gletta, he decides that to start to do that. He's a guy that I think the car is extremely standard, and he chooses to saying I can still race it. Why shouldn't I race it? So I say good on him.
Fair enough.
And
time penalty board has been put up, Lindsay. So
yeah.
No surprise there.
One of our front row people.
Wow, no.
As the rain is almost stopped, I believe.
Great. It's actually quite nice conditions. I mean, you've got a damp track and you've got the sun beaming onto some parts of the track, so it's going to provide an interesting challenge for some of these drivers later on. We'll see what the time penalty and who it's for. I believe it will be Luke Richardson, though, in that MGBGT, because he wasn't lined up correctly. But nonetheless, good getaway from some of these guys. You've got a bit of a battle between one of the MGBs, I think, of Sean Turner, and there was a battle between him and Stephen Hurst in that Ford Anglia. But everyone's all set and done on that as everyone start. I think there's the 50 of Lloyd Proctor you mentioned earlier, just taking it nice and steady through there. Not too worried.
David Wood in the Triumph from there. Grant Milligan is latching onto the back in the Mark II Escort Sport. Now Grant Milligan, former South Island Formula Ford champion, and the Escort Sport. His father Alan won the New Zealand Escort Sport Championship in '81, I believe.
We got someone around. It's one of the escorts. I think it's Steve Pauling, possibly.
Grant Milligan, Alan Milligan. The Escort Sport Series was alive for about 4 or 5 years. It was the start of our one mark series, which New Zealand is obsessed with. I don't say that badly either. We are, and Alan won the third or fourth one, and Grant has carried on with pre-65s and Formula Ford, and he's raced this car at Scope for a couple of years.
Well, Lindsay, it looks like the Southern Salvage S's are going to be a very, very complicated
Yeah,
task in
I
these
would
conditions.
agree, seeing
because-
what happened just then.
Yeah,
yes.
I just saw one of the, it's the 34 of Wayne Perkins and that Vauxhall Viva GT that went around, and we also had a very almost, well, we almost had 2 spins there with Sean Turner and the MGB getting very, very loose. Like he was great to save that. That was a very, very good save by him. Anyways, moving on to the racing as they go through. Everyone's more spread out this time. As you can see, probably the closest battle we're looking at is between Stephen Hurst and the 127 of Steve Pauling, so the Anglia and the Escort. Great little cars
you
they
can
are.
put Craig Pigeon's Avenger in there too
yep.
at the moment, although he's being gobbled up quite easily, isn't he?
Yeah. Usually I would see Craig...
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised about that. But
Craig's a very, very good driver, but might be just struggling a little bit in these conditions, I think, Lindsay. That Hillman Avenger's not probably playing to his liking, I don't think.
You're probably right, but he mightn't admit it.
So there was meant to be a time penalty put up, but
yes,
it's no one...
It didn't happen.
Yeah, so maybe race control decided to go back on that. I'm very confused of why there was no... very, very close racing. 4 of Stephen Hurst on the 127 of Pauling. Here we go. Going to try through the CMG sweeper. As Mervyn Hoare comes across the line. You've got Craig Pigeon down the inside on, I think, Murray Russell maybe. So a lot of battles still going on in that later part of the pack, Lindsay.
Indeed, there is.
You can see Stephen Hurst being gobbled up now by Sean Turner and the MGB, who's just the fastest lap of the race. And I'm assuming that fastest lap will drop down the order as the faster group of cars come through the field. No, it actually doesn't. It stays where it is. So Sean Turner gets that fastest lap as everyone comes through. A lot of spray through the end of the straight.
Yeah, there is.
Like, you go from the main part of the straight where the starting grid is, and then you go down to the very end. There's 2 different amounts of spray there.
Probably a bit of pooling down there, actually.
Yeah, probably. We'll keep an eye on the Southern Salvage S's while we watch this great racing that's going on through Euromark Hairpin now. Four battle, well, a 4-way battle, let's say. As you can probably tell, Luke Richardson's trying to go down the inside on Lloyd Proctor. Doesn't get the move done, unfortunately, but we've got 4 cars fighting for a position, so it's always nice. A lot of battles going on in this series. Now, race.
Harold Heatley Saloons. Harold Heasley was a Canterbury Car Club stalwart. He won the first New Zealand Saloon Car Championship in 1960, driving his Humber 80.
Oh, wow.
Which he drove to the circuits throughout New Zealand and drove them away again to the next one.
Stephen Hurst is really trying to get that pass on Steve Pauling. Three guys fighting within very close proximity to each other. I mean, what a great event this has been already, Lindsay. I mean, we've had so many amazing cars from, back in the day, and such great classes already this weekend. So I think we're very lucky to have this event on.
Well, it's just grown in stature year after year, Josh, really. It started in 1991, and it's just got better and better. Had a hiccup last year thanks to COVID, but we did get it in, and later on.
We've got Ian Stevens battling with Craig Pigeon. I am a little bit confused though, Lindsay. Do you remember the Ford GT40 getting a penalty for not being in the starting grid last race?
Yeah,
that's what happened.
Not being in the correct box.
That's
yes.
right, and Luke Richardson was in the middle of 3, so I'm not sure what happened there. So maybe there's something internally that they've sorted out. But
one thing's for sure, you and I will never be told, probably.
Yeah.
So we just got to live with it, and I don't understand it either. I mean, you're not got to be consistent. Well, there's got to be good reason, isn't it?
Exactly.
Does that rain stop? Just about.
It's almost, yeah. It's lightening up. It's slow falls and it's very light. So we should be.
We should get through okay.
Yeah, we should be all right. And it is light. You did mention it's lightening up. Well, brightening up, I should say. But out front, it looks like it's going to be the yellow Ford Escort Sport 1600 of Grant Milligan, followed by the 333 of David Berry in that Escort Mark 1. And then it comes back to the, I'm trying to work out who that is. I think it's Sean, no, it's not Sean Turner. Steve Pauling, maybe, in that Ford Escort?
Yeah, I get a bit confused because Steve Pauling used to have, I think, well, it was a blue and white one he used to run for years, but it could be the same car painted, but...
Here we go,
anyway,
down the main straight.
It's definitely Grant Milligan will take...
And, David Berry's switching to the outside and gets that move done. Nice work.
Yeah, Steve Pauling, 127, you're right. Blue and white one.
We've got 2 laps to go. So, great race already from these guys. Next up will be, I think, the... trying to work out who
Ron Silvester.
Ron Silvester Saloons, another great bunch of cars. I mean, we've got a really good bunch of classes this weekend. Yeah. I mean...
yeah, it's the same classes, but they've added on the
Exactly.
historic sports car, sports sedans, which has been a great addition.
And not to mention the amazing cars that have been entered this weekend as well. You know, we've got a lot of Fords, a lot of BMWs. We've got a supercar in the field. We've got some open wheelers. So it's really, really cool to have some of these old cars and have an event like this held at such a great track, Lindsay. I mean,
well, in theory, they're all old cars, but
some relatively new. I mean, we've got a 2007 V8 supercar, so that's
still 15 years old.
Still, well, it's my age. It's my age. As long as that keeps being brought here, then I'll have some representation in
Right,
age
you will,
here.
mate. That's exactly right.
Oh, the 232 of Sean Turner getting very, very loose. It's the Southern Salvage S's that seems to get Sean Turner quite a lot. He's just, that rear end is very unstable. So, Stephen Hurst as well. Then 127 of Steve Pauling. So 3 in a row. 3 cars through the Southern Salvage S's have lost the back end a little bit. Last lap board coming out for Grant Milligan and David Berry. Sean Turner, sorry. Yes, Sean Turner out front. I got confused with Grant Milligan. I'm not sure where Milligan's gone off to. He might have actually gone off.
No, he's not. He's just exited the sweeper. Sorry, the S's, and he's
trundling very
slow. Yeah, he's going to be snaffled up, I would think, by Kerry Smallridge.
Oh, that's a shame.
And then the Viva. Yep, Kerry's past him. I would say Grant will pit.
Ian Stevens, that Ford Escort Mark III, going past the start-finish line just before.
So the last lap board's out, now out for Tony Pearson.
Nope. Oh, well, Tony Pearson, yes, he crosses the line, but still got... yeah, Tony Pearson hasn't made the charge through the field that I thought he would, actually, Lindsay. He's got a very good car in that Escort RP2000, but, yeah, I thought he'd be a little bit higher than what he is. Craig Pigeon, very slow. That's unfortunate. Looks like he's going to pull off, hopefully, at the drag strip, not anywhere on the circuit, which looks like he's got enough momentum to do that. That's a real shame, Lindsay. Losing a few cars is not great, but I think this is the last race for the Harold Heasleys.
Yes, it is their last race. It's everyone's last race from now on.
Yeah, I think there's 2 actually. For
no, you're
one
right.
Of the classes.
Sorry, you're right about Pearson. I thought he was higher place than that. No, he's surprisingly down in 10th place. But it is Turner.
Well, Lindsay through the CMG sweeper.
Sean Turner in the MGB, the lovely yellow MGB.
It's been a wet and a wild race for Sean Turner, but he's going to come across the line and take the checkered flag.
Yeah, he's done a great job.
Nice work to Sean Turner. He saved the car so many times from spinning and still comes home to finish.
And second will be Stephen Hurst.
Good job from him
One
as
of
well.
our regulars here. Stephen's here a fair bit.
You see that quite often. 127 of Steve Pauling is in 5th, Luke Richardson 4th, David Berry 3rd, the 50 of Lloyd Proctor in 6th, and I expect Paul Perryman ends up finishing 16th. Great car that Gioletta is. Great to see it on the track. 66 of Ian Stevens in 7th, Jamie Green 8th, Mervyn Horn 9th, and we should have Tony Pearson as he comes across the line now in 10th. Well, we'll go down to Rob Cope-Williams at the pit lane.
Obviously, Rob's rig would hear him in the background.
Well, we'll go down to Rob.
The called Ron Silvester Saloons, and tucked away in here is Grant Silvester driving the old man's car still, buddy.
Hey Rob, yeah, no, just enjoying the weekend. It's been an amazing weekend at Scope, and pleased to show the flag of my father's dear old 38 Chev coupe.
Your dad did so many amazing things, and this and other old coupes. What a beautiful memorial to have A, the car racing, and B, the naming rights for this class.
I know, we're very honoured, and very, very honoured to have the Silvester name tied up with the SKOPE Classic, and to be here again. I think it might be our 27th year is pretty special to us. So although we've got slicks, we've got rain coming down, we couldn't not be here. So we'll just have a tinker around, see if we can keep it on the hard stuff.
You are on slicks and it is raining. This thing, you drive it like a bloody go-kart.
If we can show the fans out there the car and do a lap, keep it on the tarmac, that'd be great. If it gets too messy, we'll just come on in. But a privilege to be here.
You wouldn't want to bend a 1938 Ron Silvester coupe.
No, I think if I did that, my father would come back down from the heavens and give me a smack in the back of the ears, so I better take it easy.
Grant Silvester, what a wonderful tribute to have. Let's go and have a look at the TVR. If we got just a moment, because this guy, I reckon, is one of the most courageous buggers around. Mark Scott, welcome, and no roof for you either, mate.
Where's my umbrella?
Tell me about the car.
TBR, owned by Andrew Whittaker, bought it directly off the factory in 1990. He raced it very successfully for 10 years. It's well known in the North Island. It has done events, Wigram and Queenstown Street Race, and even the PDL here in its day.
Will it be a handful in these conditions?
Absolutely, it's a handful in any condition.
Mark Scott, we wish you all the very, very best indeed. And I think really it's going to be a case we can just come over and see Bruce here, because we've got a moment or two. He's going to be very shy, but mate, you've been driving this thing for a million years.
Yeah, it's about 35 years now, so I sort of know
what have you done to it? It doesn't look as though you do anything to it.
Sorry, what have I done?
It doesn't look as though you do much to it, but I bet you do.
Oh no, it's been pretty reliable really. We just do normal maintenance and the odd rebuild, but no, it's been
What a lovely way to go classic car racing. And seriously, we've got a very, very full field. We've got a lot of drivers who aren't used to racing in the wet. Some of them are on slicks. In fact, quite a few of the V8s are on slicks. So I would suggest sit back and relax, because these guys are going to be doing a lot of work before we talk to you again soon.
Ron Silvester Saloons, Nathan, and we've got a handicap start as Jeff Judd gets underway. Got a few cars getting underway. The Mount Cook Airlines beautiful 52 of Grant Sprague, that Ford Escort. Great to see so many cars in this field, but we are missing a few, some who have not decided to venture out into the wet conditions, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's a shame, but can understand. There's a lot of expensive equipment out here.
Oh, you can just see Grant Silvester's Chevrolet Coupe just wobble, that steering wobble through as he got underway.
Yeah, Bruce Henderson in the RX3 there as well in that little group.
And
Hamish Robinson in the 635 and Michael Bushell in the XB GT. Mark Scott, he doesn't have a roof and he's still out there having a ball, isn't he?
We've got the Ford GT40 out there as well of Graham Baker. Great to see that car still out there.
So that's our field out there. 13 cars for this one, for their final race of the weekend. And it's James Hopman in the Porsche 911.
So unfortunately, Nathan, we're missing 3 Mustangs, the Starion, a couple of other cars like the 911 and GT350, a couple of Monaros. It's a shame. Weather can turn things around, but doesn't mean we won't have good racing from these guys already. Oh, that Porsche! Oh no. Martin Dippy, I think, maybe. No, James Hopman. Got really loose Southern Salvage S's. It's what I was talking about with Lindsay. It's going to be one of the most difficult corners through this track when it's wet. A lot of people having moments and spins there.
Wow, it's a grip limitation, really. It's all about how hard you push, finding the limits, as they say.
Grant Silvester absolutely wheeling that Chevrolet Coupe. Got a legendary car and legend behind the wheel as well. Great for his family to have the naming rights to this series.
Geez, look at the... it's a lot of work for Silvester.
Certainly.
Watch the front wheels as he comes down the straight. Debbie Chapman's decided that's enough. 1 lap's enough for me, and I'll see you later. Mark Scott in the TVR Tuscan Challenge. He's having a ball out there. GT40, now that's Graham Baker, of course. Just tiptoeing his way around. Michael Eden, one of the V8s that have ventured out. And the Ford Falcon GTHO.
You can't undermine that sound. What a great sounding car that is, that Ford Falcon.
And of course, not far behind him is Bruce Tonali and the Norm Beachy
Holden Monaro
GTS 350 replica.
You mentioned Mark Scott without a roof, and he's already gone and set the fastest lap, so he might be. He's likely going to be the fastest car on track at this rate. If he keeps that pace up.
I'll be honest, Josh. I don't think setting fastest laps is everybody's priority now.
Well, no, of course not. But well, it gives us a good idea of the pace of some of these guys, and you can see that with Mark Scott. Hopefully, we'll be able to see a charge through the field from him. He's doing a good job in that TVR Tuscan already.
Yeah, so Hopman's not got away, is he?
No.
Oh, big slide onto the front straight from Hopman in the Porsche. Is lighting up the rear.
That's exactly
sideways.
what he did. It's exactly what he did through Southern Salvage S's as well.
I tell you what, I think he's just having a bit of fun out there. Just absolutely throwing it sideways. Or he just overstepped it and got on the throttle a bit too heavy, but he did well to keep it together.
Again, another moment through Southern Salvage S's. It should be really Southern Salvage moments at the moment. As you can see, another one. A lot of very, very tricky corner. One of the most tricky corners through here to get right. And it's proving treacherous in the wet conditions at the moment. The Mount Cook Airlines 52 of Grant Sprague, that Ford Escort. Lovely car that he's running in there.
Yeah, and that's, Josh, that one's had a full rebuild. It's only just recently this year returned to the racetrack. So great to see Grant driving that one. And of course, campaigned by the Sprague family. So awesome to see that car go through a rebuild process and Just wonderful for Grant to bring her down here and it being out there and having a good run this weekend. Solid performance. Jeff Judd in the Vauxhall Chevette. He is sitting in behind them, and Jeff, a former 2NZ in the RX7 Championship, and that little Vauxhall Chevette, very small, compact little race car, more formally known for rallying, tarmac rallies.
Mark Scott in that TVR Tuscan just got through on Hamish Robinson in that BMW M635. As you can see them come down through to the CMG sweeper. 29 of James Hotman ahead of Grant Sprague. Jeff Judd in that Vauxhall Chevette, and then we've got Mark Scott and then Hamish Robinson in the 5th position.
Yeah, the BMW M635 of Hamish Robinson. That's shared drive across a couple of classes through the weekend. Matthew Robinson also driving that car in one of the other classes.
It's always good to have relatives give your car a go, especially when you've got a large event like this.
Bruce Henderson in the RX3 used to run that car in the Sports Sedans series. Not commonly seeing RX3s in race motorsport trim.
Yeah. Great.
Martin Dippy in the IROC orange Porsche. He's pulled into pit lane as well.
Oh, that's a shame. We've got 11 cars left running.
Michael Bushell out there in the XB GT 351 Ford Falcon. Of course, they ran in the back in the day in the Aussie.
There goes Mark Scott
Championship.
Mark Scott around the outside on James Hotman. Great move.
So that will make him race leader within a lap. He's managed to get from 4th to 1st. And what do we got coming up? 2 laps to go, Josh.
That's right. And Mark Scott, I mean, he's actually coming up to lap Graham Baker in the Ford GT40, who I think is taking it very carefully in that Ford GT40. It's a very, I guess you could call it a rare car nowadays. You don't see many of them.
Absolutely. New Zealand built GT40.
Best to just take it careful, enjoy and have some fun and bring it home at the end.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll stay well wide of Mark Scott. Send him drive on by.
You mentioned Mark Scott doesn't have a roof, and I mean it's not that much rain anymore, but there's still the track spray and all that rain, so he might be a bit drenched after this one.
Well, can't see any spits of rain.
No,
down in front of us here in pit lane. So
hopefully things clear up before we get through to Formula 5000s and Formula Open and Co. Track temperature will obviously go down though, so that could bring some faster lap times once the rain's cleared off the track. Should see a formation of a dry line as the cars start to move all that spray out of the way.
The 2 V8s thundering down the front straight there, Bushell and Eden. Both Ford Falcons, but
the
two
other
different
one,
models.
The other V8, Chevrolet Coupe of Grant Silvester, 1938 built. It's older than what? I couldn't tell you how old it is compared to
Graham Baker. Oh no, he's had a moment down into Southern Salvage S's. He's going to pull back onto the track.
Hasn't hit anything, so that's always a good sign.
That was a big moment there for Baker. Just coming off the carousel down the straight there. Good to see that he's recovered. Last lap board out now for Mark Scott in the TVR.
Another purple fastest lap. Mark Scott is I think he's over a second quicker, or just under 10 seconds quicker on the fastest lap time than second place, which is James Hotman.
Well, I wouldn't be surprised, Josh, if he's got some wets on. Cause
possibly,
to be doing 43s and everybody else in the 50s. tells you that probably he's got some wet tyres that can disperse the water pretty well.
Well, sometimes, Nathan, it's good to have a race in the mid part of the session, because then you can prepare for things that some people at the start can't. You might be able to go home early if you start, but yeah,
look at this. Hamish Robinson, he's all over the back of Grant Sprague. Down into Euro mark.
He's going to try the inside. No, covers it off. So we'll see what he does. Choose the inside line. It doesn't. Well, actually, he gets a good run out of it. So
are they going to run? He's on the wrong side though for Fulton Hogan here.
Oh no, he
switched to the inside. Careful, boys!
Oh, contact!
Oh no, he gave him a serve. Well, I wouldn't say a serve. He gave him a wee touch, just enough.
Could see that coming from a mile away, Nathan. And I think you could probably see a time penalty coming for that one after the race as well.
To be a post-race penalty, probably, if anything. It's probably a little bit too hard to do something now.
Of
we
course,
see
yes.
Mark Scott coming through the sweeper for the final time. Checker flag here at the ready. And it is the TVR Tuscan. Mark Scott will grab the Ron Silvester Saloon handicap race. The last one for them this weekend. Bruce Tonelli keeping the car on track.
In 10th. Nice top 10 result for Bruce. Wait for...
Hopman, look at this. Out of the final corner. Oh, he straightened it up.
Absolute wheelman.
He's having a play, isn't he? Hopman in 29 in the red Porsche 911. Robson, he's come across the line.
And Grant Sprague, of course.
Sprague
in 5th. Sorry, 4th. Yeah, that was really unfortunate for Grant. Hopefully there's no big damage or...
No, it didn't look like it when they come across the line.
Yeah, so we'll just hope it's a little scratch that can be fixed up. Yeah, they're right alongside each other.
Yeah.
I think some hand signals might be at play there on that one.
No, he might be just saying, hey, look, sorry, buddy. You know, it's not intentional. These guys don't go out there to drive into each other. They're classic cars. So, you know, I'm sure that Robinson's just apologising and setting things straight, because everybody's out there to enjoy their weekend of motor racing.
Exactly.
So that'll do it for the Ron Silvester Saloons for them for this weekend.
Next up, John Osborne Saloons.
John Osborne Saloons coming up next, and we'll go downstairs to Rob Cope Williams.
What a surprise.
The name Euromark and the name of Cochrane both seem to go very well with this particular track. Buddy, how you doing out there?
Yeah, good, thank you. It's been a good weekend. Pretty challenging in the heat, but good fun.
Tell me about the car, because these things do 100 miles an hour when the key's off.
Yeah, well, we've had it for probably almost 10 years now and raced it on and off for the last 6 or 7, so it's been a lot of fun. It's a cool wee car. It's cool to see them, still getting about.
You yourself, you're not old enough to have done some of the miles that some of these old grey timers are, but you're enjoying it?
Yeah, no, I enjoyed it a lot. It's good fun, especially this meeting. Yeah.
You like this weather?
Yeah, I do actually. I really enjoy the wet.
I've always thought that it was a great equaliser.
Yeah, no, it is. It tests your skill.
Having a look, you've got a set of wets underneath you. So what's your plan for the game?
I'll just try and stick to the wet line and not stuff them.
All the very best out there, mate. And just remember, take it slowly and carefully, but enjoy. A very, very large muscle car. Can I come in? What's this going to be like in the wet? It looks as though it's a hugely powerful motor car to throw around.
Well, yeah, it's hard enough in the dry, these cars, the last couple of days with the oil on the circuit and coming out with that whole sunlight and that. So it should be a challenge. First time I've driven it in the rain this race now, so hopefully we'll see at the end okay.
I just had a wee look. You don't have slicks on. You've got rain tyres. I think you're really going to need them.
Yeah, no, totally. It's this first time we've raced on these wet groove tyres anyway, so we'll see how we get on. But no, looking forward to it. Hopefully there's just not actually too much rain, but the track's obviously quite wet, so no, we'll get out there and do what we can. Starting from the back.
Well, I wish you all the luck. All I will say is that you're a hell of a lot braver than I'd ever be.
Yeah, no, that's all good. Thanks very much. Cheers.
Have you got time to talk to the BMW people? Just before you go out, mate, if you've got half a moment, how's your weekend going?
Pretty good, thank you. Yeah, loving it.
How's the car?
I have had some mechanical issues actually, but it's all going good now. So this is my second race for the weekend. So really looking forward to it.
You've got intermediates on, you haven't got wets.
These are my wets. And this car's road registered, and these are my road tyres as well. So I'm driving home with this. I will be driving this car home tonight with these tyres on.
I would say that driving the car home was probably worth a couple of seconds a lap, isn't it?
I know, you do get the odd look on the road. Yeah.
You have a lot of fun out there. Have you got a plan of attack for the wet?
Well, this is a reverse grid, and as I've had a fairly unsuccessful weekend so far, I'm on the first flagful, so I'm just going to pin my ears back and go like hell.
And keep your lines, it's up to them to get past you.
That's right.
Good on you, buddy. The lovely 535 BMW, the noise is starting, and we hear with a bit of sadness that the Ron Silvester didn't actually get to the end of the race. But anyway, let's just listen to the sound for a moment before we hand back to those upstairs. What I have found in here is a guy called Mike Baker, and Mike Baker, this is an amazing car because you built it as an amazing replica.
Thank you very much. Yes, I really love my cars, as you know, and thank you very much for last night. That was awesome, and I love coming here. Motorsports kept me going and alive.
Tell me about the car because it is special.
Yeah, it's a replica of my genuine Cup car, and it's got a few wee tweaks of the RSR and a bit of user-friendly stuff, but otherwise it's pretty much identical.
Well, good on you, buddy. Always lovely to see you here. And he's a very, very good contender, I can tell you.
Well, back with our John Osborne Saloons for their 4th race of the weekend, 6-lap handicap. And it's a mixed bag of who's stayed and who's joined the party.
Who's quit and who's gone and who can't come out and who doesn't want to come out.
Who doesn't have wets.
As we've said, this time of the day, as we call it, the graveyard shift up here, because things do get a bit tough. But these guys are in the same boat, and a lot of them really, I'm not sure what their intentions are. They've done 3 races and they're happy to go home.
So, car 27, Phil Redmond in the Porsche 944. He's going to start on the front row with Kevin Jones in 535, starting on the inside of row number 2. We're going to get back to Robert McCullum in the replica Ford Sierra Cosworth RS.
Nice car though. It's a Group N type car, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. Another one of the rally spec.
Yes.
And then Miles Cockram in car number 52. The 260Z. So first group here for the handicap start.
Oh, Kelvin Jones, a bit of a... It hasn't helped him, but they're all away safely.
The next group ready to start us off here. Away goes the second group. The next group, Lewis Lowe. I think he's going to be all by himself in that third group there, Lindsay.
Yeah, club president Lewis Lowe all by himself in the Scarab. The Paul Newman lookalike cars.
Baker, Trevor Crowe and Randall Diggs
Trevor
are going
Crowe.
as well.
Hope Trevor's sold a few of his books today.
The next 2 away, Robert Dong in the 996 Porsche GT3 Cup car. Paul Kelly.
Paul Kelly in that
beautiful
Camaro.
The Pontiac. And the fast boys away now at the back. Reese Gould and Marco Schell. And as Reese just alluding to before, first time he's driven this car in the need of wet weather tyres. So Kevin Jones in front now of Phil Redmond. So they work their way through Southern Salvage, through the S's. Miles Cockram already on the back of Redmond. He's pulled away from Robert McCullum. So we see Baker leading the next group through. He's got a big gap back to Trevor Crowe. Lewis Lowe and Randall Diggs.
Bit of spray still out there.
It's certainly more, seems to be offline than
it does
than online. So Cockram there, he's got the best jump out of everybody in the 260. It's a big group of cars all working their way through the Euromark hairpin. Look at Reese Gould already.
Yeah, he's carved his way through pretty well, hasn't he? He attacks Trevor Crowe on the outside as they go through start their commencement through the carousel.
And Marco Schelp just keeping up, just working his way past Trevor in the carousel. Oh, big slide there from Trevor Crowe as they come onto the wee straight. He's managed to gather her back up. Here comes Mike Baker. He's chasing down the wee Cosworth. Sierra. He's going to slide up the inside. Is he going to get Phil Redmond here as well as they come into turn 2? Abbott's Insurance.
You can't believe that car of Mike Baker, did you say, was a replica?
Yeah.
Amazing. You don't see many Porsche replicas around, do you?
No, that's what Rob was saying when he spoke to Mike. It's a replica of his
other car.
Genuine
Yes.
car.
Yes.
So cool that you can have the real thing and then build something that looks exactly the same.
Oh, wonderful.
I mean, I'll be honest, if you sat the two side by side, you probably couldn't tell the difference. No. Mike's got an array of cars. He also has the GT3 Cup car as well. I've seen him race.
Yep.
Haven't seen too much of that car in the recent past.
No, not in the recent past.
So the question is can anyone catch Miles Cockram here, or is he being given a good handicap here? The second place group of cars just coming through Southern Salvage, and Miles Cockram already out of the final corner and down the front straight. What have we got? 3 laps to go, so 3 in the books, 3 to go. Oh, McCullum in the Sierra Cosworth RS just rejoining. Had a moment through Southern Salvage. Kevin Jones having a big slide out of the CMG sweeper. Gathers it back up. Not too many days you see people driving their race cars home, Lindsay.
No.
Kevin Jones is BMW, road registered.
You go back to what dear old Harold Heasley did in 1960 with his Humber 80.
Road registered, driving it around.
Well, he drove to all the tracks around New Zealand, raced.
Yeah, and then drove
went home
again.
Yeah.
Look at this battle here for second and third. Riskell hasn't run away.
Yeah, they had an amazing tussle this morning, those two, didn't they? Remember?
Yeah, they did, yeah. Throw in Kane Lawson as well out there. He was in that battle pack this morning. Those two just bumper to bumper. Schelp looking to the inside, Gould to the outside as they come up to Southern Salvage. Does Schelp look for the dive? Not close enough. Oh, he's run a little bit wide.
Oh, they're both pretty serious going through there, weren't they?
Schelp going to try and come around the outside on the exit.
He got a bit of momentum through there.
Gould just ran him a little bit wide on exit there and got the better run through the CMG sweeper. Watch the horsepower of this thing down the straight. Look at him pull away. Oh, safety car. Just trying to pick up what, who, where and why.
What have we missed? Well, Reece Gould's all by himself.
Looks like they've gone to the flag point. So not sure what's going on.
No,
is it?
We can't see it. I think it's over the back of the
the
flaggies box.
It's not the Subaru Justy, is it, of Trevor Crowe? I I think it is. I think it's Trevor Crowe. It's really hard to see from where we are.
It's pretty
up
impossible to see with everything white around it too, isn't it?
Looking at our timing screen though, Trevor Crowe is...
Yeah, I haven't seen Trevor, I must admit. I don't see him come through actually.
Just looking here at the screen in the commentary box, and Trevor Crowe's car is over there. Now look at the gap these the leaders had on the back half of the field as we're under safety car conditions. As the last lap board's out too, so I think this might be the way it finishes. As we're on last lap board is out at the start finish line, so Miles Cockram, he's probably just going to follow the safety car around. So Cockram now onto the back of the Alfa Romeo Tonale safety car. Has the leader in the infield section over there in Fulton Hogan. And look at the rest of the field just coming onto the main straight out of the sweeper. So that's how much of a lead Miles Cockram had. Randall Diggs there in the ex-NZV8 touring car. Angus Fogg built. Mark Porter. Porter family owned NZV8 touring car. And Randall's done a superb job with that restoration, Lindsay, to get it back out on track. Great to see another NZV8 touring car.
Well, as I say, it's a class that was so good and sadly should have lived longer than what it did. I think politics got in the way.
Yeah, 100% agree on that one. It was never going to work.
No, never. I see both sides of the argument, but yeah.
Well, the safety car's going to get another race win this weekend. He's going to pick up a second one, the first of today. And that's how the John Osborne Saloons will finish for this one. Miles Cockram ahead of Reece Gould, Marco Schelp, Mike Baker, and the rest of the field coming on through. Kevin Jones from Lewis Lowe, Phil Redmond, Robert Dong, Randall Diggs, Robert McCullum, and Paul Kelly rounding out our 11 cars for our John Osborne Saloons. So, Lindsay?
Yeah, mate.
What have we got next on our program?
The Archibald's Historic Touring Car Feature Race.
Well, I think...
for the Sir Robertson Stewart Grand Prix title.
Well, let's go down to Rob Cope-Williams. I'm sure he's standing by with some of our Archibald's Historic Touring Car drivers.
Just had a wee quick look at the Formula 5000s, and without an exception, they're all sitting on slicks, but I can assure you there's a few sets of wets that are being pumped up to make sure that the tyre pressures are right. I just want to sneak in here and talk to a very, very famous guy. Young Richards, how are you doing in there, mate, Steve?
Yeah, going good. Yeah, can't wait. It's obviously the weather's changed it up for the feature, so should be a bit of fun. You've got to try and keep these big bullies behind me. It's a bit hard in this little car.
Yeah, well, they are picking on you a bit, aren't they?
They gobble me up in the straight line, and then they make it very difficult for me through the tight stuff.
For those who don't know the car, can you just sort of give us a wee bit of a history in what it is?
Yeah, sure. So it's a 1996 Nissan Primera, raced in the Spanish Touring Car Championship back then. was part of the global super touring car formula for 2-litre touring cars, and they're lightweight, they're low to the ground, they go fast through the corners, but they just lack a bit of horsepower down the straights.
What's it going to be like if the rain does come back in again? Are these things a handful?
No, these are actually really quite good. I better be careful. I haven't driven one in the wet for about 30 years, so I'm not quite sure, but it'll be a lot of fun. But they go very well.
I'm sure you'll adapt very quickly.
I hope so.
Lovely to have you here. Your father spent a hell of a lot of time here, and we always enjoyed both of you when you do come over. So thanks very much indeed. Got to come down here if I may, because as a young guy, and I called him a young guy because he was a young guy last time I saw him. How you doing in here, buddy? Tell me about the car and how you're feeling.
I don't know how to explain it, really. It wasn't something that I wanted to come down and run around in the rain, for sure.
You're known really for doing, about 10 or 15 years ago, it seems that you were driving Trans Ams and that sort of thing. When did you last put a race hat on?
Well, my licence ran out 10 years ago, so probably 11 years ago I drove a race car. Yeah.
that sums it. But you picked it up again very, very quickly, Kane.
Yeah, thanks. It's been an awesome weekend to be at. Whether I was driving the car or not, I've really enjoyed being down here and just looking around the paddock. Every class has got something, that you feel that you've touched or been involved in some way. So awesome, not just to see the cars, but, really special to see the people.
Well, we hope this isn't going to be just a hit and run. You are going to keep driving again. Now you've got your new licence. You paid that money. You might as well use it.
Look, I had enough pressure come on me to come and do this meeting. Let's just wait and see.
Well, you take it to those Australians, buddy. You to show them.
Yeah, it's good fun. Let's just see what the next race brings.
This car, it's been around a while. It's been in some interesting handles. If you look at Murphy and all that sort of thing on there.
Yeah, well, I drove the car with Murphy at Wellington, but also drove it with Brett Riley, another sort of icon of New Zealand motorsport. So, and some fairly famous Europeans raced it before we got our hands on it. So, yeah, it's pretty special to see it out. She's a good old girl.
Well, all I'll say, Kate Scott, is welcome back, mate.
Yeah, thanks. And obviously a really big thanks to Peter Sturgis, the car owner. What a lovely guy, and I've really enjoyed being with him and the crew here. It's been a great weekend.
Good idea. Thank you very much indeed. Isn't it wonderful? I mean, there he is. He hasn't driven for how long? And I'm not quite sure who to go and see next, actually. Let's come and have a look at this little very gay-looking car, if I can be so bold. Whoops, wrong side. Greetings. How's the car and how are you?
I'm good. Be first time in the rain for a long time.
Well, you'd be pleased to know that the rain has actually stopped falling.
Yes, we can see that.
Tell me about the car, because it stands out on the track like you wouldn't believe with the day glow type colour scheme.
It's a DTM touring car, so it won the German touring car championship with Peter Zakowski, who is Zach Speed, and then it won the Nordic Cup with Nissan.
Thank you very much, and good luck out there. Isn't it amazing what these cars have won in the past and what they're still doing? It's starting to get noisy. Yep, it's getting a bit noisy, so we'll have another wee look and then we'll hand you back upstairs for what will be, I'm very, very sure, a very exciting race.
Archibald's historic touring cars for the Sir Robertson Stewart Grand Prix. 10 laps ahead for a rolling start. And as Rob Cope Williams was just down in the assembly area going through some of the cars, and every car out there has some absolute history attached to it, and just catching up with a couple of the faster guys at the front of the field as they come on out for their warm-up.
Angela Robertson Stewart, of course, was the founder of PDL Industries, and they were our sponsor here prior to SKOPE. And the family name, of course, owns SKOPE. It's Robertson Stewart. He was one of the inspirational people behind the whole thing. And going back a few years, he did racing himself. Archibald's, of course, Archibald's European cars, and Ray Archibald was the founder there. And he won the New Zealand Touring Car Championship in the mid-60s twice, and his 3.8 Mark II Jaguar, beautiful car, had some wonderful scraps with Ernie Sprague from Timaru and his various Zephyrs. They were wonderful scraps, actually. I do remember them quite well, because that's one of the things that really got me excited into motor racing was some of those jewels that I saw at Wigram in particular, I suppose. Okay, this race is over, was it 10 laps, is it not?
Yeah, 10 lap rolling start for the Sir Robertson Stewart Grand Prix. Just looking at some of the cars as they start to form up.
Oh dear. Car 15. I've been talking about Aaron Black's M3, the Roberto Ravalia lookalike. Looked a bit of mystery smoke then, but
and he's pulled off there on the exit of pit lane.
What a shame. What a shame. Don't expect that with thoroughbreds like that.
Looks like Phil Major in pit lane as well, up the other end. So he's hoping.
Almost last man standing when you think of the numbers that started here on Friday afternoon.
Great to see some of the Mazdas joining the series. In particular, Paul McCarthy in the purple Mazda Exodus 6. Starting a little bit further back.
Austin McKinley will start from the pit lane. It's Austin McKinley in the Perkins built Commodore.
Yep. PE chassis 020.
Raced by Kevin Waldock.
Nigel Arkell out there in car 62. One of the Japanese cars from the Japanese Championship. Aaron Black out of the car, so obviously something a little bit more terminal, of course. The Honda Accord Super Tourer. '97 Japanese Touring Car Championship for the Honda Accord. Plenty of pedigree, plenty of history.
Yes, we've talked ourselves hoarse really about this category throughout the weekend. It certainly, we knew it was going to be good, Nathan, but fair to say it exceeded expectation.
Absolutely, yeah, without doubt. quality of racing has been nothing but just absolutely
it was
top
it's
notch.
been superb, and I guess we expected it. Hope for it, should I say?
Richard McCarthy and the Toyota Carina there just dropping to the tail end of the field, so potentially problems. So we've got a couple of pit lane starters. The safety car is in pit lane. Here we go. Lights are out. We are underway.
Stephen Richards, Kane Scott. Was that Graham Cameron up there?
Yeah, Graham Cameron up there.
And McKinley and Major start from pit lane. This race over 10 laps.
Cameron in the Zach Speed built DTM car. The CEO of Zach Speed raced that one, Peter Zakowski, in the Nordic Cup livery, as Graham pointed out. Conrad Timms in that third position in the Mondeo. Oh, problems down at Euromark already for one of the BMWs.
Yes, every car in this category has a story to tell. A really good story to tell of the various championships that they have been involved with. Come next year, we might have them remembered off by heart, Nathan. Right from the European Championships through to Asia Pacific, down here in New Zealand and in Australia.
Because one of the famous Australian cars, Matt Martin, car 46, the Coke livery, or Diet Coke livery, BMW I should say.
Yes.
Raced in the hands of Paul Morris.
Yeah. Stu Rogers goes through there. That car, just beautiful. As I've been saying, it's probably the most perfect replica that's ever been built. I'll say one of them. Really emphasise that case, you know. But it is. It's been signed off by Fred Gibson and Jim Richards. So, to me, that speaks volumes and gives it credibility. John Bauer locked in battle there with Alan Dippy in the Rover Vitesse, the Group A Rover Vitesse. Walkinshaw prepared.
So Richards leads the field through Southern Salvage here on lap number 2. Conrad Timms, he's had a few problems with this car through the weekend. He didn't finish the first race yesterday morning. Seems to have got on top of the problems in the Rouse built Ford Mondeo. Of course, that one run in 95 by Calvin Burt and the British Touring Car Championship, and Conrad doing a mighty fine job in the early part of this race, sitting in that second position.
And the Mondeo, yeah, for sure.
Here comes Bauer down the front straight. Look at the turbo just pulls away. Brett Stevens there just trying to work his way around the outsiders of the Rover as well. Oh, Stu Rogers. He is just crawling slowly in the replica in the Nissan Skyline GTR.
He actually had not a bad day today, Stu. He had a win earlier on.
Had that gearbox problem yesterday. Went all the way out to Amberley, back home.
Went home to Amberley.
Went and fixed it, but not having the best of run now.
No, had a win this morning. I think you'll find him hightailing for the pits, and that'll be him done for the day.
Dennis Chapman in the car number 23. One of the BMWs.
On the Super Tourers, yes.
The 318i.
Dennis Chapman, a great servant of motorsport. A great mentor to so many younger people. Speaking of younger people, did you know, have you seen the clip on Liam Lawson going over Bathurst?
I did, yeah, in the RB7. That was...
Didn't it sound wonderful?
It did. Absolutely. Oh, problems there for Brett Stevens again in the in the Sierra. He hasn't had the best of days today, has he, Brett Stevens?
No, he hasn't had the best of days.
And we didn't get to see him until today. Yeah, a real shame.
Time penalty board looking... is anything going up?
No, it doesn't look like it.
No, just our television man playing around with it.
Got the Volvo S40 out there. Matthew O'Donnell in that one, not Lindsay O'Donnell. Of course, Matthew was driving the number 25 BMW until he had a small fire yesterday, and unfortunately that's meant he's had to swap cars for the remainder of the weekend, and thankfully Lindsay offered him the keys to the Volvo. Nick Donaldson just tucked in behind him there, and the another one of the E30s, the Group A BMW. Now those guys having a great little wee scrap as they come through the carousel.
John Bowers off the pace a bit this race, hasn't he?
He started a lot further back down the grid than I expected him to. He was further down the grid. So Kane Scott, look at that. He's closing right up on Conrad Timms as they come down into Abbott Insurance.
So Stephen Richards is going to be a hard man to get by, though, isn't he?
Oh, absolutely. He's a racer.
There's a bit of experience under there. You know, it's been a hard road for Stephen to climb, really, with his racing. I mean, when you follow in your father's footsteps, the expectations are very high, aren't they?
They are.
And for Stephen to have actually done it and done what he's done, I think is quite remarkable, really.
Well, he slotted himself in, didn't he, into that into the Ford Performance V8 Supercar racing team in the mid-2000s.
Yeah. He won Bathurst 5 times, I think.
I mean, that's,
well, that's says, that
a lot about the pedigree.
It sure does. I guess the Andretti's in the States you could have similar comparisons with.
So Richards comes across to complete another lap, and Kane Scott now ahead of Conrad Timms. So he's made the pass up into second. He's got a bit of work to do. What have we got? 6 or 7 laps to go.
Oh dear, we've lost connection with our server.
Unfortunately, no live timing at the moment. Nick Donaldson's managed to work.
Bringing out the stopwatches and the lap charts.
Here comes Nick Donaldson down the front straight, right on the back of the Walkinshaw TWR Rover Vitesse. Looking to the inside on the Rover. Oh, Dippy making that Rover as wide as he possibly can. Donaldson trying anything he can. Here comes O'Donnell as they come into the Euro mark hairpin. This has brought Stephen Kelly into this little battle pack.
Yeah, it has. He's right amongst it now, isn't he? Yep.
No, they work their way through Fulton Hogan. Look at that, Kane Scott. He's closed right up now onto the back of Stephen Richards, down the front straight.
Yes, he has too, hasn't he? That came in a hurry, didn't it?
Well, Conrad Timms was right behind.
Yeah, he was. He must have been
through the middle part of the circuit.
All of a sudden now it is game on, actually, isn't it?
It is. And they're going to come up to David Beattie in the Toyota Corona. So see how they can work through the lap traffic. Phil Major having a good little wee battle here as they head down into the sweeper with Matt Martin and Nick Donaldson through on the Rover. So plenty of positional changes going on throughout the race. Warren Good in the E36 BMW. Just sitting back.
Warren Good, a long-time campaigner here at Scope. He's campaigned a Peugeot for the last few years, but earlier days I recall him in the BMW.
So Richards has managed to just open up that gap.
Yeah, he is.
He's just managing Kane Scott. Scott down the straight. Look at how fast that thing is. Closing right up under brakes. John Bowers up there. He's now up into 6th position. So he's managed to fight his way up through the field.
Remember those cars were out in their peak and people could just not realise how, or could understand how fast they were.
A little bit on the temperamental side though.
Turbos in their sort of relative infancy then, and boy, Ford got it right with the Sierra, didn't they?
They did.
They felt that the brakes weren't really good enough for them, for the power that was handling.
Nigel Arkell, he's all over the back of Graham Cameron in the Honda Accord. John Bauer, not too far away from these guys as well. He's closing in. Arkell looking at the rear of Cameron. Is he going to make a run out of the exit of Southern Salvage? The battle for 4th, 5th and 6th.
Yes.
Bring John Bow into the picture now.
Bring John Bow into the picture now. Yes, he is on the tail there of that trio. Or that group, I mean.
Scott closer than he was last time.
Must be running out of laps here. We haven't got our graph is gone, but we can't be far away.
So down into the hairpin. Look at that, Kane Scott at Euromark. And here comes John Bow round the outside. Wheel to wheel with Conrad Timms at the hairpin.
If he can stay there as they... Nope.
Tim's got the best drive.
Yeah, but I thought if he could stay near, the next turn is a right-hander and he'll be on the inside then. But not to be.
Well, John Bowers swooped around the outside of Arkell and Cameron. Arkell just can't seem to find a way past Cameron. He's making that BMW DTM as wide as he can make it. John Bauer up the inside. He's going to get Conrad Timms. Timms looking to the inside to hold off Cameron. So John Bauer now up to third. So we're approaching halfway.
Last lap.
Oh, last lap already. Sorry, jeez.
I knew it was more than halfway, mate.
I was getting myself all excited there, wasn't I?
Yes, you were.
So it's there, last lap, eh? Last lap out. And this
So that
group,
scrap now is for fourth place between those three.
Well, that's Graham Cameron.
With John Bauer having fled the nest there.
Arkell still stuck to the rear bumper, isn't he? Majors managed to work his way past Dennis Chapman, Matt Martin in the Diet Coke. BMW having to back out through Southern Salvage. Now he's going to get the pass down to the sweeper. Stephen Richards, half a lap. As he comes through the carousel. Conrad Timms dropping a bit further back now. He's dropped well out of that battle pack with Cameron and Arkell. So down through the CMG sweeper, Stephen Richards. Stephen Richards comes across the line to take the victory for the Archibald's historic touring cars, and he will win the Sir Robertson Stewart Grand Prix. Kane Scott coming across the line in second.
We lost a lot in that race, but the heavy hitters were still at the end, weren't they?
Oh, they were. John Bauer coming through to finish third. What a fantastic run at the end there. Great drive from John Bauer to come home third. Olympian Conrad Timms.
Yeah, they had a good scrap throughout. There were three of them there. So, yeah, very good weekend from the Archibald's historic touring cars. Let's hope we do see them again next year. As we move on to the SAS Auto Parts Formula 5000 feature race for the Burt Hawthorne Cup.
Russell Greer, not only does he have the Santon Corvette, but he's also got one of these Formula 5000 things. And the last thing you need is Rob Cope-Williams to come and have a chat. But well done on that last race, mate.
Thank you very much. Very surprising, actually. I was just disappointed when Steve shot past me. It's the last thing a mate should do.
How would you feel if I told you that Steve hasn't got his overalls on and he looks as though he's not coming out?
Look, a dog's only got to pee on the track and he won't come out.
I won't quote you, Russell Greer, but that's a very good answer. You're not worried about the fact that the rain seems to have stopped, so you're staying on slicks, obviously.
Well, I don't have any wet tyres, so there's no option, really. It's just...
Have you got a direct line to upstairs on the other side of those clouds, mate?
Hope so, mate. I really do. I really do. No, just luck out there. Just do your best.
Exactly. Well, that's literally all the very, very best for you. And just looking down the line, everybody seems to have slick tyres on, which is really good. Who we got? So we just sort of quietly drift in here because he's got a glint in his eye. We've just come to have a chat, which is the last thing you probably want. But how are you and the car going?
Yeah. Hopefully got it sorted and get back out there and give it a go.
We did notice that you actually didn't finish. What was the problem? Did you find it?
No, not too sure. So I changed a few things and just see if we solved it.
What did it do? Did it started missing?
Yeah, just a bit of a miss and sort of a bit low on power. So hopefully we've got it sorted and get back out there.
Well, the weather at least is starting to be on your side as well. This is fabulous that there's not much noise yet. We can come and keep on talking. You can't hear because he's got all sorts of things in his ears. So let's come around to this side. Now, Anna also had a problem, and I'm not going to look at her body language in case she says no, she doesn't want to talk. Anna, what was the problem in that last race?
We had an issue with the back right rear, so the hub within the back upright unfortunately broke, so it put us out for the rest of the race.
But you're okay again, obviously, you're all strapped in and you're looking great, so you're ready to go again?
Yep, good to go for the last race, so hopefully it stays dry for us.
It was interesting that Steve Ross isn't going out. That'll help everybody a wee bit. I think it's getting far too noisy for me.
SAS Auto Parts F5000. Here we go, rolling start, 12 laps, the feature race, the Burt Hawthorn Cup, Lindsay.
Indeed, the Burt Hawthorn Cup. Here we go, it is Michael Collins in the beautiful leader GM1, or should I say the McRae GM1. It can be called both, I guess.
Both great vehicles.
Well, no, they are the same.
Exactly.
They are the same.
Just a preference of name, I guess.
Well, I think technically it was the last one, the leader, and it was designed by Graham McRae anyway. Obviously, because the McRae, the GM1 is the same. It's the same. Oh,
top two are very close together.
Top two very close together. Is that Kevin Ingram behind him?
Yes.
Kevin Ingram in the Lola T332. Kevin Ingram, former New Zealand Formula Ford champion, and
very
many years ago.
Driver. Him and that Lola have been a very, very good pairing recently.
Won the Jim Clark Trophy the year that he won the Formula Ford Championship, which is one of the prestigious New Zealand Motorsport New Zealand awards.
Oh.
No Steve Ross.
No Anna Collins. So, yeah, big get back from Kevin Ingram to Grant Martin there, Lindsay.
Yeah, then Brent Willis behind him. Yes, you're right. There is.
Maybe they just. I assume they both of them just got a better getaway than Grant, and Grant just couldn't put the power down through the start, because the track's still relatively damp. It's not quite as damp as it was before when it started raining, but it's got much better track conditions now for these guys, and it's great to see them all out on track running for the Burt Hawthorn Cup. And it's
Tim Rush and the older McLaren there, the M22.
Kevin Ingram very late on the brakes.
One of the early
mark.
5,000 cars. In fact, the first time 5,000s ran at Wigram in 1970 was I think the McLaren M10 that won the race.
Great cars, those McLarens.
And then Graham McRae won Wigram 3 times in his own car. I'll never forget. Was it 71, 72, and this painted the colour of this car. Graham McRae winning it.
Well, Lindsay, it's Michael Collins out front with a pretty big gap over Kevin Ingram now, so he's starting to stretch that lead a little bit. Well, probably a good amount to what he would like to see. And yeah, that pack of 3 in from 3rd to 5th, which I believe is Martin, Willis, and Richards.
3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th actually.
Yeah,
there's nothing much between them there. And I would suggest the battle will carry on for quite a while. Russell Greer and the other Lola T332. The Lola T332 was there were more Lola T332s built than any other Formula 5000 car. And I think probably our notable drivers, and that would be Kenny Smith and Graham Lawrence.
You mentioned Kenny Smith, and yeah, I think he was actually meant to be here this weekend in the Formula Open class. Very good driver, Kenny. Still going at his age.
Kenny describes anything other than Formula 5000s as driving roller skates. That's what he told me once. And Kenny's language is quite colourful at times. Yeah. And TRS cars were really roller skates.
Now Brett Willis in that Lola T332, that orange car there,
yep.
He won the Taupo Historic Grand Prix last week, so he's got winning experience on his side, Lindsay. So
Brett Willis, a twice Oscar champion.
Going through your screen now.
A few years ago, I might add, but now, like quite a few of them, he's having a go at something so different. Which it is, so different.
Michael Collins, 2.1 seconds ahead of Kevin Ingram. Ingram's got a better first sector, so it looks like Kevin just gets that better first sector than Michael, and Michael just, I guess, puts that power down a little bit better.
Brent Willis has just opened up a wee gap on that.
Yes, he has.
That group.
He has. Yeah, that 99 of Glenn Richards is getting there. He's trying to close up to the back of Grant Martin. That tail on MRI.
He's doing a good job. The T400 wasn't as popular as the 332. It's a bit heavier, I understand.
Still a great car, though, and I mean, you can just see how. Because I mean, Glenn Richards doing a great job competing with those 332s. So, Michael Collins from Kevin Ingram. We've got 8 laps to go in this feature race for the SAS Auto Parts MSC5 F5000s. It was Michael Collins last year who won this trophy. And
apparently so.
Yeah, so he's clearly got a lot of experience at wheeling that leader GM1 around here.
Well, he has now. He is quite experienced now with these. Tim Rush in the M22. I do like that car. I do like the McLarens, I must admit.
Alistair Chalmers running in that Chevron
B30.
Yeah, one of the very
B32,
last,
one of the last running ones, actually. Talking about the revival series, which is they still have a revival series in the United States. Because in the heyday, this category was very popular in the United States, and they had their own championship, as they did in Europe and South Africa. Australia as well. In fact, Australia carried on after New Zealand turned to Formula Atlantic. You know, for 6 wonderful years we had these cars as our #1 billing, and you'd have thought they'd have been around forever, but it wasn't to be. It was the international scene at the time was changing quickly, and the numbers actually dropped quite markedly. And you know, from this Formula Atlantic was formed, which is hard to believe now, really, when we see these difference between the cars and the sight and sound of them, and of course the appeal of the V8 and the 5000s is still very appealing.
And I mean, the sound is one you just can't miss, Lindsay. I mean, you mentioned the V8 engine. It's one of the one of the engines that are appreciated most in the motorsport community.
I know. Here we are. I've been rabbiting on all weekend about it, and I don't make any apology for it either, because I think the sound was wonderful. I love the thoroughbred Europeans, 4 cylinders, 6 cylinders. I do, but you can't beat these sounds.
Absolutely not. So Michael Collins, a 3.6 second gap over Kevin Ingram. Michael's about just under a second faster than Kevin. So yeah, Michael's really, really good around here. I mean, I don't think he showed his full potential at Taupo last weekend, and he's done a really, really good job at putting in the miles and getting this one all set and ready to go.
Quiz time. Josh, what do you reckon the lap record is around this track?
I mean, based on the pace these lots are running, I'd say 120.
Okay. Not necessarily Formula 5000, the lap
record around here. It's like 113, 14, 15?
No, yeah, you are close. It's a 115, 8, set by Scott Dixon.
Reynard it was.
And in 1998 in the
then of course
in the Holden powered V6.
Of course, the unofficial lap record around here is Liam.
Well,
Lawson.
I don't count those.
Road and everything.
I mean, Liam Lawson did a 111, but that shouldn't really be there, because that's not fair. Because I mean, what did Scott Dixon do in preliminary practice that year? It mightn't have been 111, but my goodness me, it's a long time ago, and 115.8's pretty damn good, I reckon. The Formula 5000 record is Michael Lyons from the UK, did a 117.558 back in 2014.
Track's probably not ripe enough for Michael Collins or anyone else to do such a lap today. But
I don't think they would either, actually. The circumstances are not quite as white hot as they would have been back in those days.
5 laps now to go as Michael Collins crosses the line. Well, we'll see what the gap is to Kevin Ingram now. 6.7 seconds. So Collins is really running away with this one, Lindsay. That group, yeah, you mentioned Brett Willis is kind of pulling away from that group, and he has.
Yeah, he has.
And then you've got the closest two on track would be the two of Grant Martin, and the 99 of Glenn Richards. So that Talon and the Lola T400.
Yeah, I actually thought Glenn Richards might have been close this weekend. His form in recent rounds has suggested he might be, but nope, not to be.
The Chevron B32 of Alistair Chalmers crossing the line now. Tim Rush will come through soon in that lovely McLaren M22-3, the last remaining. Very rare cars in this field. It's very good to have these around, Lindsay. I mean, they're all from the 1970s. We don't see many of them around nowadays in New Zealand, let alone internationally. So it's good to have.
Well, like I was saying, we've got the revival here. We've had it for quite some time now. They have a series in the States, primarily in California, Northern California, and some of those great tracks up there. And in Australia, they have a new car with carbon fibre chassis, etc. And that's it looks to be I'm not sure it's taking off at a pace they want it to. I hope it really kicks in, and we see them here.
That'd be great.
Oh, there has been suggestions. They have made moves to come here, and if they do, if their fields do get bigger, then I think there will be something will happen to bring them here.
Nonetheless, Michael Collins, 7.7 seconds. He's just stretched another second over Ingram. I think probably he would deserve the King of Ruapuna title. I know that gets awarded out at the South Island Formula Ford meetings. The awards ceremony at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Probably would be good to give that one to Collins this weekend if it was an unofficial Ruapuna award, but unfortunately not. But he is on the way to get the Bert Hawthorn Cup at this stage as it stands.
Bert Hawthorn, for those of you who, it's in the program twice actually. Bert Hawthorn from Kaiapoi, raced a Ford Anglia here back in the earlier years, then went overseas to Europe and was doing extremely well in Formula 2 in England and in Europe, and Formula 3 actually, and he was killed at Hockenheim and went off the road and was killed at a place not far away from where Jim Clark also met his fate. So the Hawthorn family is still here in New Zealand, and in fact in Kaiapoi donated 2 of his trophies to the club, and the one that we present for the Formula 5000 was for a Formula 3 race that Bert won at Silverstone in England. So that is our Bert Hawthorn Cup.
Very good tribute that we've got here, Lindsay. I mean, yeah. It's
Well,
an unfortunate story, but it's
the family
great tribute.
the family, they didn't know what to do with the memorabilia really. I think his brother had died, and they weren't sure, and we're very grateful here to the Canterbury Car Club that they gave us the opportunity to say yes or no, and we gladly had obviously said yes.
So Michael Collins start making it 2 to go. We'll find out what the gap is there, Ingram, this lap. 10.0
10 seconds, yes.
Wow. Absolute demolishing drive, I guess, for Michael Collins. He's absolutely gone. I mean, if you look at it on track, Michael Collins is just going to enter Euromark now as Kevin Ingram enters Link.
I think there's an age thing coming into play a bit now too. Just as well, the weather's not like it was yesterday in that blistering heat for these guys doing 12 laps.
I'd feel very bad for those guys.
Yeah, well, quite right. It's still warm enough out there, but
So unfortunately we didn't have Anna Collins starting this race and that other McRae.
No, sadly said no. I'm not sure what the problem was, but yeah, we blame Rob Cote-Williams for that. He's been posing all day, interviewing people for the streaming television. In his element. Unlike us workers in the box up here.
No Steve Ross either. Yeah, well, we'll blame that on Rob Cote-Williams.
Last lap board for Michael Collins.
Gets around Tim Rush.
As he goes into the braking for 1 and 2. Here comes Kevin Ingram.
A lot of great history, a lot of great stories behind these cars. As you mentioned, we've mentioned some of them over the weekend, Lindsay, but very sad to see them go, or, to be honest. It's
we just hope they keep on going. I mean, the owners of the cars, and they keep the series going. I mean, only a few years ago, before they really kicked in, you know, we used to love seeing 1 or 2 of them. Wow, we were all excited about it. So to get the numbers we do now, even though they are down a bit from some of the previous years, it's still worthwhile seeing and appreciating. Yeah, Nathan just commented about the Lions from England who used to come. It's Michael Lyons and his mum and dad used to come over here with 3 cars. It was great to see them here. So when all this COVID scenario clears itself a bit, hopefully we might see them here again.
Well, through the CMG sweeper, Michael Collins out of the final corner. He won it last year. He's going to do back-to-back at Ruapuna. Michael Collins wins the Burt Hawthorn Cup and the final Formula 5000 race of the weekend. Fantastic effort by Michael. Wow. And there goes Tim Rush. Oh, Grant Martin unfortunately comes into the pits on the last lap as well. That's a real shame, getting out of that car.
Yeah, Kevin Ingram will come through now. Yeah,
solid second for Kevin.
Yeah, a good drive from Kevin. He did push Michael a bit at the start. And there we have the evergreen Brett Willis.
Won at Taupo, but we'll have to suffice for third at this meet. I'm sure he'll be happy with that nonetheless. I mean, he's had a very, very good weekend. Very solid, nice and consistent. I think that's all he needed to boost his momentum.
All right, guys, that will be the end of that. So next on the program, what have we got next, guys? We're just about there.
We're just about
Historic
there.
Sports Sedans.
We'll go down to Rob Cote-Williams once again. Hopefully no jinxing this time.
Interesting cars have been the theme of the whole weekend, and I reckon that a 5-litre Mark III Zephyr has got to be an example of a fairly incredible car. So, can I just sneak in and have a wee word? Your husband, you must be very proud of him.
I am very, very proud of him.
Well, there you are. The proud wife says that it's all go. But tell me about the car, a 5-litre, 3-litre, I mean, it's a Mark III Zephyr.
Yeah, 5-litre and a bit. But yeah, it was built in Invercargill, and I've had it for 12 years, but it was never raced before that. So yeah, so it's a bit special because you don't see too many Mark IIIs out there, do you?
Gary the Ernie Sprague made a name for himself, but his didn't have that sort of wheels, and it didn't have a 302 V8 in it.
Definitely not, no. But yeah, no, it goes very well for what it is. Yeah. So
why a Mark III Zephyr?
Because I have another 2 at home, and I've had Mark III since just about day one. Yeah, so yeah, no, I'm a Mark III man, put it that way.
That almost makes you a teddy boy, you know.
Oh, I suppose so, yeah. I don't know whether I was a hoon or not, though.
Yeah, but you're happy with the old girl. How does she handle?
Yeah, good. We had a breakdown last time. We broke her a bottom arm pin, which I broke last year as well, another one. But yeah, but otherwise, I carry a spare, so...
You always carry a spare now because you know it's like...
I do now.
Good on you. You thoroughly enjoyed it. I love the old car. It's got the steel wheels and the whole truck. So, hello, we just ran out of time again, I'm afraid.
Historic Sports Sedans for their 4th race of the weekend. Handicapper over 6 laps, and just heard about Don Alvey, a former Oscar champion, reminiscing on the bank with Ralph Mosso. Of course, the John Telford RX-8 and the Ryan Yarney SS Monte Carlo finishing 1-2 yesterday in that race yesterday afternoon. Ralph Mossman.
Not sure why Frank Ryan's all the way back there in that Chevrolet Camaro.
Because he's starting at the back of the grid on the last lights.
Yeah, I would think he should be in the 5th or 4th light.
So we've got,
but all right.
We've got 6 groups for our handicap start, so we should get 6 separate groups going. Rod Grimwood in the Mark 1 Escort. Of course, that car owned by Adrian Dobie.
Lynn Hatton in the Marina Coupe. So we'll get those first 2 underway, and then we'll have 3 people in light 2, and the majority of the field, well, 4 in light 3 as the first 2 get going. Nice start from Lynn Hatton.
Of course, the Graham Park built Marina Coupe with the rear engine mounted. The next group away, Peter Bloomfield in the Mazda RX-7. The Ford Capri there of Shane Barnes, and Bruce Goodwin there in the Mark III Zephyr. So we'll wait for the next group, Mike Bamber and Paul Andrews. The next one's away. A lot of wheel spin
there for Bamber.
Yeah, Bamber in the Group A Starlet. Of course, ex-Warren Burt Mark II Starlet as we get the next group away. Telford in the RX-8. Colin Campbell in the Tirana SLR 5000. Robert Jack in the big Ford Escort. Next group away. Final group away, I should say. And then the last group should have gone, so a few missing out of this one, but the fast guys are heading down into Abbott's. Roger Williams of the beautiful Chevrolet Monza, Chris Hatton in the Chevy Camaro, Ryan Yarney, Monte Carlo SS.
Chevy. Nathan picking out the Chevys there. Great to see a lot of them in New Zealand now as a pretty big brand. You actually see quite a lot of them on the road now as well. You didn't really see too many of them as they were more an American type, but now we've got them fully installed in New Zealand. It's great to see.
So
98 time penalty. Ryan Yarmy. Oh no.
Yep. Wrong set of lights he went on. I'm picking. He'd be a jump start for that one. Lynn Hatton leading us through ahead of Rod Grimwood. The Mark 1 Escort chasing down the Marina Coupe. How cool is it? Peter Bloomfield's Mazda RX-7. They found that in a desert, tucked away in a shed over 20 years ago in America.
It's remarkable how some of these cars were born, their origin stories, their history. I mean,
well, it's more where they were left after they raced.
I mean, yeah, exactly. And you just see as they come down the main straight, Ryan Yarmy will have to acknowledge that time penalty. But yeah, the story of that RX-7 was truly special.
Oh, Bamber having problems in the Group A Starlet.
Oh.
He's just going down towards Link. Seems to sort of pick up the pace a wee bit. Look at the flame come out of the Robert Jack Escort as he comes into the hairpin. Oh, Lynn Hatton getting all sorts of sideways. Rod Grimwood, I think, come off the track as well. So the leader's having some big problems at the front of the field. Shane Barnes in the Ford Capri coming on through to pick up that second spot.
44 of, as you mentioned, the 44 of Shane Barnes ahead of Rod Grimwood. The 52 of Peter Blomfield in that RX-7 we were just talking about is going to make his way up through the field. Great to see the that Escort of Rod Grimwood around. Very limited amount of escorts here in this field, but it's still great to see them. I mean, the amount of forwards we've got in this event is truly amazing. Just shows you, a lot of people, take that manufacturer. And that's just the sound. The sound of these cars going through is astronomically great. Yeah, you mentioned the Toyota Starlet of Michael Bamber. Unfortunately, it looks like he's got some problems.
Yeah, Bamber's still just trying to see, is he still circulating? Yeah, he is. He's dropped to the tail of the field, but just looking at the leaders up the front, the Capri there closing on in as we see the battle pack at the hairpin. A big train of cars, the faster ones just starting to come into the picture. And Bruce Godwin there from 5th.
Ryan Yummy's going to be fighting for this one in a minute, but it is a 10-second time penalty for a false start, starting on the wrong light. So that's 10 seconds he'll have to make up if he ends up getting this lead. I mean, it was 15 seconds for, I can't remember who it was that won the last race, the race we had a time penalty for a false start, but it was 15 seconds for that. So, and that ended up at being 13 seconds. So Ryan Yummy's definitely got one of, if not the fastest car here. So it's entirely possible he can end up with a 11-second, or 10.1 second gap by the end of this race.
Well, the big battle pack there, they are certainly racing through them infield and
having a lot of fun.
And there's a new race leader out in front. It is Shane Barnes and the Ford Capri. This car built up by the Barnes family in the mid-80s. It's one of the original Kiwi sports sedans, so great to see one of the originals from the 80s in the Barnes family. Car was revamped in 2018 by Ross Dallas, so great to see that car has had a revamp and back out on track, and one of the Barnes family members and Shane pushing that car out on track and now leading as he's managed to work his way through Lynn Hatton to take that lead and pulling away now.
Sorry, Nathan. Ryan Jarmy just made an absolutely abominable move on the inside of Rod Grimwood. It was fantastic. Just nailed the inside and got the clean pass, and he got the 52 of Peter Blomfield afterwards. So, yeah, he's making a real charge through the field. These handicaps, these, pit lane starts, I think he had one of those. Maybe, I'm not too sure. That might have been someone else that I'm thinking of. But, I mean, Ryan Jarmy has been absolutely phenomenal this weekend in that Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
Well, it is a very fast car, isn't it? So, no surprises looking at Blomfield there in that 4th position. He's a little further back, Rod Grimwood there in the Escort. Here comes Roger Williams in the Monza looking to try and make his way past John Telford in the RX-8 down into the sweeper. He gets by.
Here we go, Nath.
Chris Hatton. Here we go, lead change coming up here. Look at the power around the outside. Ryan Yarmy.
Right, now this is his mission. Gap, absolutely gap everyone.
I think he would. I think he'll do it comfortably, to be honest. He's still got 2 laps to go.
Yeah, he's got 2 laps and a 10-second gap to make up. I mean, look at that gap already. It's already, what, 4 seconds, 3 seconds that he's already got on the 44? So, yeah, you're right.
1:29 was his lap time. No one even close. Chris Hatton and Roger Williams in 1:34 territory. So, Chris Hatton, he's up to 3rd. He's made his way through. Here comes to the hairpin, big gaggle of cars. Roger Williams down the inside of Lynn Hatton. Hatton just going to hold up Robert Jack there as
John
Jack in the Escort, trying to work his way through the slower cars.
John Telford in there in that RX-8. He's got past that lot of them, and he's going to focus his sights on the 05 of Roger Williams, and then try and catch up to the 15 of Chris Hatton. But Ryan Jarmy through the CMG sweeper is going to get the last lap board out. and will take the final lap of the race. We'll see what the gap is on him. It is, well, we'll have to wait until
yeah, Chris Hatton.
we get it.
He's coming up on the back of Shane Barnes. Isn't that great?
Gap.
Isn't it great to see? Drag race down the front straight.
13.7, 1 lap. He's already done it. You said it, Nathan. I mean, wow. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest. I was expecting a 7 or 8 gap.
Oh, we've lost Colin Campbell in the Holden Tirana. He's parked up on the shortcut road between the Euromark hairpin and the exit of the Southern Salvage S's.
That's a shame.
You see Robert Jack in the Escort. He's trying to chase down Telford and the Mazda RX-8.
Michael Bamber's gained his speed back a little bit, and he's got ahead of Bruce Goodwin, so Goodwin's on the back of him, and he'll try and see if he can catch that gap up. But I mean, it's a pretty large gap. I don't think he's got enough speed at the moment, unfortunately, for Bruce and that Mark III Zephyr.
The 93 of Paul Andrews closing in on the RX-7 of Peter Bloomfield.
Not to speak about this man, CMG, through the CMG sweeper, Ryan Jarmy has been absolutely phenomenal this weekend.
Yeah, he has. That car very fast, and apart from his little whoopsie on the start of the weekend, he's had a perfect run, and he will grab the Historic Sports Sedans final race of the weekend.
I think that would be the overall win for him as well. So he's won the majority of those races this year, so great work from Ryan Jarmy. I'm very, very impressed by that. That car pace is great. As Chris Hatton comes across the line, 17.5 seconds adrift, so the final gap for the top two will be 7 seconds.
Shane Barnes coming through here for third.
Great recovery, well not recovery, but good holding on for Shane Barnes. You would expect Roger Williams to, if there was another lap, he would get through.
And
the
look at
72 of Robert Jack, John Telford, close together.
Yeah, so Jack got Telford there in the end, in the Escort.
Peter Blomfield.
He's held off.
Paul Andrews.
Paul Andrews there. Rod Grimwood in the Escort. And the rest of the field, Lynn Hatton, Mike Bamber and Paul Goodwin, all coming through to complete the field for our Historic Sports Sedans. For them, for this weekend, a great addition to the SKOPE Classic.
Next up's the Murray Maxwell Vintage Car Club, and we'll hand back down to Rob Cope-Williams in pit lane.
Well, we just seen Michael Connors do an amazing piece of work in a Formula 5000. Lindsay Kerr, you're going to present the Bert Hawthorne Cup. Tell me about that.
I am indeed, Rob. Bert Hawthorne came from Kaiapoi, and he was very successful here in the early days at Ruapuna, driving a 105e Anglia. He went overseas like many Kiwis had done in those days and still do now, and he was successful. He raced in Formula 3. And he raced Formula 3 in Central America as well. He came home a couple of times during that time, and he was racing in Hockenheim, Formula 3, and he was killed, unfortunately, near where Jimmy Clark died as well. So the family, just of recent times, donated his cups to the Canterbury, or the Motor Racing Club and the Canterbury Car Club, and we decided that it was appropriate to be presented at this meeting at SKOPE and to the Formula 5000s, which I'm sure he would have been absolutely engrossed to see.
Would it be a very special trophy for Michael Connors? Please present it.
Yeah, Michael, thank you very much. Yeah, well, and being a local, it's great.
But he really well done yet again. You just seem to be able to find the extra gear. How are the conditions in the car? Apart from earlier, you told me that you had a problem.
Yeah, so I've seemed to sort out our issues from earlier, so that was good to get out there and get the job done and win the cup for the second year in a row, which is pretty cool. Pretty proud to be able to do that and represent the club, and being a local guy and winning a local cup. So
you're quite humble, aren't you?
No, not really. Just be lucky to be doing what I'm doing, really. That's,
So what's next for you?
There's the next round we're having at Pukekohe, so that's 2 weeks away, I think. So we're running the fullback straight there for the last time with these cars. It'll be a pretty special thing to do. So.
Do you know much of the history of your car?
Yeah, so that's the first McRae 001 car really, so that's the original car there, so it doesn't really get much more special than that, I suppose.
And I think it won, according to Lindsay Kerr, who's an encyclopedia on dates, he was saying in 72 it won at Wigram.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah. There's a photo, I think, in the program, I think, of Graham sort of tipping it in through the dust somewhere at Wigram, so it's pretty cool to be able to jump in the same car and do the same job.
Where to from here?
Happy doing what I'm doing, really. We're pretty lucky with Alistair and Vicky Hay to let me and Anna run these cars, so this is sort of about as good as it gets for us, I think, so just hopefully we can keep doing it.
Well, congratulations. That's only one of the trophies you're going to be getting, but we're all done soon.
Thank you very much. Give that one back to you guys.
Well, very happy Michael Collins there with the Bert Hawthorn Cup. So just a couple of races left to go for the afternoon. The Murray Maxwell Vintage Car Club and then the Formula Open for their feature race to end off the weekend.
What a great weekend it's been, Nathan. I mean, you've had so many great cars, so many great people, such a great atmosphere as well. It's been a very great weekend as we just wait for the Vintage Car Club guys to get on track. But yeah, I mean, it's been a fantastic weekend, don't you think?
It has, definitely. So we'll see, maybe Rob Cope-Williams has got one or two of the Vintage Car Club guys down in the assembly area as we get ready for them to come back out.
We've got to do a story, don't we? We've got to have a wee interview with the MGTD man. I mean, I'm sort of chuckling with sheer delight to have you out there and driving this thing. Tell us a bit about its past.
I actually bought it about 8 years ago just down the road here in Timaru, all in boxes and whatever. Took it home and yeah, it's been a lot of fun since I got it on the track. The previous owner actually came and saw me today. Yeah, we could have a good laugh.
I mean, it's just so period. I mean, we're just showing everybody the cream cracker name on the side of the. But it's a beautiful old car.
Oh yes, yeah, it's really nice to drive. You slide around a bit on the seat until one cheek gets stuck between the handbrake and the seat there. And
you better get out there. Lovely. I love the wooden steering wheel and the whole bit.
Bodo Vintage Car Club, last run of the meeting for them, and what a good number still around, Josh.
Oh, great to see them.
As I said to you, they're like weeds, these guys. You can't keep them down.
Well, the Barretts on the front row, as per usual. I mean, Mark Barrett and Tracy Barrett and those Wilco Lotuses are a great bunch of cars. I mean, I'm sure Rob will be having an absolute ball watching those guys at the front all the time.
And John Rapley in the beautiful little Brabham BT2 on row 2.
We're underway. Good start by Mark Barrett, actually, over Tracy this time around. But Tracy gets a little bit of a better line on the inside, I think. They're a bit still wheel to wheel going into turn 1. See what they can pull out. Tracy ends up getting ahead of Mark. We'll see what happens through Link. But in third, it looks like it's going to be John Rapley. So it's Tracy Barrett from Mark Barrett.
Paul Colker in the Jaguar Special.
Yeah.
The car's been around a while. Say Paul was building it for someone else, and unfortunately that person died, and so Paul took it over himself and finished it, and has raced it ever since. John Rapley follows, and then is it Russ Haynes?
Yes, and that Holden Special.
Russ Haynes has been around for quite a while and racing that. In fact, a long time. In fact, a lot of these guys have been around a long time racing these cars. One of the new ones that we haven't, one of the new entrants that we haven't seen much in this part of the world is down the back in the Dewey A35, which is the boys from Masterton.
Yeah, very cool car to be seeing. As you mentioned, we don't see much of it in this part of the world.
Something a wee bit different, really.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a saloon car for a start off, and it's not associated with racing down here. I see John McDonough in the Mistral, in the yellow Mistral, who has a time penalty.
You can see him coming through now. He'll acknowledge that. That's a shame. Fastest lap for Paul Coghill on that last lap, but obviously it's the first lap, so nothing too important. That will probably end up being the swap between Tracy and Mark Barrett as the race goes on. There's actually quite a steady gap between Tracy and Mark. Lindsay, it was 9/10 at the start finish line, and I'd say it's increased to about 1.5 at this point. Coming through now on the line is that lovely 19 A35 we were just talking about.
It's different.
Yeah, but great to see nonetheless. I mean, and then Maureen Cowie in that Shade Tree Special.
The Shade Tree Special,
yep,
which has got a lot of history as well.
Wow, we've got a group of 3 fighting out in the mid-pack through Euromark now. Just trying to work out who that is. Looks like to me it's going to be Kevin Anderson, Paul Taylor and Brian Ashworth. So ahead of that is Brian Ashworth and the Daimler Dart.
Yeah, Brian Ashworth again has been associated with that car for almost as long as I can remember. It's always immaculate and immaculately dressed. And
wow,
Brian is, as I say, a regular competitor here.
Tracy and Mark Barrett across the line, so we'll make it 3 to go. Tracy has got the fastest lap by about 0.2 of a second over Mark, so as Rob usually ends up saying, it's all about who ends up doing the dishes rather than...
yeah, it's all about bragging rights, isn't it?
Good to have an intertwined family battle at the top of the field, though, Lindsay. I mean, you don't see that often.
No, you don't see that often, do you? Not at all.
The 250, you can see we're just talking about Brian Ashworth coming across, Kevin Anderson, Paul Taylor in that Mistral Sports in there. It's been around quite a while.
Well, the 3 of them, there are 3 Mistrals around. They're built in 1959 by Weltex Plastics here in Christchurch. Space framed with the plastic thrown around them, and you put whatever power plants you wanted in them. So yeah, Paul Paul Taylor and John McDonough they've been peddling those for quite a while too. Kevin Anderson in the little Cooper T52, that's a wee car with a great history. Denny Holm built that car and brought it back to New Zealand.
Wow.
In the days he was earning his keep at Cooper.
Getting closer between the front two. Mark's closed a little bit of a gap on Tracy. So the Barrett's about to come up and lap Maureen Cowie in the Shade Tree Special. But yeah, I mean, it's very interesting to see these two going at it. I mean, we've had this at Wigram and here now as well over this weekend. It's been great to see the dicing and the very nice racing. Obviously, they don't race each other too hard. I don't think you'd want to do that to your relatives. The one of Paul Coghill might be coming under some pressure from John Rapley.
It is one of the features here. We probably discussed a bit over the weekend that the racing here at Scope. It's classic racing. You're not racing for trophies as such. It's just get out and enjoy yourself, and they do. But it's human nature. Once you get behind the wheel, and you've got your helmet on, well, there's an element of competitiveness comes out in you. As I say, it's only natural.
Car 5, which I don't see on the timing screens, if I'm looking correctly. 1-5.
Dallas Yates and
John
the
McDonough,
MG.
right.
No, Dallas Yates and the MG's 1-5.
Yeah, so John McDonough.
McDonough's 1-5-9.
That'll be it. 5-second penalty for a false start. So,
ooh,
yikes! Oh, someone is off. I'm not sure who that is in the grass there.
Paul Coghill from Dunedin in the Jaguar Special.
That's a shame. Real shame. He's going to take it over to the marshals, so they'll be able to get that out of the way, and we'll be good to continue racing. Peter Leverich coming over the line in the Stewart Special.
Car built by Neil Stewart back in 1949, and Peter's had it for a long time.
Here we go. One more time around after this, it looks like. Last lap board coming out for Tracy Barrett and Mark Barrett. The Lotus 23s out the front. It always depends on the track condition, I think, for these two, or just generally who gets a better start.
I think to all of them, really.
Yeah.
The track conditions, what they're like, they do. It does affect them a heck of a lot.
John Rapley in third in the Brabham BT2. That's a very similar. It is the same car as the one that was raced in the Formula Libre, no? The one.
No, that was a BT16.
Ah, my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
Getting confused by too many Brabhams.
This is an early. This is a 1962 model. The BT16 came out in 1965.
Ah, that makes more sense.
And this one now, it was the same. I think this one was the same 1500, but it's now 1 litre or 1.1.
The more you learn,
it was so it could get in the Formula Junior category, which is a category that was prominent in the world scene back in the late 50s.
Unfortunately, the Austin A35 is in the pit lane, so that will not complete the race. But it is the Barretts out front going through the Southern Salvage S's, as we'll go into the CMG sweeper. Got a couple of battle of 3 going on to the main straight, but they'll go on to the final lap for them. Through the CMG sweeper, Tracy Barrett ahead of Mark Barrett. Mark Barrett's going to try through the inside on Tracy. Doesn't have enough space to do it. Tracy Barrett is going to win the bragging rights and takes home the last race, of the Vintage Car Club of today. So Tracy Barrett over Mark Barrett. Peter Leverich is going to come across the line in 17th in that beautiful Stewart Special.
Well, that was to bring the end of the Vintage Car Club. Lads and lasses, and what a great job they have done. The fact that they're all here and the same names year after year, and we wonder how long they'll keep going, but they tend to do, and their cars will carry on too. So thanks, guys. It's been great to see you here. And we come on to the last race of the meeting, which is the Formula Open, which is the class I think we're getting excited about for the future, really. We've had 8 or 9, and I'd like to think that, and as John Tomlin, who runs it, said we'll get more than that, but I'm not so sure. But if we can get a dozen, it would be absolutely marvellous here.
Well, Lindsay, we'll hand everyone off to Rob Coke-Williams, and then Nathan will take over.
And Nathan will finish the show off, and I'd like to thank you boys, by the way, for your help this weekend. It's been a lot of work, but it's been pretty good. So we'll do it again at the end of March for the Super Weekend when you have the trucks.
That's right. Thank you to everyone at home, and thank you to everyone here at the track as well for watching, and we'll hand you down to Rob Coke-Williams.
We had a go at interviewing you a short time ago, Zach, but it didn't work out. How are you and how's the weekend been, mate?
Good, certainly. Good learning weekend for us. Got some strong competition in the FD40, so I'm really enjoying it.
You come up through the classes. You've had quite a long history for a young man.
Yeah, certainly. I started in karts at the age of 9 and sort of progressed up from there into Formula Ford, and now here I am.
Tell me about the car, because there's a bit of a confusion about there's some older cars and some newer cars, and there's some Toyotas and there's some other stuff.
Yeah, so there's 2 different classes running in our series. We got the slightly slower cars being the non-ground effect Atlantics and the FD40s, which is what this car is, and the slightly faster cars are the FD50s and the ground effect Atlantics.
Why did you choose this one, or was it still just on part of the ladder climbing, Zach?
I got this opportunity from Stuart Lush to race this car in the series, so I'm very fortunate to be here.
Tell me how they handle. I mean, you've done the karting, you've also done the Formula Fords. Is it a big step up to slicks and wings?
Yeah, it's definitely a step up from Formula Ford in that respect. It's really good having the aero, and with this car specifically having the monoshock, it's a little bit weird to get my head around.
What about the traction? I've been told that the tyres stick like you wouldn't believe after Formula Fords.
Yeah, no, exactly. This has probably a good 80 horsepower on Formula Ford, and you can put the power down pretty much straight away.
Different style needed then when you're driving?
Yeah, certainly. Especially with the aero, you just have to be quite a lot more smooth and precise.
So where to from here for Zach Christensen?
Of course my goal is to sort of, get to TRS or move overseas, or not move overseas, but do some Australian racing.
And we wish you very well. So you've just come up through, and I want you to know that we are all very, very proud of one Zach Christensen.
Thank you very much.
And I'm glad that we got that interview, because the previous one didn't really work at all well. We got that far into it. Sitting on pole position as far as the W Grid is concerned, how are you? And tell us a bit about your weekend.
It's been a pretty good weekend. It's my first time in the TRS car, so first meeting, so I'm a bit off the back at the moment, but I'm the oldest competitor too.
Well, that's got the adrenaline sort of situation sorted. What's your history?
I've got a BT21 Brabham, so it's mainly the classic stuff I've been running in. I had this for a while, but had a bit of trouble with the motors. John Crawford at Motorsport Solutions has sorted it out.
Well, good. It sounds as though things are starting to get a bit noisy, so I'll let you refocus if that's all good. But hey, listen, thank you, everybody. These things are really, really amazing.
Beautiful track, beautiful day, it's absolutely stunning. It's given the cars some grief. They're boiling tyres, boiling oil, boiling all sorts of things, but unfortunately we're down a few cars at the moment because of the Inter-Islander ferry breaking down. We've had 3 cars turn around, go home. And of course we've also got 3 drivers out at the moment. They're doing the New Zealand Grand Prix. We're down about 8 cars, which is a real shame, but we've got 10 good cars here, good quality. South Islanders have joined us. We've got young Harry McDonald, who's going to be doing the rest of the rounds with us, and Steve Edwards, he's joined us in a Renault.
I think it's very definitely that gap between it's not a classic or historic, but equally it's not current. I think what we've got is a fantastic class here for young folk coming through the ranks to get wings and slicks experience in pretty serious race cars, quite sophisticated, certainly enough to do a lot of learning in before they go on to perhaps aspire into whatever racing careers they've got. Equally, people like me, it's an opportunity to pick up a car and to enjoy that level of racing where, it's just, as you say, a fun thing to come out and do. And in my case, the race result, being a local and not really part of the championship, doesn't matter so much.
We've got Ben Stiles from England has joined us in a Renault as well, so we're looking for some good racing this weekend.
Formula Open field now out on track, getting set for their feature race of 12 laps. So the field will form up behind the Alfa Romeo Tonale safety car. It's James Watson in the Swift DB4 who will start from pole position. Alongside of him, the youngster, Caden Probst. Zach Christensen will start on the inside of the second row. Doesn't look like we've got Harry McDonald out there for this one. He was supposed to start alongside Zach Christensen. Don't see the second of the red and white FT40s out there. Fergus Crabb in the the second of the FT50s will start from 5th position. Ben Stiles in the Formula Renault FR2000. And Gregory Scott in the FT40. That's our field lineup for the feature race. Set to go here over 12 laps. Youngster in 48, Caden Probst. He had only sat himself in a race car 10 weeks ago, and now he finds himself fighting at the front of this field with James Watson, the only Formula Atlantic car out there. Can't wait to see some bigger fields. Of course, a few of these guys who are regular competitors are running in the New Zealand Grand Prix up at Hampton Downs. So the pace car pulls off. James Watson, Caden Probst will lead us to the green. Lights are out and away we go for the ProMains Formula Open feature race. Side by side they come down into Abbott Insurance through turn 1 and 2, and Watson up the inside. He's going to make their young lad go the long way around, and Fergus Crabb slotting in there into 3rd position as they come through Link for the first time, just pushing Christensen back. Ben Stiles there in the Formula Renault, just a little bit further back, and Gregory Scott there in the FT40. So as they come round through the carousel, the Grand FX car, James Watson, very good through the corners. He's pulling a gap already. So they come through Southern Salvage down towards CMG Sweeper for lap number 1. Watson winds it up down the straight. The FT50 of Caden Probst in chase. Fergus Crabb not too far behind. here in the Formula Open. Watson down to the hairpin. Look at Crabb close up under brakes as they come down into Euromark. It's within a car length as they go through the Euromark hairpin. Christensen not able to stick with the front three. A little bit of a lock up there as he went into Fulton Hogan. Young lad out of the Formula 1600 category, stepping up into the FT40. Ben Stiles a little bit further back. Great to see Ben coming over. Oh, just as I say that, he runs a little bit wide, kicks up some dust running over the exit curb out of the Southern Salvage S's. So down into Euromark once again. Fergus Crabb just dropped off a little bit there by Caden Probst. Up through to Fulton Hogan. Cars are pretty evenly spread in the first segment of the race. Everybody just working into a rhythm. But Watson, he's got that car tuned up nicely here in the feature race. Great to see the older Formula Atlantic car out there. There's Watson through the CMG sweeper. So 9 laps to go, and it's actually Probst who's set the fastest lap of the race, 1:22.7. The time around for Watson, a 1:22.8. The gap just under a second, 9/10, but it's been closed. Still a long way to go through the Euromark hairpin. Look at Probst. He's all over the back of Watson as they come down into Fulton Hogan. Probst just the nose up the inside. They go wheel to wheel through Fulton Hogan. And I think we're going to have a new race leader as they come into the casino carousel. Watson still sitting around the outside. Now he has to let the position go. So new race leader in the Formula Open feature race. It's a young man from Hamilton. So Watson now doing all the chasing. Different way these two cars work. The FT50 relies heavily on the wings for the downforce. Whereas the Atlantic car with the ground effects with the big tunnel underneath the car to funnel through the air. So two very different cars from two very different eras running on track here together. And young Caden just starting to open up a little bit of a margin. They've dropped Fergus Crabb there in the FT50. Zach Christensen running in a bit of no man's land out there by himself, just circulating in fourth. He's got enough of a gap back to Ben Stiles and the Formula Renault, all running the same Tatters chassis. Of course, the Toyotas and the Renaults, two different power plants. Great to have Ben over here from the UK competing. And Gregory Scott there in the Tatters FT40. So the question now Still got 8 laps. It'll be 7 when they cross the line. How far can young Caden Probst get ahead and pull away now from the Formula Atlantic of James Watson? Watson looking to come back. He's faster through Link. Closes right up, coming into Euro mark. He's within a car length as they get through the apex now. Probst has the better line on corner exit. Able to just power on through. About 3 or 4 car lengths as they work their way through the infield section. Again, Watson just closing under brakes. So much gain under braking for James Watson as they come down to the sweeper. Watch how close James Watson can close right up. You see there, he just pulls back a couple of car lengths. It's coming up now to half race distance. 6 laps to go. 21.7 for James Watson in the Swift DB4 Formula Atlantic. Oh, puff of smoke there from Watson. May have been a brake lock-up going down into Abbott's Insurance. See Zach Christensen coming down the straight, sitting in that 4th position. 124.6 for Zach Christensen. So a couple of seconds off the pace of the front 2. Fergus Crabb doing a really nice job in the FT50. Fergus from Auckland. So first time running here at the Euromark Motorsport Park here at Ruapuna. So Fergus doing a good job holding station there in 3rd. Look how close James Watson is as they come through Southern Salvage. He's within a car length. Can he strike as they come down to the sweep and not quite close enough to do anything? I think James Watson just biding his time as they come onto the main straight with 5 to go. Pro Mains Formula Open feature race. James Watson, 121.4. Gap just 0.3 of a second. You can see it on track. These two are absolutely pushing each other. Pushing Caden Probst to go quicker and quicker through Link. Is he going to look down here at Euromark? Again. Not close enough. So through the infield section, the front 2 battling away. Still Probst by the slimmest of margins. Again, Watson closing right up on the rear bumper. Couldn't quite get the run out of the Southern Salvage S's. James Watson having to work if he wants to get past the young Hamiltonian. Oh, big lock up there from James Watson. Through into Abbott Insurance. He's done that a couple of times. He just needs to be careful. Doesn't want to damage a tyre. Watson closing in again. He's within a half a car length. Down through Euromark hairpin. Still no change in the positions. Ben Stiles just coming through the start-finish straight. Look at this, Watson all over the back as they come through the carousel. He's closer than he's been so far. Will he look at sticking a nose in? Probst moves over. Can Watson get the drive? This is being a fantastic feature race here for the Formula Open. These two at the front, battling away. Watson just dropping a car length as they come through the CMG sweeper. So we've got 3 laps left. Fergus Crabb coming across the finish line. Holding on to that 3rd position, another lock-up from Watson down at turn number 2, Abbott Insurance. Here comes Zach Christensen across the line. Ben Stiles comes down the straight. Still holding on to that 5th position, Gregory Scott. Caden's doing a great job here, just managing his lead, keeping a couple of car lengths between him and Watson. So they work their way down once again to the CMG sweeper. Two laps to go. Margin 0.6 to the favour of Caden Probst. Watson a little bit better that time. Still got about 3 or 4 car lengths now. He starts to close it up. Sparks coming from underneath the Watson DB4 Swift. Down to the hip, and he got right on the back bumper under braking. Through the infield section they work once again. Watson right there. As they come out of the carousel, look how close Watson is. Caden moves over just slightly to the right as they enter the corner. Look at Watson, he's closest he's ever been as they come out of the Southern Salvage S's. Couldn't set up the run down the straight. So here we go. Last lap for the race leaders. Watson, he's got 1 lap left to try and do something. He's just gone fastest again, a 1:21.2. Plays a 1:21.4, so 2 tenths in it between the front two. Caden Probst has led 3/4 of this race. More sparks as they come through Link for the final time down to the hairpin at Euro mark. Watson, oh, he runs a bit wide. He's dropped a whole bunch of time there. Is that the get out of jail card for Caden Probst? Through the carousel. The youngster, less than half a lap to go. Watson's managed to pull back some time. As they come down to the sweeper for the final time. Gregory Scott just coming across to go the last lap board, but down to the line, the Formula Open Pro Mains feature race win goes the way of Caden Probst. James Watson, a stellar drive, chasing to finish home in second. Fergus Crabb coming down to the sweeper to pick up that 3rd place. Those two at the front drove an excellent race. Pulled away from the rest of the field. There goes Fergus Crabb across the line. He will take away third. A good solid result for Fergus Crabb. Zach Christensen fourth. Ben Stiles just coming through to finish in fifth ahead of Gregory Scott to round out our top six for the ProMains Formula Open. So, fantastic, great race weekend from them, from on behalf of Rob Cope-Williams, Lindsay Kerr, Josh Henderson and myself, Nathan Clive. Thank you for coming along to the 33rd edition of the SKOPE Classic from us here on the ground. Thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you again.
Well, Adam, it's been a very interesting weekend because we've had all sorts of things. We've had weather changes like you wouldn't believe, and we've had an amazing weekend. And just looking down behind us there, it's almost haunting, isn't it? After so much action and everything, it's sort of you expecting. It's just haunting. You expect sort of thunder wheels or something to be coming out.
Well, I mean, it's been an amazing day, hasn't it? I mean, we've had 250 odd cars on track. We've had rain, we've had dry. Everyone pretty much behaved themselves, didn't they?
Yeah, I think there's a few sort of let the rush of blood to the head during the rain, but luckily the rain didn't last for very long. You asked me about highlights when you first opened up today, and I said I couldn't pick one, and I still can't.
Well, for me, I guess the highlights were some of the interviews that you did and some of the interesting stories. There was as much happening with the racing as there was with the stories we got in the pits, right?
Well, I guess you get that when you get so many different classic and historical cars. And the other thing, I guess, is there's a number of them had grey hair, and even we mentioned a grey moustache at one stage.
Yeah, I think you asked some ages and they wouldn't say what they were. No, I mean, we have to thank a lot of people for coming, getting us to come down and do this. So it's been a second time that we've live streamed it. We've had some really good viewership over the day. I mean, I've been looking at the different platforms, and I think everyone will be pretty happy with the number of people that watched it, and hopefully you guys online enjoyed it.
Yeah, well, and thanks to the commentators who took over, and told us all about what was happening on the track, because we didn't see much of that.
No, I popped my head out and had a look at a few of the different races and saw what was going on and jumped on the start finish and watched the checkered flags.
I saw that and I thought that was very clever of him, actually, because that sort of polished the performance.
It's always nice to know who wins. I mean, it's not about who wins, but a lot of this racing, of course, it's really about the cars and the stories of the cars and the different categories, right?
And the history of some of the drivers. I mean, some of these drivers, obviously you look at Stephen Richards and you look at John Bauer. I mean, those guys have got more history than France.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to have those internationals back, because obviously during the COVID years we weren't able to have them, so it's really great to be able to chat with those guys, and they're so friendly in the pits. Everyone's just wandering up and getting autographs and photographs, and it's just such a great event. So I think next year we'll hopefully come back and do it live again.
What do you mean hopefully, buddy? There's no way you're not coming back next year. Hey, thank you so much indeed for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure, and Adam's had to try to keep up with me and keep me we've been on track, but you've been doing very well. So hey, thank you from Adam and I. Thank you so much indeed. We're so thrilled that we could share that weekend with you.
See you in 2024, and that's a wrap.